Roger Wayne. Prologue. The last guard fell, head caved in by a hand covered in leaves and grass. With him dead, the room was silent, save for the gentle rustle of plants and her own determined footsteps. The priestess had no name. It had been lost long ago, so she'd issued no challenge as she mowed down the fodder. Normally, these might have been an obstacle for her, but as this was her final errand, she was well equipped for such mundane dangers. Here, she was to pick up the final item, the last one for good reason. Should she die and lose the others, it would slow Calzadar's plans, at most. But this was something special. Even her god considered it a rare find, a treasure the location of which had only ever been detailed in a single missive. The guards had no idea what they were protecting. This was just another treasure room to them. Near the rear of the chamber, behind piles of gold and a few flickering gems, she swept the glittering refuse aside. Carefully, following the instructions just so, she pressed her hand against the bricks in a precise sequence. Dimly, almost inaudibly, sounded a click. The corner of the room parted, revealing a hidden seam that opened to a small chamber, too tiny even for a gnome to slip through. No, this existed only to house a single item. Concealed without magic, using mundane trickery, it might well have stayed hidden until the whole building aged into dilapidation. As soon as her eyes fell upon the soft, emanating glow, she knew her task had been a success. She'd found the final piece of her glorious god's plan. Reaching forward, fingers trembling slightly, the priestess laid her hand against the smooth face of the surface. Immediately, the world warped, shifted. New magic and information came pouring through her head. For a moment, the priestess feared she would lose herself entirely in the flow. Then, mad as it had started, the feeling came to an end. She dropped her prize into a bag at her hip. The priestess was warned the retrieval might be intense and had mentally prepared herself. There would be time to learn how to use the item as Calzadar needed, although not as much as she might have liked. From what she'd been told, many of the pawns were nearing their positions. Soon, the conquest would begin, and Calzadar's glory would flow from one end of the seas to the other. With his faithful at hand, watching as the world fell and kingdoms burned, they would see their wrongs avenged in a blaze that wiped the land clean. All of that would come with time and dedication. For today, the priestess had more tasks to handle. Yes, she had completed the gathering of supplies, but that was only the first step. Now, it was time to start on her real preparations, just as the others already had. 1. If there was one benefit to the extraordinary circumstances Russell had found himself in, one silver lining to the bizarre madness engulfing his game, it was that the events he'd endured had definitely raised his threshold for weirdness. Once, receiving a strange summons from a company he'd spent the last few months scouring the internet for more information on, to no avail, would have seemed insanely coincidental. But that was before Russell had been possessed by a magical item inside the spells, swords, and stealth module he'd been playing with his friends. After glowing dice and having his body used like a puppet, there were few things on earth capable of rattling his nerves, and a simple invitation was not among them. Much as he'd grown, however, Russell still wished he could have brought someone else to this meeting. The instructions he'd gotten were very clear. This special VIP meeting was for game masters only. No players or friends could tag along for the ride. It was news that hadn't gone over especially well with Sherry, Russell's sister, and the party's blast-happy maid, Shalara. Getting her to agree to drive him and then wait in the car had been a near week-long fight. If their parents didn't insist on her driving anywhere outside of town, Russell might have risked trying to ditch her. He still wasn't completely certain she wouldn't come bursting in the front door after 5 minutes of being left alone outside. In fact, he could definitively say that the only thing keeping her in the car was the same element that had pulled Russell into the drab depths of an unfamiliar office building near the outskirts of town. Magic. Magic was real. Either that, or everyone in his gaming group had come down with the exact same type of crazy. The latter was possible. Mass hysteria and group food poisonings did happen. But they all knew that no matter how much easier it might have been to say otherwise, they were all sane. Which meant that what happened during that game had been actual, tangible magic. Here, in their world. Not imagined or animated or drawn with computers onto a large screen. It had flowed through Russell's actual body. He could still recall his mouth moving without the permission of his brain. After a revelation like the existence of true magic, there were really only two options: run as fast as one could away from the source, or race after it with every ounce of strength they had. He and his group had gone with the second option, and ever since, Russell had been working non-stop to discover anything he could about the mysterious creator of the modules producing these effects. Unfortunately, his efforts had yielded one dead end after another, until the day the letter came. It wasn't especially complex, this letter. An invitation, some rules, a time and a place, bare bones by any measurement. The sort of dispatch most would presume to be trash or some kind of scam and toss away. Only the people looking for Broken Bridge Publishing, the ones who knew there was more going on than should be the case with a normal game, would care enough to show up at the appointment. And that, presumably, was the point. With every release, there were supposedly fewer and fewer modules up for grabs. Even the rumors about Broken Bridge had dried up around the third release. The limited number of players who'd gotten the module were smart enough to not talk too much about what the experience entailed. Not that Russell blamed them. He hadn't exactly raced off to the forums to recount his own incident. Even the ones who wanted to believe him wouldn't, not deep down in the core of their beings. Some stories were just too big to choke down, unless one saw it with their own eyes, and even then, that often wasn't enough. Smoothing out the wrinkles on his button-down shirt, originally bought for a school dance, the duration of which he and Tim had hung around the back of the gym, Russell arrived at the office specified in his letter. The door was boring, like the others in the building, though with one key difference. Drab as the rest were, they at least had some manner of signage indicating which business lay inside. Not Russell's door, though. It was perfectly bare, not so much as a logo or initials to be seen. That lined up with Russell's experience. Broken Bridge never seemed too keen on others finding them. Their marketing and brand management were pure shit from a fiscal perspective, but Russell was reasonably certain those weren't aspects of their business that particularly concerned them. Knowing what Broken Bridge did care about was another matter, one where Russell kept coming up empty. Hopefully, today would change that. Russell hadn't just come here hoping for another module. He also wanted some damn answers. With one last glance over his shoulder to make sure Sherry hadn't stormed in after them, Russell grabbed the doorknob and pushed, revealing a plain room on the other side. In it were 3 chairs, all facing a door on the opposite wall. Above the door were 2 lights, one red, one green, the red one currently illuminated. A piece of paper was taped to the wooden door itself, its digitally printed words offering a single, simple instruction. Wait for the green light. Maybe it was a crowd management system. Maybe it was a test to see if he could follow directions. If someone thought Russell was going to goof it up on a task like this after the Herculean effort of convincing Sherry to not do whatever she wanted today, they had another thing coming. He took a chair on the end and settled in, ready to wait however long was required. If they kept him out here for an hour or 3, or even the whole night, Russell would wait. There were cabs to call if Sherry bailed on him. He hadn't drunk anything on the drive over, so his bladder was empty. His whole party was counting on him. Russell would hold the line however long he had to in order to see what came next. As it turned out, he may have been a tad overprepared. In fewer than 5 minutes, the light switched to green, turning with so little fanfare that Russell almost didn't notice. Not wasting time, he rose from the chair and pushed open the next door, half expecting to find an identical room where he'd have to wait more. Once again, Russell discovered that the owners had gone another way. There was no dual light system in this room. Rather, he found himself staring at a large table, several portable safes stacked up along the edges of the room, a few chairs, and one semi-familiar face. It was the hair that triggered his memory more than anything, multicolored, bright, and garish, though the facial piercings accompanying the coiffure stole the remainder of Russell's focus. Their last interaction had been brief, but between her looks and the context, it was one that was stuck firmly in the center of Russell's memory. "I know you. You were at DoubleCon, the place where I got my last module." She looked up from the table as if she'd only just realized he was here, and met his confused recognition with a barely mustered shrug. "Yeah, apparently I didn't fuck up that last temp job, so I got to do another. Any idea who the hell these people are, by the way? They pay great, but the actual work they ask me to do gets weirder and weirder." Part of Russell wanted to doubt that someone would continue taking odd jobs from a company with no idea of what they were really part of, but living with Sherry had shown him that not everyone put extensive critical thought into their actions, especially when there was a sound motivator, like high pay, in the equation. Still, Russell was taking everything she said with a grain of salt. So far as he'd seen, she was the closest thing to a face Broken Bridge had. For a company that seemed to do nothing by accident, the idea of them using the same random temp twice felt slightly tenuous. As far as I can tell, they make spells, swords, and stealth modules like nobody else. And I'm guessing they know it too, since those of us who want to keep playing them have to keep jumping through all these hoops. This could be a test to see if he'd give away the secret of the modules to an apparent stranger. Sometimes Russell missed the days when he could just buy a module for his favorite hobby without putting everything through 3 mental layers of conspiracy screening. "Must be some fun as hell games." The mystery woman flipped through several pages of the binder in front of her. "I think I remember you, but I'm going to need a name and some identification anyway. The directions I got made it clear they want these going to the right people only. No exceptions." Russell Novak. He'd already put his driver's license at the front of his wallet, prepared for such a demand. In another life, he'd have been consumed with the idea of getting a car. In fact, it had been one of his major ambitions as little as a year ago. Now, the idea was barely a blip on the radar. The deeper Russell and the others dove into this mystery, the less he found himself concerned with the normal, mundane world. It probably wasn't healthy. Much worse, and his grades would start to slip. But he already knew he couldn't turn back. Russell had found a loose thread in the fabric of what he'd thought to be reality. He'd never be able to stop pulling on it, to cease unraveling the mystery, no matter how hard he tried. She skimmed the binder before tapping once near the bottom of a page. "There you are. Let's see here. Interesting. You have some of the most varied choices I've seen so far." A shiver prickled the hairs on Russell's neck. "Choices?" "Yeah, choices. The last module I gave out was some kind of hubtown type deal, from what I've gleaned talking to the others who came in. Not every group made the same choices, so some of them have opened and closed different paths. I assume you all sent in box tops and reports or that kind of shit, so the company knew how your game went. If you didn't, don't tell me. I'm just here to cash a check." Maybe Broken Bridge really had hired the same temp twice. She struck an interesting balance of caring enough to be sure the job was done right while not actually giving a shit about anything that was happening around her. In this way, she might just be the perfect employee. Anyway, since not every group took the same journey, they can't all choose from the same options. Nobody on here has access to the whole list, not even you. Based on what I've been given, it looks like you can decide to head toward Baltmer, Lamal, Solium, or Kielport. Those names seem to have meanings to everyone else, so I presume and hope you don't need any further explanation. No, of course none of the others would need more. Any game master worth their salt would be intimately familiar with each of those names by this point. They were major geographic markers in the module world Broken Bridge had constructed. Baltmer was a civilization built by supposedly evil creatures, populated with races like ogres and trolls that usually served as the cannon fodder of evil antagonists. Reading deeper, Russell had learned that it was a city originally dedicated to Grumble, god of the minions, which left him uncertain as to whether or not Baltmer was truly an evil place, or had merely been branded as one. His interactions with those who served Grumble had been unsettling at times, but Russell certainly hadn't gotten the impression he was an evil god. Lumal was a single-city kingdom founded on knowledge. Supposedly, those who gained access via one of its hidden entrances had access to wisdom, information, spells, and lore that existed nowhere else in the world. Of course, the caveat was that getting into Lumal was legendarily difficult. Even if one could find an entrance, which was often a quest in itself, the residents of Lumal hated most outsiders, and would often refuse them entry without some manner of task or quest being passed first. Proving one's worthiness to be in Lumal was part of getting in the door. Normally, as the GM, Russell could weaken the hurdle if needed. However, with these modules, he dared not meddle. Either they played the game as intended, or it would be the last module they received. Solium was an interesting option. For his party, and presumably most of the others, if they were following the same module progression, it would be essentially doubling back. There surely would be new content. Time had passed in-game. But Russell didn't bother entertaining the idea for long. His party wanted to progress, to move forward. Going back wasn't an option, not as things stood now. That left only Keelport. As the name implied, it was a port city on the western coast. Getting there would be a hell of a trek from where they were, but maybe the module offered a magical means of travel to help them cross so much land. Regardless, if they made it, they would have access to items and information from different lands. Keelport was a major hub through which countless ships and people passed. Plus, unlike Lumal, there were no barriers to entry. If they could make it, they could waltz right in. It was a hard decision, even more so because he didn't have his party with him. They should have a say in this. It was their game as much as his. But life wasn't fair, and the burden of choice sat squarely on Russell's shoulders. He could either make it or walk away, which was still making a choice in itself. At the end of the day, it was a question of what he thought the group would care about most, and when Russell drilled the issue down like that, his choice was a shockingly easy one. "I'd like the module for Lumal, please. My party has a lot of questions they want answered, and that is probably the best adventure to accommodate that kind of goal." "Popular choice," the woman noted. Reaching down, she held up one of the portable safes, which was small enough to carry, but hefty enough to cause her a slight strain. By the time Russell noticed and felt inclined to help, the deed was already done, the safe resting on the table before him. On a sticky note, the woman jotted down a few quick numbers, then slapped the note on top of the safe. "Apparently, we've had issues with people trying to get their hands on these without going through the proper channels, so you'll have to deal with the extra security. Inside here is the module you've chosen, and whatever other documents the company decided to include. Follow the rules, play the game well, and above all else, have fun." I'm required to say that last part. Any questions? "Literally countless ones," Russell admitted, lifting the safe into his arms. It was heavy, but since the contraption was small enough to house only a module, he could manage it with a single hand. The sticky note he tucked into his wallet after staring at the numbers a moment, refusing to risk losing them. "But I'm guessing you can't or won't answer most of them. I've got one you might, though. Last time you said I had to seek them out to continue, only for the company to invite me here and put the next module directly in my hands. So, I guess my question is, change of heart?"
Funny. I asked that too when they brought me in for this gig. The answer didn't make sense to me, but everyone else I tell it to seems to get the message. All they said by way of explanation was, "This isn't the world where they have to do the seeking," which sounds completely insane out of context, by the way.
It doesn't get much saner, even with the context. Despite his words, Russell did feel a touch more at ease. While it wasn't exactly cut and dry, the message seemed to confirm what he'd expected. Their continuation was based on what the characters did in the game world. They'd explored Alcatham, played the module to the end, and discovered a small piece of the truth that lay at its core. Presumably, hopefully, that meant they would succeed or fail based on the game itself, not Russell's ability to hunt down a company that almost seemed to not exist. With a slow, exaggerated motion, the woman dragged her pen across the sheet with the names, scratching off Russell's entry.
I expected as much. Broken Bridge would like me to close this by saying, drive safe, play well, and never doubt the truth before your eyes. Like most of this, that sounds like half gibberish to me, so I guess it means go have fun with your new game.
Hefting the portable safe up into his grip, Russell clutched it tight. Thanks. Have a nice day yourself. Maybe I'll see you next time there's a module release. For a second, she looked at him. Actually looked at him, no longer staring sullenly off to the side. Her eyes were surprisingly intense, nearly causing Russell to take a half-step backward. That piercing gaze went from him to the safe and back to him before a lazy smile stretched across her face.
I'd say that's up to you and your group, don't you think?
2. The crack of the branch landing came seconds before Gabrielle hit the ground, several feet away and spinning her axe in a flourish. She'd leapt into the air, sliced cleanly through the thick limb of wood, and hit the ground all in a single motion. There was no doubt about it. She was more graceful than she'd been before. Coupled with her increase in strength, as the perfectly severed branch demonstrated, there could be no question that whatever kind of undead she'd become, the change came with physical augmentation. Gabrielle's condition had been their main concern as the party made the trek from Alcatham into the wildlands of Earthos, heading toward one of the secret entrances to Le Mans. The only thing they focused on more was general safety, which was the reason Eric and Timiscore, along with Mr. Peppers, were both currently doing sweeps of their camp's perimeter. Training and testing were well and good when opportunity permitted, but they also had to survive the night. Thistle watched Gabrielle land with the same critical expression he'd worn through the entire demonstration, a neutral gaze he'd perfected in his henchman days that showed he was paying attention without conveying either emotion or judgment. Originally, it had been a tool to keep him safe, lest an evil mastermind think Thistle was ignoring them or pondering above his station. Today, on the other hand, he was merely using it to conceal the utter confusion he was faced with. As Gabrielle and Grumpf moved into light, careful sparring, Thistle analyzed every movement the formerly blonde barbarian made. Gabrielle's golden locks were now pitch black, one of the many side effects from her transition to being undead. It was a strange symptom that served as a constant reminder of the conundrum she'd become. Thistle had been racking his brain every day, accounting for each piece of evidence her condition presented, and he was thus forced upon the same inescapable conclusion. He had no idea what kind of undead she had turned into. Her symptoms were too unique. None of them aligned entirely with any existing undead creature he knew of. She didn't need to eat flesh or blood and had experienced no cravings for either. In fact, she didn't seem to be hungry at all, though she joined them for meals to no ill effect. Continual direct sunlight mildly burned her now pale skin, but that typically healed within an hour of sunset. She was stronger, faster, more dexterous, tougher, physically augmented in every way. Still, she wasn't showing the pure raw strength of a high-level undead like a lich or a vampire. Gabrielle's changes were mere improvements. Her biggest apparent weakness was also the element that made classifying her so difficult, and was the same thing that had likely caused her condition. So far as they'd been able to tell, Gabrielle was now quite literally dependent on the cursed axe clutched between her hands.
Slow, careful, controlled.
Grumpf was taking Gabrielle through the motions of an attack stance, substituting his own demon blade staff for her axe. He didn't have the training to guide her through any advanced axe-fighting techniques, but that wasn't really the point of this session. Their goal was to make Gabrielle comfortable with her new body and strength. Despite whatever it was she'd become, she was still a barbarian, first and foremost, which meant that when she lost herself in the rage of battle, she was going to be dangerous. The first time they'd had a wild animal attack, a bear no bigger than Grumpf, it had become clear that Gabrielle needed to master her power. Flecks of that poor bear had coated every speck of grass around them, and Thistle was still washing the occasional stain from his boots. That was without her even tapping into her barbarian anger. The axe had always fueled her rage. Now, however, it seemed to be fueling Gabrielle herself. Through trial and error, They discovered she could be parted from it, albeit unhappily. But the longer they were apart, the slower she moved. No one had been willing to risk letting her go completely still. They were all scared she'd never reawaken if they took things that far. Gabrielle was in a tenuous situation. She'd been given this status thanks to using a potent, cursed item in the middle of a literal storm of malfunctioning magic, as best as they could tell. And so, until they knew exactly what had happened to her, they had to be exceedingly careful not to let her go from undead to normal dead. Otherwise, there was no guarantee they'd ever be able to get her back.
10 more minutes, and then Gabby will need to go hunting.
Thistle would have liked to let them train longer, but this too was part of their new situation. In Alcatham, Gabrielle had seemed perfectly normal as they rode back onto the road. Unfortunately, after only a few days of uneventful travel, she had grown visibly weaker. They had tried feeding her, using raw animals to see if that would either restore her or otherwise stoke her undead hunger. It had been the bear that actually offered the solution, though. After obliterating it, Gabrielle was suddenly lively and spry once more. When tested afterward to confirm, the results held the same. Whatever power the axe had once drawn from harming its wielder, Gabrielle in her current condition was no longer able to provide. Killing and wounding other creatures, however, did fill whatever magical pool was inside the weapon. Since that power also seemed to be what kept Gabrielle mobile, the party entrusted her the task of hunting every night. The axe got its kill, and the party received fresh meat, meaning nothing went to waste. It was far from an ideal solution, but until Thistle knew more about the situation, he was at peace with holding steady. Better to make no moves than the wrong ones, when time would permit such consideration. Sadly, that allotment of time was beginning to run dry. In their weeks crossing through Earthos, they'd been free to train, test, and hunt as needed. They had only a couple more days before reaching the entrance to Lomal, however. Once inside, Gabrielle's situation could be much more difficult to manage. Lomal was hardly the sort of place where one found wandering beasts readily available for the kill. The best idea they'd come up with was to allow Gabrielle to spend their entire final day doing nothing but hunt, hopefully building up enough of a reserve in the axe that she'd be able to last without killing in Lomal. This added yet another wrinkle to their plan, one more spot where things could go awry. Taking into consideration the fact that Thistle was using outdated information on the entrance, the unlikeliness of him and Grumph being welcomed, and now their murderous-by-necessity barbarian, maintaining an optimistic outlook on their chances of being admitted was becoming difficult. The one ray of hope that Thistle could still cling to was his faith. Whatever lay before them, it certainly seemed as though Grumble, god of the minions, had been leading the way thus far. So long as he was watching over them, Thistle could believe it would all work out somehow, even if somehow potentially involved running for their lives or crawling through sewers. Footsteps announced the return of Eric and Timiscore, with Mr. Peppers trotting along behind. Without the clanking of the knight and his boar, Thistle might have missed their return. Eric, already quiet in his movements, had attained a whole new level of stealth after his intensive month of training with Alora, the rogue in Alcatham they'd paid to teach him. He might have been truly silent, if not for the pack secured firmly to his back. Eric refused to let that out of his reach, and it wasn't an unreasonable precaution. Inside that bag was a piece of the bridge, a magical artifact that none of them fully understood. What they did know, however, was that anyone holding it for too long would be driven mad. Only Eric seemed to be capable of handling a single piece without losing himself, though that control vanished if he tried to wield more than one. Better that the piece they had remain in his care than the others, or worse, in enemies. Clear, as far as we're concerned, although I spotted a pack of some kind of furless, wolf-looking monster some ways off. They didn't look that big. Might make good fodder for Gabby's axe. Eric had adapted his scouting role in accordance with Gabrielle's new condition, using the time to search for potential targets the axe could feed upon. One of the party, usually Eric himself, followed her when she hunted. It wasn't always necessary, but after nearly losing Gabrielle inside the dragon's cave, no one was up for taking needless chances. The party never allowed a single person to undertake any given task. There was always someone to watch the other person's back.
Were they just wolf-like, or did they have distinguishing characteristics, aside from the lack of fur?
Thistle asked. As the member who'd spent the most time around adventurers before becoming one himself, he was the default font of knowledge in regard to monsters, dungeons, and the strange workings of the Adventurer Society. Eric nodded. Kind of a blue-green skin, and what looked like small spines along their back. That was a surprising amount of detail, especially for something described as being some ways off from Eric and Timiscore. Thistle was mostly sure that there was no training that could improve one's eyesight, yet he found himself wondering about that prospect near daily, it seemed, with the new and improved Eric.
They might be a good target. They're called hemlunxes, and while they aren't especially strong from a physical standpoint, they positively drip with venom. A bite, a claw, a poke from one of those spines on their back, any one of them will flood your system with a painful, partially paralyzing toxin. As you can imagine, that aspect makes fighting them especially difficult. Unless you're undead, and your body no longer responds to poison.
Gabrielle sauntered over, axe resting lightly on her shoulder. Several steps behind was a sweating Grumph, leaning on his staff for support. Enhanced constitution, just one more boon of being undead.
Sounds like I could take those beasts out easily. If your body acts like a traditional undead in that regard,
Thistle reminded her.
While you fit many of the usual categories, I've never seen an undead that was bound to a weapon or had to feed by using it. We can't assume that you have any given immunity or ability until we've tested and confirmed it for ourselves.
There was a soft rattling as Eric began digging through a pouch at his side, the slight tinkle of glass fading when his hand emerged with a small vial. Inside was an emerald-green liquid that clung to the glass like a heavy wine as it was swirled. Thistle is right. We can't send you out to fight a bunch of poison monsters until we're sure that you're immune. This is a mild paralyzing poison, best I've been able to make with the tools Alora gave me and the materials we've found so far. If you drink it and there's no effect, we'll know you're at least poison-resistant. You'll only be down for an hour at most if it works, so there's still enough time to squeeze in some hunting after. No hesitation. Not that any of the party was foolish enough to expect it, as Gabrielle snagged the vial and downed its contents with a single gulp. Carefully, she returned Eric's glass to him. The vials were irreplaceable outside of civilization, as they all waited to see what would happen. After several full minutes had passed, everyone silent and on edge, Eric finally let out a relieved sigh and put the container back into his side pouch. If you're standing after this long, then it means the poison didn't work. We'll still back you up, of course, but it looks like poison is one more thing you don't have to worry about. Gabrielle let out a whoop of joy, followed by a wide grin.
Damn! Being undead kicks ass. Had I known it came with all these perks, I'd have made the change years ago.
And there it was. Thistle almost winced at her words, barely keeping a stoic expression in place. That was the largest problem he discovered since the party set out from Alcatham. No one else, save perhaps for the naturally stoic Grumph, seemed to understand the danger Gabrielle was in. She'd been handed a slew of physical increases and immunities, so it was easy to understand why she might be blinded by the positive. But Thistle knew there was another side. Being undead came with limitations, weaknesses, and made one a target for those sects that felt the undead were an abomination against the gods. Sooner or later, one of those aspects would hit home for Gabrielle, and when it did, she was going to crash in a big way. Everything she was pushing aside, everything she wasn't facing yet, would slam into her all at once, and when that happened, there was no telling how she might react. Sadly, Thistle was unable to think of a way to push that realization on her, and even if he could, he wasn't sure it was his place. Gabrielle had to come to terms with what had happened to her in her own time, her own way. As a friend, he would be there for her when it happened, and as a paladin, he would damn sure help protect her until that time came.
Eric, you hunt with Gabrielle. If she doesn't completely decimate the bodies, it should be possible to extract some of the hemlock's poison from their glands. The substance is famously potent, so I can see plenty of occasions where it may become useful. Timiscore, you go as well. With your armor, you can avoid being directly injured or poisoned, and it's good to practice defensive strategies sometimes.
Clanks filled the air as Timoscore rose from the seat he'd taken on a log. He paused, though only to kneel down and speak to Mr. Peppers eye to eye.
"Since our enemy is poisonous, I can't risk bringing you into battle with your current armor. Stay here. Keep the others safe."
Mr. Peppers let out a snort, the miniature armor protecting his body rattling slightly. It was impossible to say why the boar listened to Timoscore, which he often didn't, or why they'd catch the odd flash of intelligence in the creature's eyes. Originally a summon that refused to vanish, Thistle had later learned that some force cloaked Mr. Peppers from the eyes of the gods, including Grumble. Whatever the boar was, whoever he served, the one thing Thistle felt sure of was that he was loyal to Timoscore. It was a trust that might come back to bite them all down the line, but with so many problems and enemies already on their heels, Thistle wasn't in a position to start casting aside allies. Besides, they'd all grown rather fond of Mr. Peppers, strange origins and all. The boar trotted over to Thistle and stood proudly, as if daring any beast or monster on the plains of Earthos to challenge the crooked-boned gnome. Satisfied that his boar was safe, Timoscore and the others headed away from camp, toward where Eric had spotted the pack of hemlunxes. As they left, Grumph made his way over to the log where Thistle was sitting and dropped down next to him. A soft crunching echoed from the log as it tried to support the muscular heft of a full-grown half-orc.
"The closer we get, the more dangerous this is."
When not around outsiders, Grumph felt comfortable using full sentences. The broken language he defaulted to in public was merely an affectation meant to conceal his intelligence. In their time together, Grumph and Thistle had each discovered that playing the roles expected of them allowed both to seem unremarkable, which was an essential skill in the game of survival.
Trust me, old friend, I am keenly aware. The more we discover about Gabrielle's condition, the more I question my choice to lead us toward Lumal. Yet, I dare not turn us back. If there's anywhere we might find answers or a cure, it is within that city. Untangling the magical effect active upon her will require a true expert, the likes of which even your guild might not be able to offer. Of course, if Lumal fails, then the Mage Guild will have to be our next recourse, assuming we can make it to an outpost.
Absent-mindedly, Thistle reached down and scratched one of the few exposed parts of Mr. Pepper's flank, earning a snort of approval from the boar.
No path before us seems perfect, so I'm doing the best I can with what we have. If anyone out there would like to offer up some manner of divine guidance, I certainly wouldn't object to a little direction.
Nothing happened, which was exactly what Thistle had expected. As far as gods went, Grumble was a reasonable and accommodating one, but not even he was a fan of dropping signposts in the middle of the road telling his paladins where to go next. And that assumed there was no divine protocol in effect, another god having a stake in what came next, most notably. That would bar anything other than cryptic visions from being delivered to a god's followers. It never hurt to ask, though, so Thistle dropped these opportunities every now and then, just in case Grumble had been waiting for a theatrically sound moment to intervene.
I suppose no direction means we stay en route to Lumal and pray for the best.
"At least Lumal is safe," Grumph pointed out. "Be nice to get a good night's rest."
Aye. My weary bones wouldn't object to a soft mattress and 4 solid walls. But I don't think I'll sleep well while we're in Lumal. That city unnerves me. It did even before we had a newly made undead in tow. That much knowledge and power in the hands of so few. While it's true that Lumal is in no danger of being sacked by bandits or invaded by ogres, I fear that when something does go wrong in that town, it will be an utter catastrophe.
"Think we'll be there when it happens?"
Grumph looked as though he already knew the answer and hoped to be proven wrong. On that account, Thistle was going to have to disappoint his old friend.
Honest paladin's truth?
Thistle threw a glance over his shoulder in the direction the others had wandered off in.
I'd say there's at least a 50% chance we'll end up causing it.
They sat in silence for a moment, the only noise Mr. Pepper's heavy breathing, before Grumph hauled himself to his feet.
"Only 50%. Didn't expect getting old to turn you into an optimist."
3.
One last time, because this is important. Is everyone okay with what we're about to do here? Any objections? Anyone want out at the last minute? If so, that's fine. Just say so now. Once we start, I don't know the rules. I don't know if you'll be able to quit. Make sure this is really what you want. Russell had never started a game like this, because for him, there had never been a game like this. With the other modules, he'd only suspected something was up, and at the time, the far more likely theory was that he was simply going nuts. Now things were different. He knew, they all knew, that magic was truly in play. What came next for them was a mystery, which made the idea of a new game terrifying and irresistible all at once. Safety was far from guaranteed, and Russell refused to drag anyone into danger. If they took the plunge with him, it would be of their own volition, or not at all. He looked to the nearest player at the table on his left, Tim, player of Timmanuel the Paladin. Tim had been with Russell since the first Broken Bridge module, when his D20 glowed, spun around, and then dissolved into dust. At the time, they'd thought it the most insane outcome possible from a spells, swords, and stealth game. Part of Russell wished he could still think that way. It was no surprise to find Tim nodding enthusiastic agreement to his terms. Like the paladin he played, Tim saw things through, especially where his friends were involved. Danger or not, he was going to be at Russell's side.
I'm in. Timmanuel is in. Whatever comes next, we face it together, as a party.
A paladin's response, if ever there had been one. Russell's gaze moved farther up the left of the table to where Sherry was sitting. He didn't even manage to squeeze a word out before she piped up. Let's just skip the part where you bother asking me. We're family. Your insane magical bullshit is my insane magical bullshit. Shalara has her spells ready to rock. Let's see what this fucking game can throw at her. Although Russell might have preferred if his sister hadn't issued a challenge to whatever magical entity was acting through these modules, he did appreciate the support. Shifting his gaze to the far right side of the table, he met eyes with Bert. Unlike the others, Bert didn't have an answer locked and ready. His thick, muscular form was hunched over the table, eyes darting among Russell, the new module book resting in the center of the table, and the sheet for his character. Wimberly was a gnome gadgeteer who'd been vital in battle many times over. Losing her would be a true blow to the party, yet Russell wouldn't say so much as a word to stop him if Bert walked out the door.
I'm an engineering major. I like systems and rules and finding out ways to maximize efficiency. But all of that comes from knowing and understanding the fundamental laws of the world I'm working in. And part of me wants to run out that door and never play another tabletop game again. Much as I would love to pretend I never saw what I did, I can't. It's not in me to deny something I know is true. So if I leave, I'm going to spend the rest of my life never sure of anything. Maybe Santa is real. Maybe astrology works. Maybe there is something under my bed or hidden in the shadows. I'll never be able to dismiss anything, because I am now keenly aware that I don't actually know the rules of our world. If magic is real, then anything else is fair game. My only way through this is forward. Learning more about what's happening, understanding what we experienced. It's the sole option I see that offers me a chance at some sense of normalcy down the line. I'm in, because I have to be in.
Not quite the upbeat enthusiasm of the first two, but Russell appreciated having at least one player who seemed to be going into this with eyes wide open. They'd come through the last incident all right. However, there was no guarantee that this module would turn out the same. Either way, Bert was set on his choice. So Russell glanced over to the final player, this one seated to his immediate right. Alexis was the quietest of the lot, except when role-playing her forest warrior Gelthorn. Instinctively, Russell leaned in, prepared for her usual half-whispered tone. To everyone's surprise, she lifted her head and met his eyes, speaking so clearly she was almost doing Gelthorn's voice. Perhaps she was channeling her character a touch, her courage, if not speaking skills.
This scares me. It really, really does.
But A lot of things scare me. The world is so big and so loud, and most of the time, it doesn't seem as though there's a place for someone like me in it. Role-playing games are the only time I get to feel what it's like to be brave, courageous, fearless. I'm honestly terrified of what comes after you open that book. But I still want to be here. I love these games, and I really like playing with you all. Just once, I want to stand my ground, not Gelthorn's. I'm here to the end, with the rest of you. So please, get this thing going already, Russell, because the anticipation is nearly the worst part.
With the entire group opting to continue, Russell could see no reason to delay any longer. He lifted the module book from the table, cradling it carefully as one would a priceless antique. Taking one last look at the scared, excited faces of his players, Russell pulled open the cover to reveal the first page. When you last left off, your party was in Camnerail, having survived the Grand Quest. Earthos was not, strictly speaking, a kingdom. The ruling system of the region was divided among nomadic tribes throughout the plains. This meant that, in a technical sense, Earthos was quite easy to conquer, since it lacked a standing army to oppose another kingdom's forces. However, the simple fact that there were no cities to sack and overtake also meant that any would-be invaders could do little more than set up camp in the wilderness and declare that this was their land now. Several kings had attempted just this, in fact. It was only after declaring their intentions that some of the logistical hurdles came into play. No cities meant no walls to protect them, and a lack of farms to steal from meant all food had to be brought in via magic or supply line, the former of which was limiting and costly. Still, these means might have been tenable, if not for the Earthos tribes. Unlike the invaders, they knew how to live off this land. Harrying the supply lines usually came first, cutting off the army's food. Then, they would strike in the night. Never a full assault that committed the entirety of their forces, just a flaming arrow into the tents here or a guard suddenly dead there, enough to ensure that no one slept well. Sometimes, in the face of this uncertainty, the army would add reinforcements, a move that only stretched limited food supplies further. By the time the tribes finally attacked in full, they were facing exhausted, half-starved invaders, many of whom were likely to surrender and desert before the first blood of true war was shed. No one ever tried to invade Earthos twice, especially once they realized there wasn't enough gain to justify the effort. Earthos held no great industry to take over, no mineral deposits that had been discovered, and no ancient magics to pilfer. It was simply the tribes and the plains, both of whom seemed to want little more than simply being left alone. What this meant for Eric's role as a scout was that there was little chance of being ambushed by bandits. Unlike the roads of other kingdoms, few merchants made this trek, and those who did usually attempted it with the blessings of the local tribes. That meant bandits would have slim pickings, and those they did steal from could bring untold repercussions down upon their heads. There was no jail in Earthos. Matters of justice were handled more swiftly and permanently. Of course, that also meant any thieves they did encounter would be desperate and willing to fight to the death. Monsters, on the other hand, were a larger concern than normal. With no kingdom guards to regularly sweep the roads clear of beasts, they could be attacked at any time. Worse, on the plains there was nowhere to escape. Wherever they ran, they would be in full view until they could clear the horizon. That was why the party had decided to skirt the edges of Earthos, hugging the side of a huge forest that sometimes butted up against its border. While it put them at greater risk of ambush, it also provided a feasible escape route. Given that the King of Solium's bounty was still on their heads, it made the most sense to prioritize keeping a place to hide within reach. It was far from ideal, but then there really wasn't an ideal way to be pursued across kingdom borders by a vengeful tyrant chasing a similar artifact to that contained in Eric's pack. The potential for monster attacks had Eric even more vigilant than normal. Every rustle of leaves from the forest, each shivering blade of grass on the nearby plains, all of them instantly drew Eric's attention. His eyes were keen, and mad as it seemed, Eric would swear his vision had gotten better after working with Elora. Eric thought Thistle had noticed too, though he was polite enough not to say anything. The best theory Eric had was that working in the dark of Alora's training area for so long had simply sharpened his focus. Not the most adept or complete hypothesis out there, but part of being an adventurer was learning to roll with the unexpected as it occurred. On that front, at least, Eric had received ample practice. And as his eyes swept right, back toward the forest, he realized that he might just be getting a tad more. "Hold!" Eric held up his hand, in case anyone had missed the word. Instantly, the others slowed their horses, eventually bringing them to a stop near him. They were close enough to hear, but spread out, so that if they had to flee in a hurry, they wouldn't collide with one another.
"What do you see?"
Thistle asked. His hands were already on his belt, inches away from the throwing daggers with which he'd had countless occasion to prove his prowess. These were not a traditional paladin weapon by any means. Then again, Thistle was hardly a traditional paladin. Slowly, Eric pointed up ahead to a small, nearly imperceptible break in the tree line. "A path. Rough and hidden. But there." His announcement was met by silence. That was to be expected. It would take the others a moment to search the area and spot the trail. It stretched longer than Eric was expecting, however. Eventually, he turned to face the party, finding squinting eyes and confused expressions looking back at him.
"Come on, it's not that well hidden."
"Must be decent, because I can't see a damn thing."
Gabrielle was leaning so far forward she threatened to tumble out of her saddle. At her side, Timiskor nodded agreement.
"I, too, am unable to find your path, although I have full confidence that it is there."
Strange. Neither were renowned for their attention to detail, but it was so close. Was the path really that well concealed? Based on the still-searching gazes of Thistle and Grump, it sure seemed that way. Or maybe something else was at work. Carefully checking the plains once more for potential threats, Eric dismounted his horse and walked up to the path's entrance. He didn't hear or see movement, yet his hand remained on his short sword. The glowing gem on the hilt meant the weapon's daily enchantment hadn't been spent. The power would allow him to deliver a single incredibly powerful strike. Not enough to win a battle against multiple foes, but a display that would at least buy him enough breathing room to get back to the others. Eric didn't bother to shift his armor's color. While the ability was fantastic for camouflage, his whole point in doing this was so the others could see him. Blending in would be counterproductive. Eric easily reached the path, and from this angle could confirm it indeed went much deeper into the woods. He took a few steps onto it, then backed out of the forest and waved to the others.
"Can you see it now?"
"From our perspective, all we can see is you wandering into a thick grove of trees,"
Thistle called back.
"We must be dealing with some manner of illusion."
That certainly made the most sense. It would explain why, no matter how Eric pointed, the others couldn't spot the trail. What it didn't explain, on the other hand, was how Eric was able to see through the enchantment in the first place. Much as he might not have liked to, Eric did have a guess at what might be causing that. Reaching into his pack, Eric brushed ever so slightly against their piece of the bridge. The world tried to spin away from him, flooding his mind with visions and knowledge beyond what mere mortals were meant to know. But he'd learned that touching the bridge lightly kept him from being fully engulfed. More importantly, doing this altered his senses. Not for long, and certainly not to the extent that actually gripping the artifact would, but the effect was definitely tangible. For a moment, a split second, Eric could see beyond the world around him. He could see the plains brushing against theirs, the unnatural shadows just past those borders, and the flow of magic coursing through their world. A substantial amount of that mystical energy was knotted together directly in front of him, formed into a spell far more powerful than he'd anticipated. This was no fly-by-night illusion. This was art, masterful craftsmanship to create a ward that fooled all but the most skilled of adventurers. Or, in Eric's case, those who were in possession of an artifact containing a nigh limitless power that was slightly altering their senses. He'd known that just being near the bridge had an effect on the others. It was part of why they ditched the first piece they'd found. This was an unexpected complication, though. As near as I can tell, it's an illusion formed by a master magician. Don't ask me how I know. When I'm not touching the bridge, I lose the specifics. I just remember being awed by the talent required to make something of this caliber.
Whoever constructed this illusion is powerful. Definitely not the kind of person we want to cross.
I guess that means this was a nice detour, but it's time to get back on the road,
Gabrielle surmised. Thistle's horse trotted closer to Eric, obeying its rider's silent commands. Even from a few scant feet away, the gnome squinted, still trying and failing to make out any manner of trail hidden among the trees.
There is a possibility that warrants discussing before we pass this by. Perhaps the bridge opened Eric's eyes to a hidden path, or maybe the source is a divine one. If it's the former, then we can write it off as random chance. However, if it's the latter, then we must consider the possibility that we are meant to take this fork in the road. Gods lead us where we are needed, not where we expect to go.
Forgive me. I do not mean disrespect with this question, but if this were truly the work of a god, then wouldn't Grumble send the vision to you, his paladin?
Timiskor looked wildly uncomfortable about proposing the idea that perhaps Grumble was playing favorites with someone else. Thistle, however, merely tilted his head forward in agreement.
Aye. Were this a boon from Grumble, or at least solely from Grumble, then I would be the most likely recipient. But there are other gods, and we know at least one of them has an interest in Eric.
It was no secret from the others that Tristan, god of the rogues, was currently having a dispute with Grumble about who held claim to Eric's soul. At this point, Eric himself barely mattered. It was more about the pride of the two gods who'd pitted themselves against each other. Both wanted to win, and Tristan hadn't been shy about plying Eric with divine gifts. The ability to sense immediate danger, setting up proper rogue training from Allura, even their influx of treasure from a hidden base, could all be partially laid at Tristan's feet. Did that mean one god, possibly two, could be urging them to take this unexpected detour? Thistle, you're our expert on gods. If I can see the trail and you can't, does that mean Tristan wants us to go, but Grumble doesn't? Eric appreciated the help Tristan had offered thus far. However, he'd actually met and talked with Grumble. Between the two, he was willing to trust the divine kobold who watched over minions more than the god who served sneaks and thieves, even if Eric now belonged to said sneaks and thieves.
Working with as little information as we have right now, it's impossible to say for certain. Even our assertion that this is the work of the gods is speculative. It could just as easily be a bridge side effect, as you no doubt suspected.
Thistle hesitated, his eyes drifting toward Gabrielle, then jerking away.
However, speaking as an adventurer more than as a paladin, my instinct is to see where the trail leads. Lumal is not going to be an easy hurdle for us to clear. There are many obstacles in our paths, and countless ways the visit could go terribly wrong. If we're stumbling onto something like this only a few days from the entrance, part of me can't help suspecting that it's not by coincidence. Whatever lies down that path might very well help us in our goal of entering Lumal.
Or it's a trap, Grumph added.
You're quite right, old friend. That, too, is a possibility. If the party wishes to walk past, I won't object. Whatever we do next, we do it together.
All eyes were on Eric, and the stares were beginning to make him uncomfortable. Usually, Thistle was their default leader, but lately he'd been throwing some key choices onto Eric's shoulders. This seemed to be another such case. At least in this instance, Eric could understand the reasoning. As the only one who could see the path, he was also the sole person who might be able to help them along it and spot hidden dangers. Sadly, all Eric could make out at that moment were a few squirrels scampering among the nearby branches. Let's decide this together. Thistle votes for going down the mystery trail. How does everyone else feel about it? Eric asked. Gabrielle was the first to respond, barely waiting until Eric had finished.
Honestly, I know we have to go, but I've been dreading being locked up in a stuffy town with no fighting or monsters. This seems more interesting, so I say we see where it leads.
Where you all go, I follow. To the mall, down a hidden road among the trees, or into the plane of fire itself. Lead us where you see fit, Eric. My role does not change regardless of where we are.
It was about the response they'd expected from Timiskor.
The man was stalwart and loyal beyond a shadow of doubt, although his strange origins and core of uncertainty made him hesitant to dictate the course of others. That left only Grumph, who'd raised the idea of this being a trap in the first place. His expression, like that of most half-orcs, was hard to read. The large wizard sat atop his horse for nearly a half-minute of silence before trotting over to Thistle.
Strong magic means a strong mage. Dangerous enemy. Useful ally.
Another beat of silence.
We have plenty of enemies, so one more may not matter. But we could use more allies.
3 for going and 1 abstaining. Even if Eric were inclined to pass this up, which he wasn't, the will of the party was clear. All right then, let's run some rope between the horses. I'm not sure if you'll see through the illusion once you're in it, or if there are more wards ahead, so let's be certain we can follow each other, no matter what twists this path might take. As the others began pulling rope from their packs, Eric looked down the trail one more time. It was impossible to tell precisely where it led, but he had a hunch it would be somewhere interesting. He just hoped it wouldn't be so interesting that they didn't make it out alive. 4. No one looked up as the door creaked open to reveal the diminutive form of Jolia, the gnome, wandering in from outside. At this time of day, the only people inside the vengeful ale were those who regularly stopped by during the day. A small table of older friends drowning mead in the back of the room, shifty-eyed characters who were here more out of habit than for any true purpose, the burly bartender himself, and, of course, Kieran. While not much for the drink, Kieran was here almost daily for lunch. Cooking, it was alleged, was one of the few skills he'd failed to master in his time journeying across the lands. That was the excuse, anyway. Most of the townsfolk thought Kieran really came to argue with Brock, the bartender. About what, it mattered not. They seemed to enjoy the act of disagreeing with one another more than making ground on any actual topic. Today, the gnome could hear them through the door as she approached, and was already aware that they were debating whether or not mages were more dangerous with wands or staffs. Personally, she was on the side of staffs, but that was as a wielder. Considering the danger of an opponent equipped with such an item was an entirely different equation.
It's a hunk of fucking wood. You get past all the spells, all the wards, all the mumbo-jumbo, and I can still crack you on the head with a length of oak. You really gonna sit there and tell me you think a wand is more dangerous than a legitimate weapon?
Brock sounded precisely the way anyone who looked at him would expect. Rough was often the word used to describe their local bartender, and it fit him in virtually every capacity, from his loud, grisly voice to his calloused hands, to the way his beard had been choppily trimmed with a dull blade and was always a little dirty. Kieran, in contrast, was the very picture of composure. Clothing clean and pressed, boots polished, sword in scabbard position just so on his hip. Not that he would ever draw on Brock, or anyone else in town for that matter, without just cause. Small scrapes would occasionally happen around town, but fighting seriously with a weapon drawn was grounds for expulsion from their village. No one held to that rule more than Kieran, and since he was viewed by many as a default leader, and took that responsibility seriously.
You make it sound like you can't handle someone with the physical skills of a mage and a wooden club. The wands are more dangerous because they make all that mumbo-jumbo you dismissed exponentially more accurate. I'm not worried about fighting a caster when I get to them. It's the getting there that's the hard part. Speaking as someone who actually wields these tools, Julia interjected, it shouldn't matter what the mage is using. If they let you get to them at all, then they fundamentally lost the battle. A good caster should never get blood on their robes. Bit of wisdom my teacher imparted.
Kieran and Brock both nodded. They appreciated the opinion of an expert when it was applicable.
Julia's got a point there, Kieran agreed. The worst would be when you finally make it to them, and then they pop some kind of teleportation or transformation spell. I once had to make it through a gauntlet of magic, only to fight a mage-turned four-headed hydra at the end.
4 heads was a challenge? Were you poisoned or something? Brock sneered back.
Just young.
For the first time, Kieran appeared to realize that Jolia hadn't immediately ordered a drink upon entering. His eyes lingered on her colorful robes for several seconds. Anyway, what brings you into our daily bickering, Julia? She scanned the room once, though there was no need. This community didn't keep secrets, not from each other at least. Most things would be found out eventually, and they were all mature enough to handle whatever issues arose head-on. Still, as a former court magician, secrecy and betrayal had been bred into Jolia, and some habits were harder to shake than others.
"Someone's coming. I felt my words be disturbed a few minutes ago, and did some quick scrying. It's a small group. No one we're expecting. And while they're coloured by some strange magics, they don't seem strong enough to pose any danger. My larger concern is how they discovered the path in the first place."
"Could be a lot of things," he replied. "Maybe the gods are guiding them, or they have an item that lets them pierce illusions. Perhaps it's simply pure dumb luck, that rare sudden moment of unexpected competence." They all knew what Kieran was referring to. Everyone who dealt with adventurers did. Sometimes, seemingly apropos of nothing, an adventurer would have sudden bursts of incredible fortune or failure. A rookie with a bow could accidentally land an arrow in the eye of a dragon, or an experienced combat veteran could completely miss something as slow-moving as a slime. After seeing it happen often enough, they began chalking the whole thing up to natural phenomenon. It wasn't as though they had many other options for how to deal with the curiosity. Taking one last bite of the too-thick stew Brock was serving, Kieran stepped down from his seat and stood to his full height. It wasn't terribly impressive. He was taller than Jolia, but that was assumed for a human when compared to a gnome. Brock, who was also human, towered over them both. Once, when he was young and brash, Kieran had possessed quite a temper regarding his height, but time had softened even that. Nowadays, he considered it more of an interesting quirk than something to get riled up over. How they got in really doesn't matter. We've had the occasional wandering adventurer make it through before. The real question is whether we let them make it all the way here or drive them off. If they're weak, then they probably aren't coming here to conquer. So long as they pass our test, I favor turning them around quickly, like the rest."
"Do they have anyone interesting with them?" Brock interrupted. "I could go for a new story or two inside these walls. Been a while since anyone made it through."
Jolia hesitated. There were some unusual aspects to this party, but she was reluctant to get Brock too excited about the prospects. If Kieran opted to drive them out, then Brock would pout for a full week, and his cooking often paid the price for his moods. Still, this town operated on openness, so there was little point in keeping secrets.
"You'll have to forgive me if any of this is wrong. I wasn't kidding about the odd magic swirling around them. That said, from what I could tell, they were being led by a human with few distinguishing features. After him was a gnome, with a high concentration of divine energy, so most likely a priest, except he was wearing armor. Old armor at that, with its own divine aura. Near him was a half-orc I nearly mistook for a spear-wielder, until I noticed that he was glowing with enough mana to qualify as a caster. First caster I've seen with a blade on their staff, but then he's also the first half-orc mage I've seen, so I suppose it makes sense. After that was an undead woman carrying an axe that's practically dripping with power. And behind her was another man in armor, this one human, and mostly normal."
Brock leaned his head halfway across the bar, excitement already glowing in his eyes.
"Mostly?"
"He had a wild boar rigged up on the side of his saddle so it could ride with him, adorned in what looked like a miniature version of the man's own armor,"
Jolia explained.
"That seemed not so normal."
"Strange group. Unusual equipment and energies heading directly our way." There was a heaviness to Kieran's words as he more fully considered the situation before them. "That seems a tad too specific for it to be random chance that brought them here. Some god must be damned desperate if they're sending this party in our direction. I doubt it's even their fault. Nothing inherently malicious about taking a path in the woods. What do you think? Shall we test them?" Jolia and Brock both considered the proposal. They didn't get many visitors, save for those with permission to come here. The few who did find their way onto the path were rarely allowed to continue. Testing was a way they'd come up with to decide whether or not any given party was the kind of people they wanted to permit inside their borders.
The methods varied each time, depending on the party makeup, but the core goal remained the same: to see, when pushed to their limits, what sort of people these adventurers turned out to be.
Testing sounds fair. Shame we drive almost everyone off. Sounds like they got some members that could be fun.
Brock paused, growing visibly uncomfortable. When he spoke again, the reason became immediately evident. There was only one person in this town, perhaps in the world, who truly scared Brock down to his bones.
Much as I hate to say this, if they've got an undead with them, the testing should go to Simone.
Julia and Kieran exchanged a brief look until the former spoke.
Think she's willing?
She joined the town council. Part of that means pitching in when these situations arise. Kieran took a step toward the door, visibly steeling himself. Brock wasn't the only one who felt unnerved by Simone. I'll handle asking her. It will take them a few hours to make it here by that path, so we've got time. Hopefully enough for me to convince Simone. Without another word, he strode out into the open air, only slightly slowed by the burden of his duty. Julia hopped up into his bar chair using the rungs Brock installed for his smaller customers.
Let me get a nail, then, while we're waiting.
Brock cocked an eyebrow, even as he began to pour.
You sure you want one while we've got intruders in the woods?
I've got a hunch I'll want a buzz before this day is over. Besides, we're both aware that Kieran will succeed, so Simone should start casting in the next few minutes.
Julia paused to take a long, deep draw from the tankard Brock set down in front of her.
And once Simone gets going, well, there's not much more we'll need to worry about. That woman knows how to handle a job.
Thistle felt the shift before he saw it. A twist in his gut, not quite like the sensation when evil was around, yet not nearly far enough from it for Thistle's liking. Some force was coming, a power that bristled against his own connection to the divine. Not wasting a moment, he pierced the air with a sharp whistle, high and long, their signal to indicate that trouble was approaching, and fast. There might not be time to coordinate, but he could at least give his friends enough time to draw their weapons. Already, daggers were dancing in Thistle's hands, waiting for a target to sink into. Their first visual confirmation came seconds later, when a streak of black shot across the sky. For an instant, Thistle thought it was an airborne enemy hunting them through the trees. Then he saw the streak widen, faster and faster, until every last ounce of daylight had been blotted from the sky. Visibility shrank rapidly as the forest darkened. Within seconds, they'd be nearly blind. Quick as his body and armor would allow, Thistle leaned forward and pressed his hand onto Eric's saddle. Gleaming white light rippled out from the item, illuminating their nearby surroundings. Without wasting so much as a word, the others clustered near Thistle, so he could imbue their items with the same light-giving magic. He always hesitated to think of it as casting. The act felt more akin to seeing a small prayer granted right before his eyes. But from a practical perspective, he supposed it was the divine equivalent of casting a spell. Before a full minute had passed, Thistle had managed to use his light enchantment on Grump's staff, Timoscore's shield, his own daggers, and Eric's saddle. Only Gabrielle declined the magical aid, since her eyes seemed to still be working fine. It made sense, no need to put a glowing target on one's back without reason, but Thistle hoped her vision would hold up in this magically created darkness. They were dealing with an unknown assailant. Taking anything for granted was dangerous.
Intruders!
The word came from all around, above and below, as if whispered by an army hidden perfectly within the trees. Thistle undid the rope on his saddle and rode forward, getting in front of Eric. Leading them through a disguised path was one thing, but when danger reared its head, it was the paladin whose place was at the front of the party, so as to better protect the others.
Mysterious voice, I offer my sincere apologies. We found this trail, admittedly concealed but otherwise unmarked, and chose to explore it. Clearly, that was a mistake, and we have wandered onto property under your possession. I ask only that you permit us to turn around and leave peacefully, as we mean no harm and wish for no bloodshed.
Playing the most likely odds, they'd either walked onto the property of someone evil or someone who simply treasured their privacy. Despite the strange magic in the air,
Thistle wasn't sensing any actual evil, so he'd pinned his hopes on the latter situation. If they could convince this entity they'd come here by mistake and not with ill intentions, then they just might make it out peacefully. Any caster who had the kind of magic to make it appear as though they'd darkened the entire sky was not someone this party was ready to tangle with.
A mistake. You journeyed past a series of powerful wards and illusions by mistake.
There was laughter in the voice, a kind Thistle didn't care for.
We were curious to see what had caused such things, but had no way of realizing someone was living here. It was our mistake, clearly, and again, I am sorry for any inconvenience we have caused.
Silence this time, or near silence. There were still some small sounds, scraping, rattling, noises that didn't bring anyone who heard them much comfort. When the reply finally came, the laughter at its edges had grown stronger.
Very well. A mistake it was. Yet, errors must be atoned for, mustn't they? Most of you may flee. The undead woman, however, stays behind. She seems interesting, quite the subject for study. Cast her aside, and the rest of you may depart in peace. Refuse, and you can try to leave together.
A sharp flash of light lanced the darkness. No more than a split second of phosphorescence, but to the party's dilated eyes, it was enough to illuminate the entire forest. From behind the trees and out of the ground, the monsters came. Skeletons, shambling corpses, flying creatures that looked like normal animals carved apart and stitched back together. A veritable army stepped into view just as the flash came. When the bright spot faded, the party could still see them, lingering at the edges of Thistle's magical light, a mere fraction of the actual force they were facing. They were surrounded by a swarm of undead. The only way out was to hand over Gabrielle. Not for the first or last time in his life, Thistle silently cursed the paths his god loved to lead them down. 5. Abandoning Gabrielle was a laughably stupid proposition. Even if Thistle weren't a paladin and thus forbidden by the gods to perform such cowardly acts, there was no chance the others would leave one of their own behind. From the instant the demand was made, they all knew the only way out of this would be through combat. Still, they held their positions, eyes on Thistle and the monsters, waiting for either to make a move. For his part, Thistle was scouring his brain for any kind of solution to their current conundrum. Undead enemies were all around them. It would only be a matter of time before they were overwhelmed in battle. Not a very long matter at that. The rotting army hadn't been here earlier, though. The undead had shown up at the same time as the darkness and the voice. There was a slim chance they were illusions, but Thistle wasn't quite that optimistic. Then again, they almost certainly were some kind of magical summons. It was the only way to explain how they'd appeared all at once. Summons meant a caster, which gave them a weak point. Theoretically, if they could deal with the mage, the undead might vanish. Or, with no one to control them, they could suddenly run wild and overwhelm them even faster. That was assuming his party was skilled enough to handle a mage who could cast this level of magic, not to mention clever enough to find their true opponent in the first place. All Thistle could see in every direction was darkness and more undead. However, that wasn't all he could feel. The lingering twist in his stomach, not quite the sensation of evil being nearby, but close, had some limited directionality. When Thistle faced different directions, the intensity of his gut pain varied, meaning there was a difference in what he was looking at, even if his eyes couldn't see it. Turning in the direction where the feeling was the strongest, Thistle adjusted his grip on one of the light-enchanted daggers. If this was going to work, he needed every advantage, including surprise. With all the force his arm could muster, Thistle hurled the blade deep into the shadows, farther than he'd ever managed without the enhanced strength of a paladin. The moment it left his hand, Thistle turned to Eric, meeting his eyes and then jerking his whole body back toward the dagger. It was a split-second communication, but mercifully, Eric got the message. Not sparing a single moment to hesitation, Eric leapt off his horse and raced after the dagger, plunging into the darkness. There was a good chance he'd figured out what they were up against as well. The man was learning quickly, cataloging each lesson like a tax collector absorbed gold. Even if he didn't have every detail, he at least knew that his job was to go after the true enemy, while the others fought for time.
I presume that is you declining my offer. Pity. I would have liked her in one piece before taking her apart.
Much like Thistle, the voice gave no direct command to attack. The undead surged forward, seemingly of their own accord, as Thistle's party rushed off their horses. Thankfully, the undead had little interest in the mounts. No sooner had boots hit the ground than skeletons and corpses lumbered forward, teeth gnashing and hands outstretched. The first wave quickly discovered why Solium and Algotham both had new rumors about a terrifying woman in blood-red armor, as Gabrielle met them with a mighty swing of her axe. Bones snapped into splinters as she tore into the nearest skeleton, and followed up with a clean sweep through the neck of a stumbling corpse. Filthy, half-congealed blood poured from the wound, sending up a smell that might have threatened everyone's stomachs in less dire circumstances. Behind Gabrielle, Grump was just finishing up a spell. The instant he was done, his muscles bulged with unnatural power. In terms of overall impressiveness, a spell to temporarily increase one's raw strength didn't hold a candle to summoning tornadoes of fire or opening holes between planes. But there was something to be said for pure functionality. With the demon blade atop his staff positioned at the fore, Grumph began his own assault, taking at least a limb with each blow he landed. To the rear, Timiscore and Mr. Peppers had positioned themselves as guards, making sure their friends couldn't be flanked or snuck up on. The knight's shield served as a makeshift wall, slamming into the undead and driving them back so his sword could cut them down. It lacked the brutality of Gabrielle and Grumph's methods, but it also left him far less exposed, ensuring that he'd be able to keep up the task for a while longer. Of all the party, only Thistle had his eyes trained upward. Setting himself in the center of the group so he had space to focus, the gnome whipped his daggers through the air, taking out every one of the stitched-together abominations that came swooping for his friends' heads. Fighting the ground troops was bad enough. If they had to split their attention, they'd be overrun in seconds. Even with his support and their aggressive opening, it was only a matter of time. For every one enemy they dropped, 3 more moved into its place. This was not a fight they were going to win. Impractical and unfair as it was, all of their hope for survival had been laid squarely across Eric's shoulders. They were gathered around a giant cauldron behind Jolia's shop. There were other ways to watch. She could have conjured an illusion around them so vivid it would feel as if they were actually in the battle, but such measures took time, whereas she could have the cauldron going in under a minute. Therefore, that was the method she often deferred to. It wasn't as though detail mattered tremendously in this situation, and all of those present had seen enough battles to make sense of the chaos. The gnome is the one putting light on the daggers, and unless I'm wrong, he just sensed their larger threat, despite the darkness. Kieran inched closer to the water shimmering with images. Never seen a priest wear armor like that before. Times are always changing, I suppose.
There's a boar in armor fighting at a knight's side, and you can't look away from some priest's fashion choices?
Brock sounded disappointed as he took a mighty bite of his roasted lamb. He'd brought more than enough for everyone, catering their impromptu viewing party as usual.
Now that's an odd one.
I just watched a half-orc perform a spell, then use his staff to handily chop through body after body. Honestly, I'm still trying to figure out if that's blasphemy to the arcane arts, or a genius blending of 2 different combat styles, Jolia added.
All eyes turned to Grumph, who at that moment was ramming his demon-bladed staff directly through the skull of a skeleton that had been trying to claw Thistle. The head collapsed from the force of the blow, sending the rest of its bones tumbling loosely to the ground. After several seconds, Kieran let out an annoyed grunt. All right, I suppose I will admit that, in some limited circumstances, staff might be scarier than a wand. Leaving his horse and saddle behind meant Eric possessed no direct source of light as he sprinted after Thistle's dagger. In a way, that was a blessing. A single glowing target was easier to track, and the limited visibility meant Eric couldn't see many of the things he was sprinting past. Given how terrible the few bits he saw were, reduced vision didn't seem like such a bad bargain. Thistle's aim was true, which was little surprise. Even for a throw in the dark, he'd managed impressively. Eric followed the dagger just to the left of a small gap between 2 trees, the left of which was now host to Thistle's weapon. The undead were thinner around this area, leaving Eric enough time to pry the dagger out. Just as he yanked it free, his eyes passed across the darkness between the trees, and a jolt ran through his spine. The first time he'd experienced this, Eric had no idea what he was feeling. However, training with Alora had expanded his awareness, and now he knew precisely what that sensation was. Attention! Rogues could sense when someone nearby was watching them closely. Last time it had been another rogue on their tail. This occasion felt different, although it was possible the circumstances were tinging his perception. Of course, a sudden sense of awareness around an undead army was scarier than the same feeling on an open road. Yet there was something more to it, like each version had a mental flavor or scent, something intangible and undeniable. Whatever or whoever was watching him made the hairs on Eric's neck stand on end. A normal, reasonable person would have taken that information into account, and then run as far and as fast as their legs would take them. Eric, unfortunately, could no longer consider himself a reasonable person. That title had been lost the day he and his friends were forced to become adventurers. While they weren't always perfect at their parts, their journey had taught them many things about the roles they'd adopted, and the first, largest lesson of all was that when adventurers found something dangerous, they ran in with weapons drawn and smiles on their faces, especially when their friends were in danger. Flipping the dagger around so it could be quickly thrown if needed, Eric plunged into the gap between the trees. He was squeezed briefly between the rough bark, and then popped out into an open space on the other side. Immediately, the change in sound stood out. Gone were the noises of battle and combat. Instead, there was near silence. A scuttle here, a rustle there. Otherwise, this small clearing was empty of sound. Empty of anything, actually, so far as Eric could see. Inching his way along, Eric moved in deeper, dagger held in front to illuminate the imposing darkness.
"Let me get that for you."
A snap came on the heels of the voice, and seconds later, a gentle green glow ebbed through the clearing. Insect-sized lights drifted through the air, each acting like a miniature torch. As the world snapped into view, Eric became quickly aware of two key elements. One, the size of this clearing was roughly circular, only about 50 feet across at the widest point. Two, perhaps more importantly, he was not alone. This wasn't a slight against his senses, at least. One look at the man standing across the clearing made it obvious that Eric wouldn't have heard him breathing or shuffling about. Those were habits of the living, and this fellow was blatantly undead. Pale skin, sunken face, and hands that looked like bone wrapped thinly in skin. He was clad in dark leather armor with a pair of blades hanging at his hips. The most striking feature was his eyes, blazing green orbs that matched the color of the gnat-like lights in the air. "Your voice is different than the one we heard before." Eric shifted his footing, deciding if he was going to strike or defend first. Given the situation, planning for any other outcome was optimism to the point of foolishness. "I take it that means you're not the one who caused all this?"
"I could be. Perhaps I use a different voice to disguise my true identity."
In spite of the fact that he was dead, there was more life to the undead man's voice than the first one they'd heard. A smile even seemed to tug at the edge of one thin lip. "It's possible, just unlikely. I've admittedly met only a few mages in my time, but I've yet to see someone with this kind of power who didn't want to get credit for it. If you were the caster, I have a hunch you'd use your own voice." Those glowing eyes tracked his movement, attention never wavering for so much as a blink.
"I suppose it's hard to deny that there's truth in that. Magic and ego often go hand in hand. Very well. You have found me out. I am not the orchestrator of this attack, merely another pawn within it. My master is the one who has engineered your demise. She was kind enough to offer you an exit, and in turn you attacked her soldiers."
"Leaving you behind to clean up in case we were too strong for the skeletons," Eric surmised. To his surprise, this drew an actual chuckle from the stranger, as well as a shake of his head.
My. And here you did so well at first. You've deeply misread the situation, unfortunately. I am not the one here to clean up, as you stated. My role is that of bait. Due to the specifics of my particular undead condition and some unique aspects of my past,
I make an extremely potent target for priests and paladins, most of whom can sense my magical aura. The power of the divine often serves as an excellent counter against the undead, you see. Hence why we lure those with such abilities away from the rest of their party.
Another snap, and this time Eric heard the shifting of branches. He spun just in time to see the gap he'd entered through close up as the trees behind him grew closer together.
The armor is a touch odd, but between the glowing dagger in your hand and the blessing I can smell coming off that short sword, I'm guessing you're a paladin.
The undead man drew both his blades, swinging them once before taking an offensive stance.
For your sake, I hope that's accurate. A priest isn't going to last very long against me.
6. They were losing. They'd been losing since the fight began, really. From the instant they had looked at the forces they faced, it was obvious the party was outmatched. All the same, it stung as they were pushed back, more and more wounds accruing slowly. Everyone, save for Gabrielle, was starting to get tired. Unlike most engagements, there was no dance to this, no alternation of fighting and analysis, no time to catch one's breath. It was a ceaseless torrent of one enemy after another, and no amount of dropped skeletons or corpses seemed to lessen their numbers. Grumph was visibly panting. Thistle's face dripped with sweat, and they could all see Timoscore's movements growing slower and heavier. Gabrielle, like the rest of the undead, still seemed to be going strong, but even she could only cover so much for them. A trio of skeletons surged forward. One managed to slam a sharp claw into Grumph's bicep before being knocked away. The damage was still done, sadly. His heavy staff wavered. Grumph was no longer able to wield it with one of his arms compromised. The others scrambled to get near him, but already they knew this was the end of the fight. Together, they'd barely been holding the horde at bay. With a break in their circle, a weak link in their chain, collapse was inevitable, especially given their weary states. Then, without warning, the army stopped. It was still there, every undead face staring at them with arms raised, yet all were utterly unmoving. If they hadn't just been on the verge of defeat from this very army, it would have been easy to mistake them for macabre statues. A subtle crunch of leaves filled the air as a new figure stepped into view. She was pale, though not quite to the degree of the undead. Her dress and robes were simple, black with silver trim, yet the quality of their material made it plain at a glance that each garment was wildly expensive. In her right hand was a staff unlike anything the others had previously seen. Slender, tall, and pitch black, it seemed like she had shaped the very essence of night into a tool. There was an energy to the weapon as well, a gentle ripple in the nearby air that made one's head ache if they stared at it for too long. Every step was careful and small as she wound her way through the frozen undead. At last, she came to a stop about 10 feet away from them, the path between her and the party largely clear of both obstacles and enemies. Perhaps it was an intentional choice, to show them she wasn't afraid. Or maybe she just wanted a clear view of whatever came next.
A fine effort. Pointless, certainly, yet fine regardless. You didn't want to abandon a friend without trying to save her. I can respect that. What sort of adventurer gives up an ally so easily? But now, having experienced a small fraction of my forces, perhaps you are more willing to see reason. These creatures are like mayflies to me. I can bring forth so many that I could physically drown you in them. Or I could call on something mildly stronger and see you all torn to pieces in under a minute. This was my warning, trespassers. Heed it, if you have any desire to live through the hour. Yield your undead to me, and never!
Thistle cut her off, staggering forward despite the exhaustion in his legs and the weight of his armor. As he moved, his eyes met Grumph's briefly, a flash of a look and nothing more. To their surprise, Gabrielle also shifted slightly forward.
Look, I obviously am not in love with this idea, but maybe we should consider it. If we can't win, isn't it better if we just lose me?
No, Grumph replied.
Absolutely not,
Timoscore agreed.
And even if we did concur, we couldn't very well leave Eric too.
The woman looked up at the name,
tilting her head a hair to the side.
Ah, is that the one you sent deeper into the woods? I wouldn't worry about him. By now, Julian has certainly carved the fellow into pieces.
Part of her had expected that fact to douse their spirits. Being down a party member often changed the odds in substantial ways for adventurers. What met her gaze, though, was not surrender. Rather, they glared at her with anger and healthy skepticism. Evidently, they had more faith in this Eric than to believe he'd go down easily. Since that avenue hadn't panned out, she quickly shifted gears.
Am I to take this as you choosing death over leaving just one of your people behind?
While not an overly demonstrative person, she did have to suppress a small smile at seeing them hold together so well. Rarely did an entire party pass the test, demonstrating such loyalty and strength of character. She was glad to be present for this occasion.
In that case, allow me to show you.
Once more, Thistle cut her off, although this time it was with nothing so benign as a mere refusal.
Grumph! Now!
Diving to the side, Eric scrambled through the grass, narrowly dodging a blow meant for his head. Without his high-quality armor and dodging skills, the fight would have ended in the first 10 seconds. His enemy wasn't quite as graceful or dexterous as Eric, but his skill with those swords more than closed the gap. Counterattacking was as much a hopeless dream as defeating a dragon barehanded. It took everything Eric had just to keep from receiving a fatal blow. Reflexes kept him out of range from the killing attacks, while his armor absorbed most of the glancing strikes. Unfortunately, those hit so hard that the armor-muted blades created bruises with each contact. If this was what the glancing blows felt like, Eric was reasonably certain he couldn't survive a direct one. His only hidden card to play was their piece of the bridge, tucked away in his pack, and Eric wasn't sure how much that would help. Using the bridge was dangerous for a number of reasons, not the least of which being that he had no idea what might happen. Maybe it would give him enough strength to win, or maybe it would shatter the very magic keeping this man and potentially Gabrielle alive. Unless the stakes were truly dire, end of the world or death of his friends dire, it was hard to justify using something so unpredictable. To his surprise, after coming to his feet from evading the most recent strike, Eric had discovered that his enemy had halted the assault. Wary though he was, Eric needed the chance to catch his breath, so he didn't object.
You've lasted a full 3 minutes. That's rather impressive, given how clearly weak you are. Nevertheless, it's a feat that warrants some reward. I give you my name, adventurer. You may call me Julian.
I'm Eric. Does the introduction end our break, or was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Me? I have little that warrants discussion. No, I paused because I was ordered to. The one who commands us all is speaking to your friends once more, giving them a path to freedom. What they and you choose will decide whether or not this continues.
A waste of time, then. The others wouldn't give up Gabrielle. It went against everything that had gotten them this far. Sticking together was their only hope. I'll go ahead and give you my answer now, then. Hell no. We leave as a party, or we die as a party. That's it.
About what I expected. Yet my orders are still to wait. So, unless you do something as idiotic as attack me, your time stretches onward. It matters not. Our commander will be triumphant regardless.
Knowing the others, they'd tell that mystery voice to shove it up her ass. Maybe more politely, if Gabrielle was occupied with fighting. As soon as they did, the fight would be back on, and Eric had no delusions it was a battle he could win. There was an idea percolating in his head, obviously a long shot, yet still a huge improvement over his current situation. It was a little underhanded, admittedly, but that was part of being a rogue. He just needed to catch Julian off guard, and there was one fact Eric could toss out that might just do the trick. Oh, I wouldn't be so confident about that if I were you. Slowly, concealing his movements as best he could, Eric altered his stance so he could close the distance between them in a single bound. See, you and your boss made one key miscalculation.
I hope you're not about to say that we failed to account for the bond between allies making you all stronger, because we did. And it is still wildly not enough, Julian replied.
Good guess, but also way off.
Eric lowered his sword hand a few degrees, ensuring he was positioned perfectly for what came next. Nope, see, you misread the situation and your opponent both. Divine magic hurts the undead? Well, bad news for you then, Julian, because I'm not the party's paladin. Those sunken, glowing eyes widened in a flicker of surprise, then glanced away from Eric. A perfectly understandable reaction. Maybe he was able to see his commander where Eric was not and was checking up on her. Or perhaps he was mentally informing her of the new development. Either way, he wasn't looking right at Eric, and that was exactly what the rogue had been waiting for. The gem on Eric's sword flashed as he bolted forward, every bit of his remaining strength left pinned on a single swing of the blade.
Rouse.
The final word of Grump's spell was also the only one any of his friends could understand. Conversely, they knew the effects of the magic quite well. This was a spell technically above Grump's capabilities, imparted to him thanks to Eric and the first piece of the bridge they'd found. While it did burn the remainder of his mana, it also reinvigorated him and nearby allies. Certainly, it was far from perfect. They were still wounded and outnumbered by a healthy margin. But this at least gave them some energy to fight with, and that was especially relevant since their true target had finally appeared. Thistle was already in motion, a pair of daggers flying straight for the staff-wielding woman's head. Gabrielle and Timiskor were running forward, Mr. Peppers on the latter's heels, ignoring the frozen enemies as they rushed to flank the lone target. As for Grump himself, his mana was spent. However, his strength enhancement was still in the mix, so he lowered his staff like a lance and charged. It was a graceless, obvious attack, as were Gabrielle and Timiskor's. In a situation like this one, subtlety was a lost cause. Their only viable hope was to try the same tactic as their enemy, overwhelmed through superior numbers. Even if she could see the attacks coming, at least one might land. What came after that was anyone's guess. They were dashing from moment to moment in a frenzied effort to stay alive. The first of Thistle's daggers crashed against an unseen barrier, creating a flash of light followed by a sharp noise like a taut wire snapping. They had just enough time to register a flicker of confusion on the woman's face before the second dagger flew past the barrier unimpeded. Unfortunately, she effortlessly knocked it away with her staff, although her eyes were now locked on Thistle.
It seems I misjudged your skill set.
Get used to that. Gabrielle had arrived, power all but rising off her like steam from a morning lake. She brought down her enchanted axe like she meant to split the world beneath their feet. It was a glorious blow, right on track to land, until it slammed against the pitch-black staff and completely halted.
You aren't nearly as surprising.
The mage didn't seem especially bothered by the effort of stopping such a blow. With a step forward and a single motion, she shoved Gabrielle back, sending her stumbling into a tree.
And while I'm sure the augmented strength in your possession makes you feel invincible, you really have no idea the depths of power that can be plumbed from necromancy.
Timiskor didn't announce himself, but his armor made the charge impossible to miss. As soon as he drew close, she spun around and blocked his sword with her staff, using the same ease she demonstrated against Gabrielle. Grump was nearly there. If he could make it while she was locked up with Timiskor, they might yet score a hit. The damn frozen enemies between them were slowing him down, but he was making progress. Timiskor just had to last for a few seconds.
More of the usual, I see, save for the boar. He's quite adorable. Where did you—
As the mage spoke, her eyes swept upward, meeting Timiskor's. Instantly, she froze, gaze locked with his. Grumpf didn't understand, nor did he have the luxury of puzzling it out. For the first time in the entire battle, there was an actual path to progress. Racing ahead with all the strength his muscles could offer, Grumpf angled the staff so that the blade would plunge through her torso and come out the other side, away from Timiskor. He expected her to block again or dodge or raise a magical barrier, yet still he pressed on. At least this way, there was a chance, however slim, at success. To the surprise of everyone present and a few unseen people watching from a cauldron, the mage didn't so much as flinch. Grump's blade caught her just below the ribs, sliding through her torso and out the other side. They'd done it. They'd managed to land a single blow, one that should be crippling, if not deadly. Unfortunately, she seemed no more nonplussed by the makeshift spear running through her than she had Grump's charge. Her attention was firmly locked on Timiskor.
You are, aren't you? I can see it in there. The confusion, the uncertainty, the loss of your place in the world.
Forgive the rough greeting. I had no idea this party kept an echo in their company. Eric's gambit had failed. Fast as he was, focused as he was, the gulf between him and Julian was simply too much to overcome. While he had managed to gain a fleeting moment of surprise in the attack, Julian shifted fast enough that the strike merely took one of his arms, rather than his head. In other circumstances, that might have been enough. Sadly, one of the many issues with fighting the undead was their unwillingness to die from dismemberment. Even with that, Eric could have held on to hope if he'd had any more stamina left. Perhaps taking out one of the swords would make a difference. His heavy limbs told the truth whether his mind wanted to hear it or not. This match had taken Eric to his limits. Aside from, at most, a few more dodges, he was done until he rested, whereas Julian, despite being an arm down, looked spry and ready to continue.
That was pretty decent.
Julian evaluated the slice through his arm, clean and even, the whole way down.
For someone of your abilities, the fact that you scored a hit is remarkable, let alone that you took off a limb. Of course, using a blessed weapon helped with that, but still, kudos.
I'd feel more complimented if you seemed even a little bit bothered by the wound, Eric replied. While it was a chatty battle, as the one who needed time to recover, he wasn't going to object. You don't even seem annoyed.
How can I phrase this kindly?
Julian was walking again, sizing Eric up and blatantly choosing his next angle of attack.
It would be like if a kitten bopped your nose hard enough to sting. Painful? A little. But certainly not enough reason to feel anger or fear toward the kitten. This was never a fight, Eric. If you were 10 times stronger, it still wouldn't be. There is power in this world well beyond your comprehension.
The weight in Eric's pack rested heavy against him, a tactile reminder of what lay within. Was it time? Had things gotten that desperate? Without knowing how the others were faring, it was impossible to say, and Eric didn't feel his own life warranted the risk. Besides, if Julian was really that much stronger, then couldn't he have ended the match whenever he saw fit? Either that was a lie, which seemed unlikely given how the fight was going, or there was more going on than just a simple duel to the death. You might be surprised by what I can comprehend. On that account, I suspect you could be right. The voice hadn't come from Julian this time. It was softer, the same tones he'd heard when they first entered the forest. Both men spun around to find the trees opened once more, a woman holding a pitch-black staff visible in the space. At a closer inspection, Eric realized she also had a familiar bladed staff impaling her through the torso. Instantly, Julian hit the ground in a kneel, eyes to the dirt.
My lady Simone, I apologize. Has my performance demanded intervention?
Never, Julian. The situation has simply grown more complex than we first suspected. They had an echo with them. I've already transported the others. Knock that one out, and we'll head home. Eric had just enough time to wonder what the hell they were talking about before he realized an attack was coming. The realization did him no good. Julian was already there, remaining arm raised overhead. Fast as he was, Eric had just enough time to see the pummel of Julian's blade coming down before the entire world faded out in a bolt of pain, followed by darkness. 7. The first step of getting into Lumal was finding one of the hidden entrances. According to legend, Lumal first began as a settlement by scholars who wished for a safe place to store and conduct their research, paired with mages who sought a place for their more potent experiments. Between the two groups, they were able to construct a new miniature plane of existence, a pocket of space kept partially separate from the rest of the world through complex spells and enchantments. This was Lumal's greatest protection. It could be neither invaded nor infiltrated. Only those granted permission were allowed to cross the divide between planes. Myths existed of potent enemies cracking through the wards, forcing their way in, but they were all ancient. The amount of knowledge and skill concentrated in Lumal meant that they were always developing new ways to wield magic. After hundreds of years of focused study, their defenses were considered nigh impregnable by anything short of a god. Breaking in simply wasn't an option. If a party wanted to access the City of Knowledge, they had to go through the proper channels.
Let's see. The Phoenix Ashes should be available in a few days, so that's one potion component down. We've got the water from the River of the Naga and an order for the lesser base components, so that just leaves 5 more minor magical items for the potion. I swear, this list is getting longer every time I look at it.
Bert frowned as he stared down at his sheet, as though he could will their required tasks to grow smaller. Hey, Shalara wanted to take that deal from the black market, where we only had to hunt for a few and could steal the rest. We could have had an actual location by now if we'd gone that route, Sherry reminded them. Not for the first time. Already, Tim was shaking his head.
We can't do that. Stealing is wrong. Same as hurting people if they caught us. At least this way, we only have to fight something that's attacking.
You do remember we're trying to find answers for what happened to us in real life, don't you? I think maybe fictional stealing from fictional people is forgivable in pursuit of finding out why this game can control a GM. Sherry kept staring at Tim as they debated, even if she might have wanted to look at Russell and make sure he was still himself. Ever since the possession, it was hard not to keep stealing glances just to check.
If you only do the right thing when it's easy, then it's convenience, not virtue, Tim countered. I would also argue that the fact that this game can influence our world is all the more reason to treat its people and their possessions with respect. We saw what happened to the party that acted like nothing they did mattered.
A quiet moment filled the previously boisterous space, as everyone felt memories bubble up unbidden. Much as they were set on moving forward, that didn't mean parts of this game didn't scare them. It certainly hadn't escaped Russell's notice that despite having multiple ways they could take to gather ingredients, the party was so far defaulting to ones that required the smallest amount of interaction with non-player characters, despite those methods being more difficult. The party was still coming to terms with what they'd learned, and for now that largely meant sticking to themselves.
Enough bickering! Our party has chosen a course. There is no gain in looking back at the road already traveled. Turn your eyes ahead to what still needs to be accomplished. Put your energies there, and soon we'll be past this challenge and on to the next.
Alexis, or more accurately Gelthorn, the forest warrior, made a good, loud point. Yes, they still had a lot to do, but infighting wasn't going to make their task any easier. Bert drummed his fingers on the table a few times, looked at his character sheet once more, and then reached for his dice.
Aside from creating the base potion and proving our worth to Lamal, we need some serious other ingredients. Tempting as it is to wait for the Phoenix Ashes, based on the timetable we received, there's a few in-game days left before the hatching. Why don't we try to go for one of the major items in the meantime? The golden rock feathers make the most sense. There's a mountainous region only a short ride away, the most likely place for them to nest. With a good historical or geographic awareness check, we may be able to get a general idea of where to search.
It wasn't enthusiastic, but Sherry eventually nodded. Fine. I can deal with that. Just one thing to keep in mind. Shalara doesn't have any flying spells. If we want to search a rock's nest, we go up the hard way. And if any of you fail, you're probably screwed. My only fall slowly spell requires touch.
I may have an idea in that regard. Let's see what our checks get us first before we get too far into planning.
Bert waited for the others, who also picked up their dice.
Might as well kick things off with historical. Roll them well, people. We could really use some more information.
Timiscore's eyes opened without warning. 1 minute, he was asleep, the next wide awake. That was to be expected with magical slumber, he supposed, and given that he'd passed out in a forest surrounded by undead enemies, such could be the only explanation for an unplanned nap. He was resting on a hard surface. After lifting himself carefully, it soon became clear that he'd been laid across the pew of a church. Strangely, in spite of the hard wood on his back, Timiscore felt well rested. Actually, he felt downright great, as though every ache and pain he'd gathered on the road was washed away. Magical healing, obviously, but an overabundance of it. Thistle, with his limited reserve, could only heal the worst of their injuries each night, perhaps mending a few of the smaller ones on slow days. This was a complete treatment, down to the tiniest cuts and blisters. On the heels of his surge in health came 2 more realizations. His armor, weapons, and gear were all missing, and the others were also waking up nearby. Their heads rose one by one. Most appeared confused, save for Gabrielle, who just looked pissed. They were all stripped of their equipment as well, only this time there were 2 exceptions. Gabrielle's axe had been sheathed in an unfamiliar holder and strapped to her back, but was otherwise still present. The other piece of equipment still in the room was Thistle's armor, which didn't surprise Timiskor. That armor was powerful. It had belonged to Grumble's first paladin, and was gifted to Thistle at his god's discretion. Items like that didn't part easily from their owners. When Eric's head popped up, a visible surge of relief ran through the room. They hadn't known what happened after he raced off into the woods, and it was hard not to imagine the worst, given the odds they'd been facing. "Good morning, everyone. I hope you slept well. We allowed you a brief nap to recover from your travels. Plus, if I'm honest, you all looked like you could use the sleep." The speaker was a man standing on the pulpit. He was a shorter fellow, though no one would mistake him for a gnome, dressed in casual clothes and with a single sword on his hip. "That's great and all, but I wasn't asleep. That robed bitch just froze me and blocked out all my senses." No wonder Gabrielle had come up looking pissed. She'd been trapped in her mind instead of merely unconscious. "Yes, unfortunately not every solution works for every adventurer. We do the best we can and make up the rest as we go. I'm sure you're familiar with such methods. But look at me being rude." He paused, bowing deeply to them. "My name is Kieran, and while our town doesn't have a ruler, per se, I am the one who often ends up dealing with situations such as this." That earned an uneasy look between party members. The phrase, "situations such as this," left a lot open to interpretation. Although they were all grateful to be healed and in one piece, they'd also been stripped of their weaponry, a fact that didn't necessarily bode well. Kieran was making an effort to be cordial, though, so the least they could do was return it. Thistle stood up on a bench, which allowed him to be seen from the pulpit, and returned Kieran's bow.
"My name is Thistle, Paladin of Grumble. With me are Gabrielle, our fearless barbarian, Grumph, our esteemed wizard, Eric, a silent rogue, as well as Timiskor and Mr. Peppers, the classic pairing of a knight and his boar."
"Gnome Paladin, that's an unusual one." The real surprise hit Kieran a moment later as he processed Thistle's words. "Hold on, Grumble? As in the god of the minions? I didn't think he had paladins."
"All gods may have paladins, if they can find those willing to serve," Thistle explained.
Kieran looked Thistle over once more. "I suppose that might explain why your armor refused to come off. Divine will is stronger the fewer servants a god has in their employ. Easier to pay attention, I presume. You are all a mess of curiosities, I must say. At first we took you for another party of adventurers who'd had the misfortune to stumble onto a trail they were never meant to find. When Simone realized you had an echo with you, we knew something else was afoot. Then we found your artifact, and it all fell into place. It was the first time they realized that Eric's pack was gone. The serenity of the church and waking up healed was immediately dispelled. Gabrielle went so far as to grab her axe, only to find it unwilling to leave the new sheath around it. Don't worry, we aren't keeping it. None of us want any of those damn pieces around, but the fact that you have one indicates that they're active again, which means quite a bit for the world as a whole and some very specific things for us. It's also why we decided to let you into our town. Feel complimented. Most who pass the test of character are merely allowed to escape. It's been some time since we actually brought outsiders into Notch." Silence met Kieran's declaration as the party tried to absorb the rapid-fire words of near nonsense that had been leveled their way. Not only did he know what a piece of the bridge was, but his people had no desire to use it, or even have it nearby. That in itself wasn't incomprehensible. Those items courted danger. It was part of why the party had buried the first one they found. Intriguing as that was, it was another hook that dragged one of them to speak first.
"You're talking about me, aren't you?"
Unsteady with the sudden disappearance of his armor, Timiskor rose from the pew.
"An echo. That's what the mage woman said when she looked into my eyes."
"Her name is Simone," Kieran clarified. "And we'll get to that in a moment. This is easier digested in pieces, and choking down the first parts make the later ones more palatable. Also, this analogy is disgusting and clearly got away from me, so I'm going to stop talking about eating for a bit. Instead, let's start with where you are. Notch. Notch is a town you won't find on any map in any kingdom. We built it out here, at the edge of the Earthos Plains, where no tax collector or stray merchant could stumble upon its location. This place is a very weighty secret, so before we go on, it's important to me that you understand the situation. If you ever depart, you are not permitted to tell anyone what you have seen. The sole exception is gods, of course, since they already know. And I understand that as a paladin it might very well be impossible for you to lie to Grumble. There was a flicker of surprise in Thistle's eyes at that. Evidently that was news to him, if it was true.
Forgive me, but you said if we depart. I can tell you're trying to be accommodating, but that sort of language does leave an implied threat hanging in the air.
No one here is planning to hurt you, although injury is possible. I simply meant that most who are permitted to come here choose to stay. Our town is roughly 50 people strong, not counting children, even if the vast majority keeps to themselves. We're a tight-knit community, a safe place in a chaotic world, and for many, that's what they've been searching for, whether they knew it or not. Everyone save for Timiscore and Mr. Peppers exchanged a glance. Before all this, before the adventuring and the Mad King's bounty and the bridge, they'd been mostly normal people. True, Thistle and Grumph had each had excitement in the past, yet even that had long since faded into a mundane existence. They knew all too well the simple pleasure of living within a community of good people. And deep down, each of them had been aching for it since the day they stepped out of Maplebark. "Sounds lovely," Eric spoke up from the back. Despite the fact that no bruise or scar was present, he still rubbed the side of his head where he'd been struck. "And while I can't question your assessment of this being a safe place, given defenses like that, you understand if we're curious about a 50-person town that can employ someone as powerful as Simone as its guard?" That earned a laugh. Not derisive or mocking, but the short chuckle that comes from surprise of the unexpected. "Simone is a civilian here, not a mere god. She works in a house behind this church, at the edge of the graveyard. The truth is, we only sent her because you had an undead with you, so it made the easiest story to sell. All of us on the town council take turns playing that part, depending on the party and the situation."
I see.
Thistle's brow was knit, his fleeting moment of confusion replaced with intense concentration.
The crux was never whether or not we could defeat the undead army. It was a test to see whether we were the kind of people to trade a friend's life for our own. Presumably, failure would have put our lives at risk, while success earned us the freedom to leave, maybe with a parting word or two of guidance if we were truly impressive. Am I close?
"You've fudged a detail of it here and there, but you've got the spirit of it," Kieran confirmed.
There's only one issue I can see with such an arrangement. For you to so easily trade out on who fulfills that role, wouldn't that mean you'd all have to be roughly as powerful as Simone?
Thistle had the look of a man dearly hoping to be proven wrong, which explained why his face lit up as Kieran shook his head. Tapping his hand on the hilt of his sword, Kieran whispered to himself, counting off some unseen data on his fingers as he mumbled. "Not quite that bad. As I mentioned, only those on the council tend to fill the role. You've got the right idea, though. Simone is definitely one of our more powerful residents. I'm certainly not claiming that everyone is on her level. By my count, we've got about 5 who are her equal, and only 3 I would classify as substantially stronger. That said, even those who are weaker than she are still far stronger than any of you, and most of the adventurers who come through here as well."
You can't seriously expect us to believe.
Gabrielle's words were cut off by the sudden appearance of a blade 2 inches from his skull. In less than a blink, Kieran had vanished and reappeared with his weapon drawn. An entire church crossed before she'd even gotten out a full sentence. He stayed like that for only a moment before he smiled and sheathed his weapon. "Forgive the parlor trick. I've been at this long enough to know a moment of demonstration will save me an hour of debate. Yes, the people of Notch are by and large incredibly powerful. No, that's not a coincidence. You see, all of us who live here share a common thread." Calmly, as though he hadn't just shown he could kill any of them in a heartbeat, Kieran made his way back to the pulpit, speaking as he went. "We were all adventurers, too, once. Most adventurers die. That's hardly a surprise to anyone. Yet on occasion, they don't. Luck, the gods, perhaps fate itself, something keeps driving them forward until they complete their ultimate goal, usually in a fight so difficult that only a few members of their party survive, if that. Imagine, if you would, finishing your quest. Seeing it through, walking away triumphant. Do you know what comes after?" Kieran paused, climbing his way onto the pulpit, waiting to see if anyone would answer. They were smarter than that. Each realized that no response they could give would be relevant. This was a story, and they didn't know the conclusion. Finally, when he was back at his starting position, Kieran resumed. Nothing. Nothing comes after. And I don't just mean there's no looming, dominant objective to rule your life. I mean a sensation of nothingness soon descends. It happens slowly, usually some well after the battle is over and the rewards are reaped. This emptiness just starts growing inside you, like something is missing, something is gone. And then suddenly, everything you've done, everything you've fought for, disappears. When you look back at your life, you're met with only one inescapable question.
Was that really me?
Timoscore was crying. Not sobbing, nor heaving, nor even seemingly aware of the tears rolling down his cheek.
Why can I remember doing all of these things, but not why I did them, or what I was feeling, or what made it seem so important? Why does the person I was before feel so different from who I am now?
And here at last, I can finally answer your question. Kieran's tone was somber, unexpectedly fitting for their surroundings. When the quest is done, when the compulsion for adventure fades, we are what is left behind. Shadows of who we once were, beings with skill and power far beyond that which most could dream of, yet lacking the core of what drove us to acquire them. We are, in essence, echoes of our former selves. Holding up his hands, Kieran gestured to the large wooden door at the back of the church. Out there lies Notch, a town whose citizens are almost entirely former adventurers. A city composed of echoes. 8. As much as Erthos was a land of open plains and wild riders, one did still have to take a few of Alcatham's roads to reach it if they were approaching from the south. On the major avenues this was a safe prospect, as kingdom guards still regularly patrolled for the sake of safety. Some of the paths were not quite so secure, however. This was a blessing for those wishing to transport goods away from the prying eyes of guards, or attempting to travel without being seen. Of course, this also made such roads a boon for bandits. Their targets not only often had wealth, but also wouldn't be able to report the crime if their enterprise was illegal. Some bandits set up shop and cut off all travel around them, hitting every target they could. It was a valid strategy, yet it came with an immediate disadvantage. The moment word spread, traffic would halt until a squadron of guards were sent to take care of things. Most bandits moved on before the guards arrived, realizing that when the traffic died off, there was no more gold to be made. They'd have to ride until they could set up camp elsewhere, and the cycle repeated. Tormund was never a fan of that tactic. True, it paid well while it lasted, but the costs of time, travel, and changing locations all quickly mounted up. He'd found, through trial and error, that it was better to let most of the traffic continue unabated. Rumors of bandits on the road should be just that. Rumors. For every one account of robbery, let there be 9 saying how they crossed without incident. Enough to keep the kingdom hesitant at committing resources, and make sure the travelers who used such neglected routes felt it was worth the risk. In that setup, it was tempting to go for the most tantalizing targets, merchants smuggling forbidden enchantments or outlawed potions. Too few realized what a rookie mistake that was. Merchants had money, which they were more than happy to spend on protection. In his youth, Tormund had seen more than a few older bandits turned to pulp by a formidable knight or wizard paid to protect the cargo. No, merchants were too protected. Tormund liked to liberate his gold from those who thought themselves wily, too poor to afford protection, so they pretended to have less wealth than they did. As the sun rose on Tormund's stretch of highway, he saw just such a potential target riding toward their choke point. A small wagon with 2 priests sitting up front. Disguising oneself as clergy was a common tactic for those hoping to avoid robbery. Aside from having little of value, traveling priests, like all those who served the divine, were also closely connected to their gods. It wasn't worth risking divine wrath for a few silver coins and a pair of threadbare robes. Clever an idea as that was, too few who used it paid attention to the details. Today, for instance, Tormund could plainly see that the wagon they were using lacked any church inscriptions or symbols. In fact, it was obviously one of the carts sold near the border of Camnerail. In his line of work, Tormund saw so many carts and horses he could have written a whole tome about them, and the one heading toward him was certainly not the kind of wagon priests would use. That alone might not have been enough, but there were other factors too. Lack of identifying symbols, the fact that both were driving and neither had so much as a single holy book out. Dozens of tiny indicators that all pointed to a single conclusion. These were not actual priests. Letting out the call of a sparrow native to the region, with a touch of extra trill so the others knew it was him, Tormund signaled for them to drop the trap. As soon as the wagon passed a predetermined point, a huge log was quickly pulled into their path. Rigging up the pulley system had been a bastard, but it beat trying to block travelers with their horses and bodies. Behind the wagon, a second log was dragged into the narrow road, cutting off any escape. Normally, this was where Tormund would step out to make demands. Lately, he'd been trying his hand at delegating, so today, Umful would be giving it a go. Had they been more dangerous enemies, Tormund would have taken over, but the ones who dressed like priests were rarely an issue. Still, Tormund waited near the edge of the trees, blade at the ready in case he needed to step in. Umful, a wide man who brandished a sword too heavy for most to wield easily, planted himself in the road, staring down the phony priests.
Well met, travellers. As you could see, there's been an accident in the road today. My friends and I would be more than happy to clear the path, assuming you can afford our services.
On cue, the other bandits crept into view. They stayed spread out. If one of these people was a mage, it wouldn't do to give them a single clustered target. No. The goal here was to minimize bloodshed on both sides. An unwinnable fight made for more docile victims, which let Tormund finish the job without putting his bandits at risk. Any robbery where everyone walked away alive was a good one in his book.
Oh my, such a terrible event. Yet,
If it is in our path, then it must be the will of our God. The driver was the one speaking, his gray hood concealing any features beyond the voice. His passenger was dressed identically. It would have been impossible to differentiate if they weren't nearly a foot taller than the one holding the reins.
What say you, my fellow clergy? What shall we do?
From the back of the wagon, two more figures in gray robes slid out onto their feet. Something was off. Tormund could already tell. The voice was all wrong. It wasn't scared, surprised, or even uncertain. They'd either seen this coming or that man was among the greatest actors alive. Tormund wasn't willing to bet on the latter. Part of him wanted to signal for a full withdrawal. Instead, he waited for a moment longer. Umful was running the robbery today. He should have noted the curiosities as well. The man deserved a chance to show that he could use discretion when it was demanded. In spite of his sour expression that always seemed to be spoiling for a fight, Umful hadn't been given the position of liaison without merit. His forehead creased in distrust. The voice and the way the priests were acting hadn't been lost on him.
My apologies, good man. I took you to be charlatans masquerading as clergy. Yet now that I study you more carefully, it becomes clear that you are indeed among the devout. Permit us a moment, and we'll have this road cleared.
No need for that. What our God has put in our path, we shall see dealt with. The driver held out his hand, and from it came a bolt of dark purple, bordering on black, that struck the tree and left only a handful of ashes and a hole in the road behind. Umful swallowed hard, raising his mighty sword while gesturing at the rest of the bandits to run.
That's no priest spell I've ever seen. Who are you people, really?
Us? Well, that's something of a hard question to answer. As the driver spoke, the others were circling, taking careful aim at the bandits who'd crept out from the trees. Much as we all love our God and serve him faithfully, introductions have always seemed to be something of a sticking point. In that moment, Tormund knew. He was running, trying to get close enough to warn them, but it was already too late. Just before the world erupted into screaming magic and death, the driver completed his explanation. After all, how is one supposed to handle a formal introduction when they have no name to give? Not every adventurer turns out like us. Most die, as I've stated. But even among the few who finish their quests, not all experience this sensation. Some
transition into a role befitting of their skill, or go live on a mountain and train new talents. So far as we've discerned, the key difference seems to be those artifacts. Only those of us who have been exposed to them, or even merely spent time in an area where one was active, ultimately grapple with the sudden absence in our souls. Kieran paused, looking the group over. They were skeptical, that was to be expected. Yet none had hardened their gazes in disbelief. Best to ease them in anyway. We can go over why that is a little later. It might be the hardest part of all of this to believe, and I don't want to overwhelm you.
It's because there's another world out there influencing ours.
Thistle, unlike Kieran, was favoring a more aggressive strategy. Get it all done, put the truth out in the open, and move forward from there.
We don't have all the details by any measure, but we've seen enough to put that much together. Some adventurers are connected to that world. I'm not sure if it's complete control or merely a whisper in the ear. I just know it exists. And I also know that the connection can be severed. It's what happened when we pressed a different piece of the bridge to Timiscore. And I can only guess that's also what happened to all of you.
On the pulpit, Kieran blinked, the first unplanned reaction he'd shown since they woke up. This was more information than he expected from random trespassers, even ones with a chunk of artifact. Hairs in the back of his neck began to rise as Kieran suspected a whiff of the divine in the air. For the most part, denizens of Notch and the gods kept out of each other's way. The gods were scary in their own right. However, the collective skill of Notch was high enough that if they had cause, they could easily wreck any given deity's respective plans. Only the most reckless or desperate of gods had ever attempted to play a game with Notch as a component. Kieran was far from thrilled that another might be trying. None of that was the fault of these people, of course. They were mere pawns, being led to and fro by powers well beyond their comprehension, parts of a system that everyone in town had been a piece of at some point or another. Well, that takes a load off my mind. Breaking the whole "our world is inhabited by beings controlled from another plane" speech doesn't ever go over well, and that's if I can even convince them to believe it all. If you know more about all of that, we would love to learn, Eric piped up. Not everyone seemed to share his enthusiasm, but none of them vocally shouted down the idea either. One bit at a time. Besides, I doubt we'll be able to offer satisfactory answers. Those artifacts are a mystery that stretches back further than any history we've found. Even if a few people in the world have realized a small extent of what they can do, it's a far cry from knowing where they came from or how they work. Today, let us focus on getting you acclimated to Notch. Eat a meal, have a hot bath, get some non-magical rest. We've all been on the road before. We know how much a body aches for small comforts. The mere fact that all of them could lay on pews and not think it uncomfortable was a testament to just how numb they'd become in their travels. At even the mention of the word food, at least two stomachs groaned audibly. Seconds later, Eric shot a panicked look over at Gabrielle. "Wait, we might still have an issue. Our friend is under a strange curse at the moment, and part of that curse requires her to feed her axe through killing. Last night's hunt was a failure, so, depending on how long we were out, she might need sustenance."
Didn't want to make a fuss, but I do feel a tad sluggish. Guess all those skeletons I bashed in didn't count.
Gabrielle didn't appear scared, though that really told them nothing. She'd try to keep a poker face even when staring down a 9-headed hydra. It was just part of who Gabrielle was. Unlike their knowledge of the bridge, this revelation wasn't even a hiccup for Kieran. "We didn't know the exact extent of it, but it occurred to us that the undead in your party might have a different way of feeding. Right now, Jolia, a talented wizard who helps us around Notch, is setting up a pen near the edge of town. She can summon up a herd of sheep, living ones, with little effort. If that doesn't work, summons and curses can be tricky. Then we'll switch to a daily hunting schedule." He stepped down from the pulpit, the first time they'd actually seen him walk away from it rather than teleporting, and motioned for them to rise. "I think we're about at the end of what talking can convey. From here on, it's better to start showing. Just try to keep in mind one thing. No serious fighting is allowed within Notch. That applies to everyone, you and us, the same. When you're as strong as some of our townsfolk, one real fight could raise the entire village.
You don't need to worry about combat anyway. Outside of a few closely guarded vaults and chambers, this is probably one of the safest places in all of the kingdoms. Kieran arrived at the back of the church, gripped the handle of each massive wooden door, and flung them open effortlessly. Sunlight poured through, and as the party blinked it away, they were able to make out what lay beyond those doors. Slowly, the shapes came into view, and each member of the party experienced the same procession of curiosity, expectation, and disappointment. It was a nice town, just like many others they'd passed through in their travels. Small, compact, apparently hosting a large enough populace to support a tavern with an inn on top, and perhaps a couple of general-use shops. If not for the obvious differences in architecture, it could have passed for maple bark. "I know it doesn't look like much," Kieran admitted as he waited patiently for the others to join him at the front of the church. "But keep in mind, this is a town founded by people who specialize in fighting, not building. People are what make a village. I think you'll find ours is quite interesting. Where would you like to start?" Thistle looked to his friends. While he usually filled the role of leader, that didn't mean he ignored their wishes. It was a brief exchange. Every gaze looked back with the same certainty. This didn't need to be talked about or argued over. They were adventurers in a new town. There was really only one place they could possibly start.
If you have no objection, Kieran, I think we would like to begin at the tavern.
9. The tavern was large, with a variety of chairs, tables, and stool sizes they rarely saw outside of Maplebark. Most places defaulted their fixtures to the human/elf size. Anything larger could brisket or stand. Anything smaller could climb. Here, there were accommodations for any of the usual races one might see in an adventuring party, as well as a few toy-sized ones in a corner with a large sign warning that they were not to be played with. Standing behind the bar, as somehow always seemed to be the case, was a burly bartender. Yet, common as the sight was, Thistle had to work hard not to reel at the appearance of this man. It was as if he was the prototype from which all muscular bartenders had been fashioned. Simple clothes, an earnest smile, and a body so powerful every move seemed as though it should shatter the floor around them. Amazingly, this hulking fellow was as gentle as he was fit, pouring 5 tankards of ale with smooth grace and setting them down softly in front of his newest customers.
Please enjoy some of my house special. A way to say, welcome to Notch.
His voice boomed, as they'd all known it would from the first glance, but the friendly tone made it more tolerable.
I go by Brock these days, and I'll be your landlord, chef, and bartender for the duration of your stay. Probably also boss for at least one of you. I've got to do some brewing in the next week or so, and I could use an extra pair of hands.
"We haven't gotten a chance to go over Notch's economy yet," Kieran said, a not-so-concealed thread of annoyance in his voice. With a heavy sigh, he looked over to the group. "Although most of us accrued substantial wealth in our travels, we have a limited trading with the outside world, so coins don't have as much value here. We're more work-driven. Doing a few hours of labor each day will be enough to cover your food and lodging, if you opt to stay for a while. On that note, Brock, why don't you get them squared away in their rooms? I'll go check on Jolia's progress with the pen, and we can give them space to talk. I imagine after everything that's been thrown their way, they'd like some time to discuss and mull it over."
That would be lovely.
Thistle took a cautious drink of the ale. His smaller body meant that potent drinks could hit him harder than the others, but he found this brew to be overall acceptable. Not the best he'd ever had, certainly, but as Kieran had reminded them, everyone here was first and foremost specialized in combat. The others followed Thistle's lead while Brock rummaged around beneath the counter before coming up with a box of keys.
Been a while since we had to use these. Now, I've got one room that comes with a window pointing directly east, meaning the occupant gets a face full of sunrise every morning. Who among you is the earliest riser?
All heads turned to Gabrielle, who no longer needed sleep, thanks to her condition. With some mumbling and a "Thanks, assholes," Gabrielle reached out and took the first key from Brock. It was heavier than it should have been and slightly cool to the touch. When she examined it closely, she saw that there were small runes etched along the length of the key.
Jolia wanted some fancy whiskey a few years ago, so I had her enchant the keys as a trade. It can't be lost or stolen. Plus, using it on the inside of the door creates a potent barrier to block out intruders. I know I could never sleep well unless I was somewhere properly fortified. And I expected my guests might feel the same.
Gabrielle turned the key over a few times in her hand, thinking back on the flimsy inns where they'd stayed before, often so poorly secured that they still slept in guard shifts. Maybe there was something to be said for a town built by former adventurers. The nest of a goldenrod was, for very obvious reasons, not near any of the main kingdom roads. Had it been, Alcathem would have placed a bounty on the birds long ago to clear them away, allowing adventurers to hurl themselves at the problem until they either solved it properly or just drove the pests off by sheer force of numbers. No, the Golden Rock nest was in a section of mountains to the northwest, which meant taking one of the lesser-used roads. Bandits were a potential risk, so the party traveled in a careful formation. Timanuel the Paladin was up front, ready to take on any challenger, while also giving careful attention to any potential sensation of approaching evil. And behind him was Shalara the Sorceress, in a position where she could be shielded from assault, yet could still hurl spells at anyone who dared try to stop them. Wimberley came next, a few gadgets within easy reach, should they be required. Bringing up the rear was Gelthorn. As the only other melee combatant and easily the member with the best senses, she was tasked with watching their rear and listening for any potential surprises. Most of their morning's journey had been achingly dull, so boring it was tempting to let their guard down. That lasted exactly until they crested an upward slope and looked out onto a flat section of road. It was a long stretch. Their proximity to the plains was starting to show itself in the geography. Farther away, they could make out something in their path. Smoke was rising from it, though it was thin and dissipated quickly in the air. Not a forest fire, then. The majority of it seemed to be on the sides of the road, leaving the middle clear. Still, everyone drew their weapons. This was exactly the sort of potential ambush they'd been keeping an eye out for. Hopefully, any bandits would see a prepared, armed party and decide to go for easier pickings. As they rode closer, more of the grisly scene came into view. A pair of logs across the road, the middles of which had been turned to cinder. Odd purple flames still smoldered on the remaining edges, slowly burning them away and sending the thin tendrils of smoke into the air. Worse by far was what they saw when they drew nearer to the bodies. A dozen people, at least, were strewn across the area. Some had been burned, others sliced, and a few had chunks that simply appeared to be missing, like they'd been neatly removed. It was a massacre, and once the smell hit, every member of the party had to force themselves not to leave their last meal on the grass. Horrifying as the sight was, it was the rustling of a nearby bush that brought the party to a stop. Weapons were held at the ready, and Shalara had a spell on her lips, ready to cast as soon as a target stepped into view. What emerged was not the first wave of an ambush, though, unless it was the most bizarre ambush in all of history. A lone man stepped out into the road, dragging a makeshift stretcher behind him. There was a hollowness in his eyes. He barely appeared to see the world as he moved through it. He didn't even react to the party. Instead, he took the nearest body and carefully, lovingly, loaded it onto his stretcher. As they looked closer, a few noted that this man's arms were coated with dirt, the telltale sign of someone who'd been doing extensive digging.
"Hail, traveler!"
Timanuel kept his words gentle and made sure his symbol of the god Longinus was prominently displayed. The last thing they wanted was for this poor man to think he was under attack once more. The paladin of Longinus wasn't a threat to those who kept the law, especially a man so clearly grieving a loss. For the first time, the stranger turned his head toward them. Looking over each in turn, his dead eyes took in the details with no sign of either interest or care. It was only when he saw Timanuel that any reaction came. The dark snarl of a laugh clawed its way out of his chest.
A paladin. Truly, the gods are cruel monsters, aren't they? Putting a paladin in my path mere hours after...
The sob racked his body, short and furious.
Well played, you heartless divine monsters. You've done the impossible. You've made old Tormund glad to see a paladin. Was it worth it, for something that unexpected?
The man, presumably Tormund, grasped his chest as another sob racked him.
He twisted his eyes upward as he hissed through his teeth.
Was it fucking worth all these lives?
Sir, we can clearly see that you endured a terrible trauma, and we will do all we can to help. Please, if you can, tell us what happened here. We understand if you need time to compose yourself.
Compose myself? I don't think I'm ever going to be composed again. I don't think I'm ever going to be anything again besides this. Tormund shook his head, staring at the corpses littering the road. Save your compassion, Paladin. They were bandits, every last one of them. Me as well, if you'd like to haul me before a court. Good men, faithful and earnest, with dreams. Some even had families. But they're bandits, so there's no justice to be had. Even if there was, you're not the one to give it. What did this is beyond you. Beyond all of you. Maybe even beyond the kingdom as a whole. 4 men did this. 4 men, with no names, and no mercy in their souls. Searching his mind, Emmanuel felt the flood of information pouring in as, in another world, a boy named Tim rolled a high number.
No names must mean priests of Calzador. Strange. As I knew it, they usually work alone. Not much trust among those, even for each other.
Apparently this group found a way to work together. They are death incarnate, and woe to whoever crosses their path. They saw me, you know. I got here just as they were finishing up. The whole thing was over in seconds. They saw me, and I saw them, and they just left. Got back in their cart and kept riding north. I think they knew this was worse than killing me. Dying with my men, I was ready for that. Every bandit has to be. Burying them all, being the only one left, it might be the most brilliant torture I can conceive of. A loud clang filled the air as Emmanuel dismounted his horse, his armor rattling with every step. It was so distracting that Tormund looked up from the bodies, eyes narrowing at the sight. Taking me up on that court offer, I see. Suppose I could ask you to wait long enough that I can bury my men, or... Tormund's voice thickened, and he stopped to cough. Or at least to let me drag them from the road.
I haven't seen you commit any crimes. I do not sense true evil here. Whatever wicked deeds you may have done, it seems impossible to me that any punishment could be worse than what you've endured today,
Emmanuel replied. Then why did you dismount?
Because there are more bodies to bury, and many hands make for lighter work.
Emmanuel didn't even have to turn toward the others. He could already hear them following his lead as they climbed off their horses. Tormund, for the first time since they'd met, had something other than pure, unfettered pain in his expression. Uncertainty, leaning toward distrust, yet not quite there.
Perhaps you didn't hear me, Paladin. These men were bandits. The kind of people you'd raise your sword against.
I heard you. I also heard you say that they were faithful, with dreams and families of their own. A paladin may judge actions, even lives, in pursuit of our duties. But only the gods can weigh a soul. Whoever these men were, they are in the care of higher hands than ours. Their bodies carry no inherent sin, and I can see no reason why Longinus would object to giving them a proper burial.
And what if he does? Tormund prodded.
Then he's not the god I thought he was. But perhaps theological discussions are better saved for when the task is done.
Kneeling, Emmanuel gently lifted a burned corpse into his arms, sending a cascade of ashes down his gleaming armor.
Until then, please, show us to the grave.
Some distance farther up the road, a wagon pulled by a pair of horses trundled along. Only the driver and passenger were visible again. features concealed by the low-hanging hoods on their robes. The few other travelers they passed took little note of them. In fact, most forgot they'd passed the wagon within a minute of it fading from their sight. That was no coincidence. One of the members in the back continually refreshed their enchantment to pass unnoticed. Worshipping Calzadar opened the doors to many magics. Unlike most priests, their combined repertoire of spells was closer to that of a wizard or sorcerer. To seek Calzadar was to seek power. The god upheld his end of the bargain for those who were faithful. Each worshipper unlocked their own kind of magic when they were accepted into his service. For some, it was based in destruction. Others, manipulation. Others still, precision. There were many who shared similar, if not identical, abilities, yet each gift was always a perfect fit for the recipient. This was one of the reasons priests of Calzadar had no names. Any priest could possess any power, and without names to track, an opponent could never be entirely sure what they were up against. The world tilted in favor of the good, which meant evil had to be all the more cunning to endure. As the oldest of the group, the driver was ostensibly in charge, although truly their directives came from Calzadar himself. No other force could convince 4 of his priests to work in unison. Trust was not strong among Calzadar's servants, likely because some believed that to kill another priest was to prove their superiority, and would therefore gain them more of Calzadar's favor. In the driver's experience, their god's reactions depended largely on how capable the murdered priest had been at their job. Dispatching incompetence was occasionally rewarded, but killing the useful risked earning his ire. Still, the rumor persisted, so he was often forced to strike first before another priest could attempt to bring him down. Yes, only Calzadar himself could have convinced these individual priests to function as a unit. Even that might not have been enough on its own for some. It was their task that truly drove home the importance that teamwork would play. Priests of Calzadar had ample power, yet even they were limited. There were some tasks that one priest alone could never accomplish. 4, on the other hand, might just have a chance. The driver urged the horses on, eager to cover as much ground as possible before night descended. They still had a ways to go before they reached their target, and once they arrived, there would be no rest for the wicked. 10.
Our trip has certainly taken quite the detour.
Those were the first words said as they all piled into the room together. Timiskor locked the door behind them and then sat down with his back against the wood, just in case someone tried to burst through. It was a fine habit to have, albeit not entirely necessary in this particular environment. The room they were in, where Eric would be staying, was spacious and well cared for, with a door that looked sturdy enough to slow an angry Gabrielle. Originally, they tried to gather in Thistle's room, only to discover an unexpected issue. While Thistle's room was as large as any other, the furniture and design was only accommodating to a gnome-sized person. Even the doorknob was low enough for him to easily reach. This was the first time any of them had seen such a place, save for Thistle, and even he hadn't looked upon a room entirely planned for gnomes since he'd left his hometown. The real question burning in Thistle's mind was whether the room was always structured like this, or if it had magically resized when a gnome took hold of its key. It was a moot point, or one only worthy of consideration after far more pressing issues were dealt with. Thistle's words, obscene level of understatement and all, were spot on. In what felt like barely an hour, thanks to their time spent in unconsciousness, they'd fought an army of undead, thought themselves as good as killed, only to have woken up in a hidden town filled with former adventurers. When they'd last set out from camp, there was no way they could have envisioned such a change to their plans. That didn't mean it was poor fortune that had brought them here, only that it was unanticipated. "Let's get the biggest issue out of the way first," Eric suggested. "Do we trust these people? At least enough to believe the story they've told us is true? If we don't, then there's not much value in further discussion beyond how we should escape." Gabrielle snorted under her breath.
I really hope that if they were lying, they'd have come up with something more believable. A town of former adventurers, most of whom are strong enough to kill us all single-handedly? That's too tough a sell, if it's not the truth. Aye. My instincts align with Gabrielle's. Even when fighting the undead, I never felt the tinge of true evil around us. Only that facsimile. Add in the fact that they not only knew what the bridge was on sight, but they were also smart enough to be wary of it. and the story holds together well. Perhaps, however, we should turn to another for insight.
Thistle looked toward Timiskor, who was scratching behind Mr. Pepper's ears as they both blocked the door.
If any of us were to sense a lie in their words, I suspect it would be you.
The ear-scratching continued for several long seconds as Timiskor stared off into the air, peering at a scene in his mind that no one else was privy to.
I can't attest to their honesty about everything. I don't read people as well as most of you. I just know that they were telling the truth about us. Me and them, I mean. Echoes. They knew the pain exactly. And when I look into their eyes, I don't think I could identify another of us on sight, but I can almost grasp how they knew it in me. There's an emptiness. Maybe the kind you can only see if you've also felt its pain. On that account, at least, they're telling the truth.
Agreed.
Grumph kept his contribution short and simple. There was so much to talk over. He saw little point in dragging this point out. It more or less lines up with my own impressions, so it seems we're in agreement on at least that point. Eric looked a tad relieved. No doubt he, like most of them, was trying to imagine how in the hells they would escape a town full of people whose power dwarfed their own. Which brings us to the next issue. What do we want to do? If we're not prisoners, then we can leave, probably with an enchantment or two to keep us silent, though I doubt any of us planned on spreading this rumor anyway. We could be back on the road to Le Mans by the next sunrise. His words were met with uncertainty, shifting gazes, and half-mumbled words of response. Gabrielle was the only one to finally speak up, as she was the most comfortable in trusting her instincts.
Or we could stay. Not for the rest of our lives, but for a couple of days. We do need a rest. It's been a long trip from Camnarail. Besides, we were going to Le Mans to look for answers, weren't we? Well, in just the time we've been here, we've met a mage who specializes in the undead, and a swordsman who sure acted like he knew an awful lot about the bridge. If all the people here really are former adventurers, then there's got to be some useful information to uncover.
If they talk, Grumph reminded her. Not everyone is eager to share knowledge.
A valid point, old friend. Yet I find myself on Gabrielle's side. The only way to find out what they're willing to share is to stick around long enough to ask.
Thistle pulled out a map from his bag, spreading it out across the wooden floor. His fingers, one of the few ungnarled parts of his body, traced along the rough routes painted on the parchment.
We were only a short ride from the Le Mans entrance when we took this detour. If we stick around for about 3 days, it would be long enough to fully rest ourselves and the horses, while also getting a general lay of the town. At the end of that time, assuming that we have uncovered nothing useful, we can then take back to the road and finish our journey feeling refreshed. On the other hand, should we discover that we're here for a reason, we can reassess the duration of our stay. It's not as though we have a pressing appointment in Le Mans. We could stay here for a full year, and the City of Knowledge would still be waiting for us.
We should also resupply.
Grumph wasn't entirely sure he was on board with this town and its curious inhabitants, but he'd been alongside Thistle long enough to see where the gnome's preference lay. While he might have debated the point if Grumph had possessed a solid counter-argument, the truth was that he knew his reservations were simply his own natural wariness manifesting. Maybe this place was on the up-and-up. Maybe it wasn't. But if it turned out to be the latter, he wasn't going to get caught by surprise. Given the isolated nature of the town and their unique form of economy, I'm not sure we'll be able to fully restock our reserves. But I bet we can scrounge up something, Eric said. There was a heavy thud of movement as Gabrielle pulled herself up from the floor. All eyes naturally turned to her, silently awaiting an explanation.
Whatever else you all decide, we're agreed that we'll spend the next few days here, right? Aye, that appears to be the general consensus.
Gently, Gabrielle reached around and patted the axe currently strapped to her back.
Then I should go figure out whether or not these sheep summons will feed the axe. You can brief me on the rest when I get back, but that's something I'd like to get sorted as soon as possible.
Not alone. Eric hopped up, his lack of a cumbersome weapon and general spryness making the affair go much faster. He held up a hand before Gabrielle could speak. I already know you're a better fighter than me. That's not the point. We don't have much information on this place or these people yet. We should all stick together whenever possible. It's nice that we don't think they'll kill us, but let's not trust that completely just yet.
I wasn't going to object.
I like having company.
A mischievous smile burst onto Gabrielle's pale face.
But thanks for admitting I'm better. Going to hold that one over you for a long while to come.
I mean, better for now. Don't think for a second that I'm not planning to catch up, Eric shot back. Thistle cleared his throat, bringing their attention back to the room as a whole.
Assessing Gabrielle's condition and how we'll treat it as a good first priority. And Eric is correct. We should take minimal risks until we fully understand our situation. We move in units of at least 2 when not at the tavern. You both go ahead and see how killing the sheep goes. We'll remain behind and try to decide what comes after that.
If it's okay, I'd like to go with them,
Timiskor said.
My contributions to planning are non-essential, and I want to see more of this strange town.
Before Thistle had a chance to respond, Grumph nodded.
Good idea. Take your time. Get the lay of the area. We'll meet back for dinner.
Given the bond Timiskor shared with the people of this town, there was a chance Thistle might have prioritized caution and kept Timiskor from exploring until they knew the area better. Grumph understood what it was like to feel lost in the world, though. The fact that Timiskor hadn't gone bursting through the door already was a testament to his loyalty and discipline. But the man plainly wanted to go learn more. Besides, if anyone in this town was going to talk openly with a member of the party, it would be Timiskor. They saw him as one of their own, even if Grumph didn't fully grasp the distinction between him and the rest of the party yet.
Dinner is a sound idea. Enough time for us to ponder and for you all to explore. Just keep to the town proper. We don't want to accidentally trip any more of their wards or security,
Thistle cautioned.
Somehow, I think we'll manage to amuse ourselves in a town full of weirdly powerful people with thrilling pasts.
With that, Gabrielle helped Timiskor up, yanking him to his feet and clearing the door. Since this was technically Eric's room, everyone left together, Eric pausing only to lock the door behind them. Thistle and Grumph adjourned to Grumph's room, while the others headed for the stairs. As the group separated, both halves silently hoped that this town truly was what it seemed. If not, given the power level in play, this might very well be the last time they all saw each other alive. "What do we think of them?" Kieran asked the question, despite the fact that he'd been the one to spend the most time around the new party. Simone was in second place on that score, although it was hard for her to give measured judgment given the context of their interactions. Jolia was looking into a crystal ball hovering just below eye level.
Now that we've gotten them away from the artifact, it's much easier to check them properly. From what my spells can determine, no enchantments are in place to shield their appearance or natures. The whole church is enchanted with truth compulsion, so if they lied, you'd have known it. A few among their number have wisps of divine magic coming off them. However, none appears to be evil in nature. That many showing evidence of interacting with the divine is troubling in itself. A paladin is one thing, rogues are another matter. These people have gotten up close and personal with at least one god, and that in itself should worry us. Simone, given her specialty in history, wasn't inclined to trust those who worked for the gods, a suspicion that applied doubly so to the gods themselves. She had a point, but Kieran wasn't sure if that should count as a strike against the party. The gods treated mortals like assets at best and playthings at worst, so it was something of a stretch to assume these 5 had any say in whatever path their god was shoving them down. Kieran would have liked Brock's input, rough though it would have been. However, he was stuck at the inn, keeping tabs on their guests. Something else worth noting. One of them has got some sort of divine shielding enchantment in effect. I mean, wow. This is actually amazing craftsmanship. Such a smooth build, like the spell grew into shape naturally. It sort of blends their presence with the flow of mana. I almost wasn't able to catch it, and I'm scrying specifically for things like that. One of them really doesn't want to be seen by any gods.
Jolia leaned in closer, eyes narrowing, a small bit of tongue poking through the side of her mouth as she focused.
Oh, slippery little thing, trying to hide the target of your protection. But I'm going to find... Hang on. What?
Leaning back, Jolia's nose pinched as a rare expression of frustration made its way onto her face. As a master wizard and brilliant researcher, it had been a very long time since she had found herself lacking on a task. Yet from the evidence before her, there was no other reasonable conclusion to be reached.
Much as I can't believe I'm saying this, it looks like I'll have to wait a minute and take another crack at untangling that enchantment. Some part of it is concealing the target, misdirecting all my efforts so it looks like the boar is the one being hidden from the gods.
Any chance that's actually the case? Simone asked.
I suppose, in the sense that anything is possible, it could be true. But if so, that raises so many more questions than I can even imagine the answers to.
Julia's nose was still pinched as she wearily shook her head.
No, it's got to be one of the others. Give me some time. I'll crack it.
Damning though that seemed, the mere fact that the enchantment was both divine and strong enough to withstand Julia's scrutiny meant that it likely hadn't come from any of the adventurers. Simone had made them genuinely afraid for their lives. If they'd had that kind of power, they would have used it. Nothing like putting someone in a life-or-death situation to get a firm assessment of their capabilities. Kieran decided not to waste time dwelling on the detail. Obviously, none of them have the power to pull that kind of spell off, and even if they had, it's not like some of our own citizens don't appreciate privacy from the prying eyes of the divine. We'll set the matter aside until Julia can determine more about its true nature. For now, we simply have to decide if we think these people are really who they claim to be. Someone sent them our way. The question is whether they're accomplices or pawns. I think pawns, Simone told them. They weren't expecting a fight when I surprised them. They really seemed to think they were just exploring a hidden trail, and Timiskor didn't even know what he was. If they were in on whatever it is that brought them here, then I presume he'd have gotten some warning. Though she was still glaring at the crystal ball, Julia's expression softened slightly.
Agreed. Either they're the greatest deceivers ever assembled, or they really walked into Notch with no idea what to expect.
Unfortunately, I'm with both of you on that, Kieran admitted. Simone's brow creased in confusion. Unfortunately? Very much so. If we thought they had any idea of why they were here, we could extract that information from them. Them not knowing makes it more difficult for us to figure out the reasoning, and I hate that. Because if it turns out they're unwittingly serving an agenda that conflicts with our own, we may have to stop them. I'd rather know that at the outset, so no one gets too attached.
Even if that happens, they could prove to be reasonable,
Julia said. To her surprise, that drew a slightly nostalgic gleam to Kieran's eye. A nice idea, but remember, they're still adventurers. When did an adventurer ever take the reasonable option? 11. By the time Gabrielle, Eric, and Timiskor arrived at the pen, Julia was waiting. To their surprise, Simone was with her, looking just as pale and imposing as she had in the woods. Her appearance hadn't been some affectation to fill them with fear then. It was just the way Simone liked to present herself. In the bright sunshine of a proper day, however, she looked less outright terrifying and more like aristocracy slumming among the masses. Her expression was neutral as they approached, making it a sharp contrast to the cheerful grin Julia was sporting.
Told you so. First thing a party with sense secures is always food and shelter.
Julia nudged Simone in the ribs before turning to the approaching trio.
She didn't think you'd show up until the day was nearly done.
I presumed they might spend more time fully discussing and considering their situation, Simone said, a shard of defensiveness in her tone.
We left the thinkers to the thinking. I'm more on team doing.
Gabrielle reached back and took hold of her axe, giving it a firm tug that failed to so much as budge the weapon from its sheath. Shuffling forward, Julia raised her hands and whispered a few words. There was a click from Gabrielle's back, and then her arm came forward holding the axe. Spell done, the gnome hopped back quickly.
Aside from our obvious curiosity to see whether or not this works, we came out to unlock the weapon so the test could proceed. When this is done, we're going to reseal that axe. I realize this is going to make your feedings inconvenient, but I'm afraid we can't let you walk all around Notch while armed. Especially not with an implement that hosts such a potent anti-magic property. If you cut the wrong word or enchantment around here, you could cause serious trouble.
Hardly an ideal situation, and it certainly hadn't slipped Gabrielle's attention that while her group had been largely disarmed, the rest of the town had no qualms walking around with weapons on display. Even Simone was still holding her dark staff as she waited on the sidelines. Bothersome as it was, Gabrielle also couldn't help noticing that they seemed to know quite a bit about her axe's powers, more than Gabrielle had when she first acquired it. If they could uncover all of that in only a day, perhaps with more time she might be able to get some real answers about this weapon and her condition. But that meant playing nice, so Gabrielle didn't object to stowing her axe when the testing was done. She moved forward, hopping over the wooden fence of the pen. Sheep were crammed into the space, 10 at a glance, possibly more if she'd taken the time to count. Steadying her grip, Gabrielle set her sights on the nearest one. It stood there, bleeding, seemingly unaware of the killer that had just stepped into its pen. The kill would be easy, virtually effortless, yet Gabrielle didn't move quite yet. Something about this felt wrong. She had killed before, demons, monsters, even humans. She'd hunted as well, even more so now that they lived largely on the road. Never like this, though. It was always done out of need, to feed or protect her party from those who sought to do them harm.
"Don't worry, they're just summons. In an hour, they won't be here anyway,"
Julia called from the sidelines, trying to ease her obvious hesitation. The reminder should have been helpful, but Gabrielle couldn't help glancing at Mr. Peppers. Maybe most summons were nothing more than mana shaped into flesh, but at least one had possessed the potential to be more. Who was she to say one of these sheep couldn't be the same? Closing her eyes, Gabrielle blocked out the sound of bleeding. This wasn't killing for the sake of killing. She had to keep that in mind. This was hunting, gathering food for survival. She'd eaten meat all her life, and when she was with the goblins, Gabrielle had even helped them trap and clean on occasion. What was happening here was simply a hunt for food. Even if the situation had been warped and distorted, that was what lay at its core. This wasn't cruelty or bloodlust or any of the other things she'd been waiting to feel creep through her mind since the change. That had been her greatest fear since the shock of her new situation had worn off. Would she turn? Would being this new thing draw her into darkness? Undead were commonly thought of as inherently evil, and while she'd seen enough at Briarwillow to know that wasn't always true, part of her couldn't help but think that the association had to come from somewhere. In spite of the brave face she put on, Gabrielle was terrified at what she might become, and the kinds of things she could do to her friends if the change came suddenly. She didn't want to kill these sheep, and so far as Gabrielle could tell, that was probably the best indicator she could get that no secret evil was influencing her thoughts. There was no glory in this. It was like a bowel movement, done out of pure necessity. Whipping her axe around, Gabrielle took the head of the nearest sheep clean off. The least she could do was keep any of them from suffering. A sliver of warmth ran through the shaft of the axe. Gabrielle knew that feeling well. It had gotten something from the sheep. Not a lot, but something.
"Interesting. Since the creatures are technically flesh, the axe seems to absorb a small part of the damage back into it. However, their shaped mana nature creates a diminished output."
At some point, while Gabrielle was making peace with her task, Julia had donned a pair of oversized spectacles with glowing green runes running down the sides.
"Today, we can make it up in volume. I'll tweak my summoning spell tonight and see if there's not a way to alter the summons, so they have a more substantial presence."
I have to kill all these sheep, don't I?
Somehow, Gabrielle had suspected it would end this way the moment she arrived.
"And probably another batch after,"
Julia confirmed.
"On the bright side, you're halfway competent with that thing, so it shouldn't take you long."
With a tired, resigned sigh, Gabrielle raised her axe once more. A thought struck her, and silly as it was, she couldn't banish the idea from her head.
Timiscore, turn Mr. Peppers around. I'd rather him not see me doing this.
Her request earned some confused glances from Simone and Julia, but Timiscore complied without question. He, at least, understood where her head was. With Mr. Peppers now staring back into town, Gabrielle began to cut through the sheep. They vanished as soon as they died, which was a very real mercy. If the bodies had lingered, she wasn't sure she could have finished the job, both because the corpses would haunt her and because the ground would soon be slick with blood. Summons meant never having to deal with cleanup, thankfully, so Gabrielle whirled through the ordeal, killing the final sheep less than a minute after her culling had begun. No question about it now. The axe was definitely getting something from these attacks. Gabrielle already felt better, livelier than she had stepping into the pen. Unfortunately, Julia's estimates were right. She wasn't back to full strength yet. In other circumstances, she might have risked working on a half-full metaphysical stomach.
But this was not the place to take stupid chances. They were in a place with no confirmed allies and powerful potential enemies around every turn. If she had a chance to feed, Gabrielle was going to use it to the fullest, even if she was pretty sure she'd never be able to eat mutton again. When the others left, there was little actual discussion to have. Thistle and Grumpf went over a few worst-case scenarios, laying out possible contingencies and signals for if they felt an attack was imminent. But the truth was that they simply had too little to work with for anything thorough. The town was unknown, and so far, all they'd learned about the population was that it was supposedly small and disproportionately strong. They had been flying blind since the ambush in the forest, and all the talk in the world wouldn't change that. So, with the others heading back to the same location they'd already seen, Grumpf and Thistle decided to explore the rest of Notch. Brock nodded to them as they made their exit, and they returned the greeting casually, both waiting to see if he'd leap across the bar and stop them from leaving. The burly bartender made no such moves, and seconds later, they stepped out into the early afternoon sunshine. Looking around, Notch didn't seem especially different from any other village they'd been to. Even back in his pre-adventuring days, Thistle had ridden through untold towns like this one. He'd always thought them simple and pleasant, a nice place to spend one's remaining days. That was why he'd settled in Maplebark when the opportunity arose. Well, that and Midroria had fallen in love with the village on sight. Thistle had accomplished many great tasks in his life and conquered more challenges than most would expect from looking at him. But never had he possessed anything near the strength it would have required to deny his wife's ambitions. Nor would he have wanted to. Thistle blinked, wiping away the unexpected sheen of tears that had appeared in his eyes. He had no shame about missing his wife, especially in the company of Grumpf. However, this afternoon demanded that his vision stay clear. What they saw, the details they noticed, might prove pivotal in the days to come. Duty came first, and his was to keep the party safe. Thistle wasn't the kind of paladin who could storm onto a battlefield and slay every enemy in sight. His best weapon were forethought and research, and it was time to get started on the latter. Exploring Notch's town center was a relatively brief affair. Whatever else Kieran might have said, his claims about the population were bearing out to be true. Brock's Tavern could, if people were willing to stand, comfortably accommodate the entirety of the 50 people who purportedly lived there. That didn't seem to be a coincidence. No structure was larger than the tavern, not that there were even many contenders. Notch was absent a town hall or any manner of official gathering place, which made sense for a village with no mayor or formal ruling body beyond the town council. The tavern probably worked as a makeshift communal meeting place when the need arose, with the bonus of available refreshments. Outside of the tavern and the church, Notch boasted shops owned by a blacksmith, an alchemist, and an enchanter, as well as a storefront bearing a staff and a wand, and a vacant trader station with a note saying that the next showing would be in a week's time. None of the establishments they visited were open, however. Each was marked by some manner of sign that either indicated the owner was off fishing, eating, or engaged in another form of amusement. This much, at least, was familiar to Thistle and Grumpf. In a village this small, there was little sense in minding a shop all day. If someone needed to make a purchase, they would simply find the owner and have them open up. When everyone was on a first-name basis, it was the most efficient way to run a business. The only exceptions were when adventurers came through town, and, of course, the tavern owner. One never knew when thirsty townsfolk would come wandering in for a drink. Beyond the shops, they found little else in Notch's court. Few houses were set up along the edge of the area, but most of the residents seemed to prefer more space. Judging purely by the number of roads leading away from town and the large estates visible at a distance, Thistle guessed there were no fewer than 5 homes he would have called mansions within walking distance. Others, who came from higher up the social ladder, might not have viewed the houses in such grandiose terms, yet it remained undeniable that they were far nicer than what an average peasant could ever dream of inhabiting. All of which served to back up Kieran's description of the town. Thistle had already begun to experience the difference in gold accumulation between adventurers and everyone else. In his old life, a single gold coin was substantial income, enough to make a real difference in someone's life if budgeted correctly. Back in Camdenrail, they'd all traded thousands of those coins for single items, barely giving it more than a passing thought. How much wealth would those like Kieran and Simone have gathered before they retired? It was hard to say, but surely they had saved more than enough to finance these sorts of accommodations. The sprawling nature of the housing also told them something else of value. Notch, in its entirety, was much larger than just the town center. To accommodate the plot sizes, it would have to go on for a couple of miles, Grumpf estimated, at minimum. This wasn't just some small patch of land locked tightly under some makeshift wards. It was a civilization that had been sealed away from the world, hidden so well that seemingly no one knew about it. Thistle prided himself on keeping an ear to the ground for gossip and information, both of which flowed freely between minions. But he'd never gotten so much as a whisper about this place. By the end of the day, as they headed back to the tavern to meet for dinner, Thistle was feeling slightly better about their situation. It hadn't actually improved. In fact, his research had only served to confirm just how deep in the thick of it they really were. But Thistle always preferred having some knowledge to being completely in the dark. After their examination, they didn't learn much about the people who lived there. However, they were able to come to a very important conclusion. Either this was the greatest con ever employed on anyone, going to such severe lengths it overstepped into madness, or Kieran had been telling them the truth about Notch. The former was possible, if not viable, but more and more, with every detail they learned, the latter appeared to be the clear-cut truth. That presented them with some interesting opportunities, as well as some very real dangers. For Thistle, the most relevant point was that if Notch really was what Kieran claimed, then it raised at least one burning question, a riddle he knew he would have to solve before they could leave. If Grumble had put them on the path to find this village, then what were they supposed to find here? And if it had been some other deity who had led them down this road, then whose game were they now being used as pawns in? Until he knew the god that made this happen, Thistle couldn't trust anything about Notch. Fortunately, there was some recourse for that. When dinner was over, Thistle would do one of the things paladins did best. It was time to pray. 12. Timiskor couldn't sleep. The bed was soft, the night soundless, his door secured. Yet he was unable to drift off. Every time he closed his eyes, the questions came flooding forth. What was he? What had he been before? Was he the same person as the man he'd been prior to touching the bridge? Before today, when he was the only one, it had been easy to shove these thoughts aside. Getting hit by an incredibly powerful blast from a magical artifact was an idea he could wrap his head around. If his memory was a little blurry, if he didn't feel quite like himself, if something seemed different, well, wasn't that to be expected after such an encounter? He should just be happy to not have ended up a frog or a statue. Notch killed all such delusions. True, the bridge was still part of it. But there was so much more. There were others out there like him, people with the same piece missing, people who had faced the same questions. This wasn't something he could write off as a side effect of potent magic any longer. It was a condition, one that others had faced and apparently worked through. Rising from his bed, Timiskor found Mr. Peppers awake and waiting. Brock hadn't objected to lodging the boar in Timiskor's room. He barely even registered the question when it was asked. Evidently, Notch's citizens had enough quirks that keeping an unusual pet didn't raise so much as an eyebrow. Timiskor was grateful for the company. He reached down and scratched his friend's head. It was easier to lean over without his armor, but Timiskor still wished they'd been permitted to keep their gear. Being exposed like this made him feel uneasy. In armor, Timiskor knew who he was. The knight, the tank, the front wall that enemies would have to fight past if they wanted to get at his allies. Here, with no armor, no weapons, and no enemies to fight, Timiskor found himself adrift. Even in the party's peaceful times, there had always been some looming threat to occupy his concerns. A grand quest they knew nothing about, a secret evil and missing citizens, a series of assaults upon minions to hinder. Tonight was different. They had so little information that he had nothing specific to focus on, turning the worry into a general kind of anxiety that let those damned inner questions rise to the forefront of his mind. Perhaps what was needed was chemical assistance. Since he would still be inside, going back down to the tavern didn't really invalidate their agreement to stick together. Plus, he would have Mr. Peppers at his side. A tall glass of mead might be just the thing to quell those rebellious thoughts and permit him to rest. After quickly redressing, a process made far faster by the lack of armor, Timiskor took Mr. Peppers down the stairs and into the tavern. The tables sat completely empty. It was, after all, a village. People had things to do in the morning. They weren't adventurers drinking their nights away in frivolity. The sole other person present was Brock, who set a glass of dark liquid down on the bar as soon as Timiskor stepped off the stairs.
Had a feeling you'd be down eventually. We all had trouble sleeping when we first started to understand that we were changed. Different. Makes it hard to figure out who you were, who you are, and where the lines between them are etched.
Timiskor took a small sip from the glass, surprised at the wonder that awaited him. This was worlds better than the mead Brock had served during the evening meal. A strong, potent liquor with a flavor that lingered on the tongue. He tilted his head, implying the question, even as he went back for a second taste.
There's something special I picked up from a trader that come through every now and then. In fact, she's due fairly soon. Much as we like to stay secret, trusting a couple of people makes it much easier to get things from the outside world. I saved that one for moments too weighty to trust to ale.
Brock produced the bottle from under the bar, as well as another glass. After pouring himself a serving, he topped off Timiskor.
So, what do you want to ask?
The shortest, truest answer was everything. There was so much he didn't fully understand, so many mysteries surrounding his life. Brock wouldn't be able to give him all of that, sadly. He was just one person with his own life and uncertainties. At most, he'd be able to offer some insight. Timiskor decided that it was best to start broad, then narrow things down as his understanding grew.
You've talked about adventurers, and you referred to echoes as former adventurers, but I'm still questing. I haven't given up the old life, only who I spend my days with. My question is, what's the line between normal adventurers and echoes? Can I be both? Or am I missing some piece of this puzzle?
Brace yourself for a rare bit of good news. You can be both, Brock assured him. Not all adventurers become echoes, but all echoes were adventurers at some point. Some quit when they realize what's changed. Some leave the life without knowing why. Their passion for it haven't just vanished. Others keep going. They find a new reason to fight, to quest, to live that perilous lifestyle. An end to adventuring isn't what makes an echo.
Without meaning to, Timiskor leaned forward, nearly crossing the entirety of the bar.
Then what does make an echo?
Brock waited until Timiskor had eased back to a more relaxed posture, killing time by sipping from his own glass. He held the container in his hand delicately, turning it so it caught the light of the flames burning in the fireplace.
Different people have different theories about that in a grand metaphysical sense. But if you ask me, there is one key difference that always shows you who's an echo and who isn't. Fear.
Timiskor stared blankly, trying to unravel what that could mean.
I'm sorry, fear?
Think back to before. Who you were in the old days. I know the memories are fuzzy, but this should still be something that stands out. Can you find, anywhere in your mind, a memory of being truly afraid you were going to die? Not aware of the possibility, not mildly worried. I'm talking that deep in your gut, absolute boulder of terror that comes when you're fighting with your life on the line. You've gone against Simone, so I know you've experienced that at least once.
That was indeed a feeling Timiskor was quite familiar with. He'd had it in the collapsing cave, fighting the paper monsters, and he'd been at death's door when he got a hole in his stomach, saving Elora. That fear was so real it bordered on tangible, the unseen seventh member of their party, billed after Mr. Peppers. Yet, familiar as that sensation was, Timiskor could find no recollection of it before waking up with Eric and the bridge over him.
I remember being concerned, once or twice. Like dying would be a serious inconvenience that I didn't want to deal with. Not real fear, though. I wasn't afraid to die.
He paused, turning that revelation over in his mind.
Why wasn't I afraid to die?
Because you weren't you. Kieran shared what you said in the church. You've messed around with that artifact enough to know there's more to this world than what we can see. Those outside influences, I'm not sure they control us entirely, but when they got their hooks in us, we're more them than us. That's why we weren't afraid to die. To the mind peering through our eyes, we were disposable. That changed when they left us. Suddenly, we each discovered the idea of self-preservation.
It was a very intangible distinction, yet nevertheless a valid one. True fear was a new experience, even if it shouldn't have been. That did raise a fresh question, however.
What about the others? They're adventurers now, and I believe they have always been afraid for their lives. Which category does that put them in?
The mere fact that they're adventuring means they are, by definition, adventurers, Brock said. But they aren't like us. They're a third kind. Ones who have never been controlled by outside forces, or not as directly as we have. From the start, each has been their own person. It doesn't happen often, only when a piece of artifact is active, but occasionally, ones like them pick up the adventuring mantle. As interesting a story as I'm sure they have, our condition is something different.
Silence fell as both men attended to their drinks, interrupted by the occasional snore of Mr. Peppers, sleeping near Timiscore's feet. Brock was waiting for the next question, patiently giving Timiscore time to put it into words. Only, Timiscore wasn't entirely sure he wanted to ask what came next. The possibility of not getting an answer was scary. The idea of actually getting one was 10 times more terrifying. Once some things were learned, they couldn't be forgotten. For a fleeting moment, Timiscore almost shied away, turning the conversation elsewhere. Except, being afraid wasn't such a bad thing, when he thought about it. Fear was a marker, a distinction, a line in the sand between who he was and who he'd been. Every time Timiscore felt his fear rise up, it was a reminder that he was real and different from his prior incarnation. And in a way, that made it comforting, enough for him to push past his hesitations.
How much of him, who I was before, was me?
Brock looked Timiscore up and down, eyeing him carefully.
Hard to say. The work is ours, that much is for certain. Even as echoes, we're as strong as we ever were. The desires may be part them, part us. If you're used to wanting something for long enough, it's easy to think that the urge is yours. I often find the largest difference between who we are and who we were is the means we'll use to achieve those desires. Obviously, as echoes, we are all far more concerned with our well-being than we were as adventurers. Even beyond that, sometimes, the way we've acted, the way we've treated others, we've almost got a few things we're ashamed of. Were you a bad man before? I don't ask that as judgment, but because we got some people who can help you sort through that better than I can.
Not bad, or not evil anyway. Even then, I wanted to be a paladin, yet my moral fortitude was lacking. I allowed my former party to do things, to act in ways I can't imagine tolerating now. And sometimes, in the heat of battle, I could forget myself and become needlessly cruel. There were enemies I could have spared, people who were too injured to keep fighting back, and I still...
Timiscore trailed off, wiping away unexpected tears for the second time that day. Sometimes he was thankful his memories were blurred. There were plenty of moments he'd rather not recall clearly. Brock topped them both off, staying silent until Timiscore had composed himself.
That's rough. And I got no magic words to fix it. Only who you are now can make peace with who you were. Don't expect it to come overnight either. Getting past those sorts of issues isn't easy. It's not supposed to be. That said, if it ever gets overwhelming, you should talk to Kieran. The guy still hasn't entirely squared himself away with all his own demons, but he's been dealing with it longer than anyone I know. Any insight to be had, he's the one who can offer it.
Was Kieran, no, never mind. It's not my place to ask behind his back.
It's fine, Brock assured him. Notch is a small town. We've got a few secrets to keep outside of our existence. Kieran used to be an assassin. Part of a band of assassins, in fact. His old party. They were incredible, too. For his last job, Kieran's team managed to successfully kill a king. Of course, kings are well protected, and even once the job was done, they had to get out. He was the only one to make it.
That certainly didn't mesh with the firm yet friendly man they'd met earlier in the church, but then the Timiskor of old might not have been recognizable to his current friends either. Evidently, part of being an echo meant accepting that others had pasts which might not accurately reflect who they were now. It did explain Kieran's incredible strike display, if nothing else. That wasn't a move for fighting. It was a technique for killing.
What about you, Brock? If it's not rude, can I ask who you were in your past life?
I like that. Good way to refer to the pre-Echo days. Might have to steal it.
Setting his glass down, Brock took a few steps back and raised both his fists. Immediately, Timiskor felt his hair stand on end. There was danger in that stance. Power, too. Part of Timiskor knew, without question, that a single punch from Brock would tear his body to pieces.
I was a brawler. We don't have many of those around here, but in my homeland we were common. Grew up poor. I mean filthy poor. Had to fight for every bite of food that went in my mouth, and it turned out I was decent in the scrap. And for kids like me, there were only two ways out of that life. Enter my kingdom's gladiatorial program, or join the king's army. I don't like orders, so I took the first one. Got in on guts and willpower alone. My testing opponent beat my scrawny, underfed ass up and down the pit, but I refused to give up. I'll never forget what my instructor said that day. One of the few clear memories I have from my past life. You can teach technique, you can build muscle, and you can train reflexes, but that kind of stubbornness comes from the soul. Meant a lot to me.
Relaxing his posture, Brock walked back over to the bar.
Anyway, I got my training, bulked up, clearly, and learned how to win real fights instead of street brawls. After a while, I got bored of that life, so when some other skilled warriors I knew wanted to strike out into the world, I jumped at the chance. We had some good years.
This time it was Brock who wiped a rogue tear from his eye, though he made no effort to disguise the gesture.
Sadly, Kieran's story isn't as unique as it should be. Big final job. We pulled it off, but not without casualties. A lot of casualties. I was one of two survivors. The other went home. She was training new gladiators, last I checked.
Timiskor lifted his glass in the air, and Brock soon took the hint. He picked up his own and gently clinked the edges together.
To those we have lost,
Timiskor said.
Including ourselves, Brock added.
They finished their drinks, and neither man reached for the bottle to add more. Carefully, Timiskor nudged Mr. Peppers awake, eliciting a snort from the boar as he climbed to his hooves.
Thanks for the drinks and the talk. I think I'm ready to give sleep another try.
Good idea. You'll want your wits about you tomorrow, as you try to figure out if we're all secretly planning to kill you.
Jerking his head around, Timiskor found Brock with a big grin stretched across his face.
We're all former adventurers. Obviously, I know what you're thinking. You really believe we aren't trying to figure out the same thing about you?
Given the difference in our skills, I can't imagine how much you'd have to worry about from us,
Timiskor said. Brock shook his head, even as the smile remained in place.
We're not worried about you specifically, but some power or other puts you on that path to Notch. Until we know whose pawn you are, and in what game, you'll understand if the people around here are a little wary. If it helps, I'm hoping we don't end up fighting each other.
Oddly, it did sort of help. Timiskor could see things from their side. It wasn't personal. They had an entire village to protect. Even if no one used the word, it seemed clear from the outside that the denizens of Notch had replaced their old groups with this town's community. In the same way that he would fight someone he had no personal grudge with to protect his friends, Brock would charge headfirst into battle for his fellow townsfolk. But only if the situation demanded it.
If it comes to that, Don't expect me to back down just because you're stronger. I'm known for my stubbornness as well.
Brock's smile dimmed a touch, but new respect glowed in his eyes. I'll remember that. There was nothing more to say, so Timiskor climbed back up the stairs to his room. Strangely, in spite of the emotional conversation he just had, topped off by a half-threat no less, he found that sleep came almost the moment his head touched the pillow. 13. Wind tore at his skin, howling as it whipped through the trees. Thistle clung to the locked door of Grump's bar, positioned near the edge of maple bark, as the gusts threatened to tear him away and fling him into the sky. Thistle screamed, yelling his questions to the heavens, yet his voice couldn't even reach his own ears. If they were making it to Grumble, or if Grumble was replying, then all of it was lost amidst the damn wind. Thistle refused to give up. He strained harder, lifting himself up slightly and raising his voice. The shift weakened his grip, unfortunately, and he was ripped from the door, hurling through the air as the world spun below. The impact of hitting the floor woke Thistle from his dream, albeit not in a gentle fashion. With some effort, he extricated himself from the thin sheets, pulling his head free to see morning sunshine pouring through his room's window. This was a new one. Thistle had seen Grumble unable to convey as much information as he wanted to before, thanks to the divine protocol enacted when two or more gods had conflicting interests. But this was the first time they'd been unable to communicate at all. Some force was interfering, inserting itself into Thistle's dreams so that Grumble couldn't reach him. To be powerful enough to block the connection between a god and their paladin was no small feat. Outside of other gods, it was hard to imagine anyone having such skill. Then again, if there was such a candidate, they would be here in Notch. As Thistle saw it, there were three options to consider. The first was that the interfering force came from outside of Notch, which meant that he had no way to investigate or remedy the situation. Possible, yes, but true or not, it had no impact on his course of action, so he set it aside for now. His second explanation was that Notch's impressive wards were also tuned to disrupt the divine. Given the town's attitude on outsiders, including gods, that seemed like the most plausible answer. It was far preferable than the third option. Someone in town was purposely stopping him from talking to Grumble. That was the worst-case scenario, as it implied someone with an agenda they very much didn't want Thistle to get insight on, the sort of insight a god might impart. Out of these explanations, number two would be the easiest to research. So long as he framed it innocently, like he had experienced mere interferences in the conversation instead of intentional blockage, they'd have no reason not to tell him if the village's wards disrupted divine power. Should that turn out to not be the case, then Thistle would have to consider the other options. Until then, it was always best to start with the likeliest choice. Dressing was a quick affair, since he'd slept in his armor. Not that Thistle could get so much as a single piece off. It was as though the metal had been bonded to his flesh. Grumble was sending at least one clear message, and Thistle intended to heed it. Thankfully, part of the armor's magic allowed him to rest comfortably while wearing it. Otherwise, he'd never get a good night's sleep so long as he was in Notch. Thistle went down the stairs into the tavern, only to find with a slight shock that he was the last of his party to arrive. Normally, Thistle slept lightly, although dreams from gods did tend to put him deeply under. Never had one dragged on so long that he'd lazed about this late, however. Perhaps the act of hanging on, trying to communicate, had left him unconscious for an extended period of time. That, or the weeks of travel had finally caught up with him, and his body took the rest while it was plentiful.
"Good morning."
Thistle looked over to find Jolia sitting at the bar, helping herself to a plate of eggs and a cold ale. It seemed a little early in the morning for a stiff drink, but then again, as far as Thistle knew, she had nowhere else to be. Given everything these people must have seen in their time adventuring, Jolia probably wasn't the only one to start her days with a potent beverage.
"Morning,"
Thistle called back. He meandered over to the bar, climbing up one of the gnome-sized stools and motioning for a plate of his own. Brock pointed at the mug next to Jolia, and Thistle shook his head. He had no idea what the day held in store. Best to meet it with a clear head. Service was quick, as Brock seemed to have a massive pan of eggs on the fire, and was simply cracking fresh ones in on the right side as he scooped out cooked ones from the left. The food was good. Not the best Thistle had ever tasted, but worlds better than what they could usually manage on the road. He'd gobbled up an entire plate before he noticed,
only to have Brock slide a fresh one onto the counter next to him.
"You're eating more today. Good sign. Your nerves must be easing."
It was the first thing Jolia had said to Thistle since he sat down. Rather than reply immediately, Thistle finished the bite in his mouth. Though not everyone was a stickler for manners, Thistle liked to put his best foot forth in these sorts of situations.
"A day to settle in and a night's rest will do wonders,"
he finally agreed, pausing to wipe his mouth.
"I also want to make sure I have enough in my belly for whatever the day holds. As I recall, we owe you a few hours' work in exchange for our food and lodging, correct?"
Jolia sighed and took a larger-than-necessary drink of her ale.
"As Kieran told you yesterday, and I already reminded your friends, you don't need to jump into work right away. The road is hard. Everyone here knows that. So ease yourself in. We promised you a place to rest. You should take a few days to do that. However, given the answer they gave, I'm guessing you'll say the same." "Assuming my friends said they'd rather be active, then yes, I do have the same answer. Whether we like it or not, we've grown used to the lives of adventurers. Inactivity would drive us mad, and we can hardly afford to let our skills turn rusty. A few hours is only part of the day, and it will help us burn off our spare energy so we can truly make the most of these wonderful accommodations each night."
All of that was, in one way or another, true. The idea of spending days with nothing to do sounded torturous, especially with so many questions lingering overhead, and Lumwall only a few days' ride away. However, that was not the only reason they'd prefer working through their time here. The more time they could spend around these people, especially in casual settings where conversation easily flowed, the greater chance of learning something useful. Since they'd decided to spend a short time recovering in Notch anyway, it only made sense to try to gather as much information as they could. Aside from the wisdom and experience the townsfolk had as adventurers, they knew about the bridge. How much had yet to be seen, but Thistle was hoping that by the time they rode away from Notch, it would be with a better understanding of the artifact that had so thoroughly changed their lives. With a mighty thrust of her fork, Jolia polished off the remainder of her eggs and waved Brock off when he tried to bring more.
"About what I expected. Since you slept in, we handled most of the assignments already. Gabrielle will be helping Simone tend to her garden in the graveyard, since her undead condition won't disturb the others. Grumph volunteered to give Brock a hand getting ready for his next brewing session, and given the experience he listed, I have to say I'm a little excited for what they come up with. Timiskor is going to be making the rounds with Kieran. Eric is pitching in to aid our local blacksmith, Shandor. And you get the honor of doing paperwork with me."
"Because we're both gnomes?" Thistle asked. It wasn't aggressive or accusatory. The smaller races often congregated when they found one another. Strength in numbers was, for many, the only strength they had.
"Aye, and also no. It is because you're a gnome, but specifically because your friends say you're a quite learned, well-read gnome who was raised in a gnomish civilization. I've got some ancient texts I took with me when I left my hometown for the last time. Even borrowed a few from the Royal Archives. They're enchanted, so they can't be read by using simple magic, meaning that I have to find someone who can understand the archaic script. It's a long shot, I realize, but it's not like I have other gnomes who come through here often. May as well let you take a look."
Thistle didn't miss the inflection of the word borrowed, nor the subtext surrounding it, but he made no issue of the matter. While stealing was a crime, for all he knew, the king she'd taken them from was evil, or had plotted to use their information to conquer a defenseless neighbor. As a man on the run from a king, Thistle understood that not all laws were just or righteous. Paladins respected the law. They did not serve it. They served only their gods, and it was hard to imagine Grumble taking much umbrage with the theft. Minions often stole from their employers, even if it was usually only food or water for the sake of survival.
"I'll do my best, although I should warn you that my years with other gnomes were quite long ago."
Jolia hopped down from her stool, her staff loudly clomping as it struck the wooden floor.
"As I already said, I know it's a long shot. Still worth taking, unless you've got another job you'd like to do."
It was tempting. They'd made a point of deciding not to split up the day before, albeit only with regard to walking around on their own. But this was different. The more villagers they engaged with, the better their odds of learning something useful.
"No, I'm quite at home amid stacks of parchment. I only wanted to make sure I was setting reasonable expectations.
Nothing to fret about there,
Jolia assured him.
We've got a firm idea of your capabilities already.
Moving more carefully, Thistle climbed down his own stool until he stood next to Jolia.
Be careful about that. This group has a habit of surprising those who think they know what we can do, and I say that knowing they've probably shocked me more than anyone else.
His warning was met with a gentle laugh.
I hope you're right. I really do. Nuts could use a few surprises, if you ask me. We're long overdue for an oversized dose of the unexpected.
A lone horse trotted along the edge of the forest, its rider's face obscured by the hood of her robes. Overstuffed bags rattled and clanked with every one of the horse's steps, and a truly keen-eyed observer might have noticed that the tracks it left were far too numerous for a single horse. The rider scanned the ground ahead of her, waiting for the break in the trees that signaled the hidden trail. When the order first came down, she was sure there had been a misunderstanding. For Calzador to coordinate his priests was one thing, but to set upon them such monumental tasks stretched the bounds of credibility. Though the depth of her faith kept her from questioning Calzador outright, she knew nonetheless the other gods could be tricksters too. Perhaps this task was the work of one such deity, luring them into the open so that the unseen servants of Calzador could be shackled or slain. Her doubt had only lasted until she fulfilled the first of her tasks. There, in the sealed temple where she'd met the other four, Calzador had offered them proof, along with the power needed to fulfill their objectives. The other four were strong, they had great potential, and they were sent out together to play their part. She, according to Calzador in his incarnation as a giant shadow, was different. She was special. Within her lay tremendous potential, a rare gift found seldom in their world. The others were amplified, augmented, made more of who they already were. Such a blessing was given to her as well, along with something more. Only she could withstand a greater gift. Only she had been trusted with one of Calzador's greatest treasures. To see him show her such trust was such an honor that she'd wept right there in that cavern. These were not the last of her tears to spill on this journey, as the act of receiving Calzador's enhancement had been torturous beyond comprehension. Even now, after taking time to practice as she waited for Calzador's signal to advance, it felt like there was a sun burning in her chest. So much power in his blessing, a small enhancement to help her better guard the treasure. And this was only a fraction of what her great god could command. For no other god would she undertake such a task. No other god could she trust when he told her that she was strong enough. But Calzador had seen her talent, and personally handed her the mission. For that, she would follow him across all 9 hells if he demanded it. In truth, that would have probably been easier than the task she'd been given. With a start, she saw the break in the trees. She didn't go in yet, or even approach, lest one of the villagers notice. Calzador had been clear. There was no underestimating these people. The moment to strike would come when he declared it, and not before. Until then, she would practice and make herself ready. First and foremost, however, she needed to set up the second barrier. Calzador could only spare his attention to the job for so long. This was one of the numerous tasks set before her, with a narrow window to complete them in. Taking on a village of former adventurers was a task one couldn't over-prepare for, even if they did have the backing of a god. 14. From what Timiskor could tell, Kieran seemed to be the person who ran Notch. That wasn't to say he pulled strings or manipulated the desires of others. Rather, he was the one people came to when they needed something or ran into a problem. Their morning walk had taken them out past the bounds of the town center and onto the estates of other residents. At every door, suspicious eyes fell upon Timiskor, glares that lasted only until they saw him in the company of Kieran. The moment they recognized the swordsman, their expressions softened, and both men were invited into the respective home. At their first stop, Kieran dropped off scrolls explaining a different method of irrigation that appeared to illuminate an issue the farmer was having with a difficult crop. Timiskor had some trouble picturing this fellow working the field. He was lean and pale, with snake tattoos that quite literally slithered across his skin. The farmer, introduced as Toker, brewed a fine pot of tea, though,
and broke into visible excitement when Kieran produced the new scrolls. Their second stop brought them to a large plot of land where Kieran handed off a bag of seeds to a female half-orc who was tending to her garden with an oversized axe. At the third estate, nothing changed hands, but Kieran was able to assure the elven couple who lived there that the town trader had been reached and would be bringing in the specialty feed for their livestock. The fourth and final stop of the day saw Kieran tuning a lute for a man that looked like he'd be more at home with a bloody saber. All the while, people would smile at Kieran, sometimes stopping for a brief chat, often merely giving a warm wave or calling a kind greeting. Slowly, Timiskor began to understand their world better. Notch was a town unlike any other, in that its citizens had virtually no real concerns. Their wards and respective abilities meant that they had nothing to fear from bandits or monsters, and the hidden nature of their settlement kept the shifting politics of the kingdoms from impacting them. When one added in that money was so ubiquitous it had lost nearly its value, and they had access to enough magic to fulfill all their basic needs for food and shelter, there were precious few problems for the townsfolk to worry over. Their hobbies appeared to be their greatest concern, and Kieran was the man who made sure even that part of their lives continued to run smoothly. With the last appointment finished, they began their walk back, Kieran whistling when the wind at their backs grew slack. As they moved, Timiskor watched his strange guide, remembering what Brock had told him. Had someone this cheery and carefree truly been an assassin in the life that came before? "I know what you're thinking." Kieran's words took Timiskor by surprise. Had he been dressed inside his armor, his startled jump would have loudly rattled. And yes, this place, more or less, is paradise, or as close as we're likely to find this side of death. You can see why we assumed you'd all want to stay. Notch is a town unlike any other out there.
It certainly is unique.
In truth, Timiskor wasn't sure that this location would be quite as tempting for him and his friends as everyone assumed, even if they didn't have other matters to attend to. While Notch was indisputably peaceful and serene, part of the reason its residents could enjoy such a setting was because their adventures were behind them. Their goals, their lifelong ambitions had all been either realized or cast off. This was a town for those at the ends of their journeys, and although Timiskor could see the appeal of winding up somewhere like this eventually, he wasn't sure it would be quite so enjoyable to those whose life's work remained incomplete.
In truth, I must admit that you were wrong. It's not what I was thinking about.
Ah, then it's probably my second guess. Kieran slowed his walk slightly, making it easier for the pair to talk. You're wondering how a man with so much blood on his sword can walk around casually smiling at people without the demons of his past dragging him down.
Not precisely the way I would phrase it, but I can't deny there is some truth to your words. Brock told you he informed me of your past?
That drew a short, sharp laugh from Kieran. He didn't. I just assumed. We all grapple with our past at some point, and as the default figurehead of this place, most newcomers eventually ask about mine. Once people hear the word assassin, that tends to be where their minds get locked up. So, I'll make you a deal. The walk stopped as Kieran pointed up a nearby hill, toward a mighty tree growing at the top. We're going to walk up there and pick some fruit. You have until we reach the tree's roots to ask me anything you want to know about my past, and then we let it go. I'd be happy to talk with you about coping with the feelings and uncertainties of our shared scattered memories, but I don't want to keep getting bogged down in my life specifics. Everyone here has a fascinating history. You'll lose sight of what matters if you don't keep your focus inward. So let's sate that curiosity while we get a snack. Then they were moving again, albeit still at the slower pace. Timiskor took his time deciding which details he cared to know the most about. There was still some distance to the tree. Depending on how long each answer was, he might not have time for many questions.
Why become an assassin?
Same reason as many before me. Service and duty. All adventurers are assassins in a way. We go out to kill the monsters or evil people, making life harder for the normal, everyday folks of our world. I was just better at the killing part than any of the other bits, and so eventually, that was the task most often handed to me. And it was usually the right thing to do. We could put the lives of a dozen others at risk by climbing an evil wizard's tower, fighting past their traps, losing good people along the way until we finally ended up in a massive battle. Or I could slip a knife into that wizard's throat when they stopped by their favorite supply shop in another town. Either way, we're killing someone. My method just cost a few less lives. It was hard to dispute Kieran's point, at least in that specific scenario. If he was honest with himself, Timiskor knew that adventuring was a killing job. Back in Camnarail, a grand quest had been organized specifically for the task of dealing with Rathgan, a dragon who'd become problematic to the kingdom. Adventurers were collected and aimed at the beast like living cannons, and there was no measuring how much blood had been spilled in their assault. Then again, Timiskor was reasonably certain he never killed anything that hadn't been trying to kill him back. In the grand scheme of things, that might not make a difference, but it felt as though it should.
Have you killed anyone who didn't deserve it?
This time the reply wasn't quite as fast. I don't think so. As a fellow Echo, you already know how difficult it can be to delve into one's own memories of the time before we were changed. I've done my best, scouring my mind to see if penance or retribution is owed. So far, every kill I can fully recall was warranted to some extent. I can't swear that any more than you can, though. But then that's true for almost all of us Echoes. Timiskor nearly missed his step and went tumbling down onto the soft grass of the hill they'd begun climbing. He tried to put that thought out of his head. He dearly wanted to believe that something inside of him would halt such actions. But those other three he'd been traveling with held no such compunctions. Even if Timiskor gave himself the benefit of every doubt, was he truly certain that the targets that trio had chosen warranted killing? Try not to dwell on it, Kieran advised. Not because it doesn't matter, but because you aren't going to find the answers you need inside your own head. Our minds and memories cannot be trusted. Spend too long in there trying to pull out a memory that doesn't exist, and you'll end up creating it. Imagination is a powerful thing, especially when combined with uncertainty and self-doubt. I've seen others build their own hells around them, with the fears of what they might have done.
I will try my best.
Timiskor wasn't sure how much success he would have. The further he dug into all of this, the more distressing it seemed, yet he couldn't turn away. To back down now would be to let the fear of what he'd been before win. Whatever had come before, Timiskor wouldn't be able to get past it by running away. It wasn't his nature. Forward and through was the only path that had ever made sense to him.
This next question isn't specifically about your assassination role, merely about your past in general.
It's your walk. Ask what you like. A glance up the hill showed Timiskor that the tree wasn't too far off now. Long as the walk had seemed from further back, it was never as hard in the doing as in the expectation.
How did you come upon Notch? If it's such a secret, I can't help but wonder how the number of villagers increases.
That's actually two questions, so I'm going to take them out of order since that will make the most sense, Kieran said. We find new villagers through recruitment, in a way. We're not completely divorced from the world at large. Our trader brings us news as well as supplies. Add in the many mages we have for scrying, and it becomes easy to spot incredibly famous, powerful adventurers whose careers are winding down. Many of them slip into new roles without issue, and those we leave be. The ones who have trouble adjusting, however, we keep an eye on. After this long, we've learned to spot a new Echo with exceptional precision. Once we're sure they can adapt to this new life, we offer it to them. Some say yes, others no. We never get specific enough with the ones who turn us down for them to fully understand what this place is. That's how the town grows. Shade fell across Timiskor's brow as they reached the top of the hill, the tree's massive branches blocking out the sun. Golden fruit, unlike anything Timiskor had ever seen, swung gently in the wind, each looking as though it was a mere moment from falling, yet with not so much as a single one losing its grip. Scanning the ground, Timiskor noted that there were none in the grass. Those fruits were more tenacious than their appearance let on. As for your first question, that's actually why I was taking you up here. See, I didn't find Notch, so I can't properly answer that part. There was no Notch for me to find back then, but I still wanted all this. A place where people like us could be together, safe, split apart from the world that would try to drag us back to bloodshed. If you couldn't tell by walking around today, I'm something of a fixer by nature. It was my role as an adventurer between assassinations, and it's the one I still serve here. When I wanted a place like Notch, I did the same thing I always did when hitting a problem. I fixed it. There was no town for us, so I helped make one. I'm one of Notch's founders. Based on his appearance, Timiskor would have thought Kieran to be no older than his late 30s. But for him to be one of the town's founders, he'd have to be well beyond that. His features betrayed no elven lineage that might be slowing his aging either. Obviously, that wasn't the case, but even allowing for a generous amount of leeway, Notch was too sprawling and too well used to have been built recently. It was several decades old at minimum.
You certainly look youthful for your age.
It was the least confrontational way Timiskor could think of to raise the issue. His gifts had always been more with the physical than the linguistic. Luckily, Kieran met the words with a smile, taking them well. When you gain my level of mastery over channeling mana through your body, controlling your age becomes a handy side effect. Not every member of Notch developed their power through those means, obviously. Hence, why I brought you up here. Kieran moved, though Timiskor saw nothing more than a blur in his peripheral vision. By the time he'd fully turned, Kieran was at his side, holding 2 of the golden fruits. Another benefit to living with experienced adventurers. We've accrued our own collection of useful goodies through our travels. This is a tree Jolia brought over from another plane as a sapling. Its fruit is filled with the energy of life, and every bite contains that essence. A single bite will stop you from aging for a week. Eat a whole one, you'll gain a full year. When I said that Notch was unlike anywhere else, I meant it. Our citizens live as long as they wish, and if you stay, that offer will extend to you as well. Slowly, Timiskor plucked the fruit from Kieran's left hand. It was firm, yet yielded with only a slight amount of pressure, releasing a trickle of juice that was pure bliss upon the nose. He could only imagine how delicious a bite would be. At the very thought of it, Timiskor's mouth flooded with saliva. For a moment he nearly leaned in and tore a piece off with his teeth. His neck even inclined itself closer before he stopped, handing the fruit back over to Kieran.
Thank you for the answers as well as the offer. But this is not for me. Not yet. Tempting as it is, I don't think I'm quite done aging or growing. The truth is, I have long dreamed of becoming a paladin, even in my past life. Thus far, I've had no luck in finding a god who will accept someone who doesn't worship them. But I won't give up. And if there is a path toward paladinhood for me, I do not think I will find it in a town as peaceful as this one. While it might be nothing more than a hopeless dream, it's the only thing I have that truly unites my lives. And I'm not ready to set it aside.
Good answer. Kieran tucked both of the fruits into a pouch at his side, which seemed to lay empty even after the bulky food had been stuffed in. The offer was sincere, don't get me wrong, but I respect that you aren't ready to take it. Little as I can recall about my time before, I still remember that fire in my gut, driving me forward, making me want to be better. Don't let go of that easily, Timiskor. You've no idea how hard it can be to rekindle. He took Timiskor in, looking the man over with a fresh gaze. You know, this world is not static. Things are always changing. There are legends that, long ago, paladins weren't gifted their power from the gods directly. They were mere mortals who learned to channel it themselves. With nothing more than an oath of devotion and a setting of their will, anyone could be a paladin. Now, obviously, that's not been the case for quite a while, but the point is that nothing is set forever. There very well might be new ways to gain that title, and people like you are the ones who will discover it. Just some encouragement to keep in mind when things get tough. Together they headed back down the hill, leaving behind the tree with the immortal fruit, standing unprotected on a hill. The mere fact that the town possessed such flora, let alone that they casually left it out in the open, was a living testament to their collective power. While Timiskor didn't want a bite of that particular fruit just yet, there were other things he was hoping to take away from his time in Notch. Kieran's tidbit about paladin lore made the next step obvious. He should start with any knowledge that might be useful.
I have another question, one that doesn't pertain to your past,
Timiskor ventured once they'd reached the bottom of the hill. Not going to make promises that I'll answer, but you're free to ask, Kieran replied. A fair response, if not as certain as Timiskor might have liked.
A moment ago, you mentioned being able to channel mana through your body. Does that mean you're some kind of mage? Or is there an element to melee fighting that involves learning magic?
For the first time that day, Kieran pulled up short, surprise evident on his face. You're joking, right? I watched you fight the other day, and while your party has a long way to grow, none of you are complete amateurs. Someone must have taught you about mana by now. Timiskor nodded.
Grump had it explained to him when he received training at the Mages Guild, and he relayed the information to us. Mana is the magic that flows through all things, which mages can hold within themselves and release in the form of spells. Thus, why I assumed you must also have casting abilities when you mentioned mana.
The stare that met Timiskor's explanation was long and pointed, until finally, Kieran let out a long, steady sigh. And this is what the others know of mana as well?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean, but I would presume so, yes. We tend to share our information equally.
When we get back to the inn, gather your party, Kieran instructed. I'm not going to train you. None of us have the desire to see our techniques in the hands of those we don't know or trust, but, at the very least, you need a baseline education. What you do with it from there is up to you. 15. The band of raiders slowed as their tracker, Povtu, held up a hand, signaling that it was time to be patient. Living on the plains of Earthos was a hard life for many, especially those who had been cast from their tribes. But there were rewards for such difficulties. There was always a merchant thinking to save some coin and take a gamble, trying to sneak through the lands without proper protection. Even those that hired adventurers often spared too much coin, employing guards who did little more than add their equipment to the haul. Given the number of hoof prints and the depth of the cart tracks, the band appeared to be on the trail of a few riders with substantial cargo. Elnif, a half-orc warrior who rode near yet not quite at the front of the band, sniffed the air. Something was off. The scents the wind was bringing back to him were strangely tinged. The others were excited. Some were already chatting about how they would spend their share of the take. Such words were pointless. The gold would go into food, drink, and entertainment, as it always did. If they were the kind of people who could put their coin to more productive uses, they wouldn't have ended up as raiders in the first place. A sharp whistle came from Povtu's mouth as he rose from the ground and pointed east. As a half-elf, he was the band's most talented tracker, yet Elnif felt a needle of doubt pierce his mind. They were already far to the east. Another half-day's ride would bring them to a forest near the edge of the plains. While it was true that some riders took that route specifically to avoid thieves such as this very crew, going near that forest set Elnif's nerves on edge. He didn't trust the trees. Life on the plains had made him prefer enemies he could see coming from far away. In the forest, a sudden turn could bring one face to face with looming death. Beyond that, there was just something about the border that made him uneasy, as though danger loomed behind every blade of grass. The others didn't share Elnif's concern. Letting out whoops and hollers, they spurred their horses to follow Povtu, already back on his own slender mount and heading east. Elnif rode along with the group, his eyes lingering on the tracks that Povtu had just finished surveying. Perhaps it was too easy. That was what made it feel off. They'd stumbled upon this trail without trying, and had barely needed to ride for more than an hour to find fresh tracks. Was it possible that merchants with such a large haul were cutting across the plains, hiding their paths so poorly? Certainly. But Elnif didn't trust how simply this was all coming together. He was not a rider of the front, however. He had not yet earned that honor, so his voice was one from the middle. Those in front were drunk on visions of fat purses and easy pickings. They would hear of no dissent towards such a tempting target. The most Elnif could do for now was to keep his eyes open and his ears alert. If this was a trap, then it would have to be sprung soon. No matter how tempting the prey might be, his band wouldn't wander far from the plains. Too many tales of kingdoms laying traps along their borders, trying to coax raiders out of their native lands, where they held the advantage. They might, at worst, press slightly into the forest, although Elnif still hoped it wouldn't come to that. Each time Elnif looked upon those woods at the eastern border, his flesh would prickle, as if it knew there was something deadly between the trees, always lurking just out of sight. Perhaps it was a silly fear,
but he had no desire to find out if those instincts were right. There was some shuffling between chairs as everyone crowded into the small room in the rear of Brock's tavern. Technically, it was probably some sort of office, although from the chaotic appearance, it was hard to imagine much work ever got done inside. Grumph finished hauling in the last seat from the main room, setting it down in the rear next to Gabrielle's. Everyone sat, mostly in line, although Thistle was slightly ahead of the others to make sure he had a clear line of sight. In the front of the office stood Jolia, who had conjured some sort of glowing board of light behind her. Once everyone was settled, she tapped her staff to the ground, eliciting a sonorous thump. Nobody was sure whether it was magic or showmanship, but regardless, the gesture succeeded in capturing the room's full attention.
It has been brought to our attention that all of you, despite being established adventurers, seem to be lacking on the fundamentals of how our abilities work. Kieran wants me to start from the very beginning, so we're going to start with one of the most basic questions I can ask. Let's begin with Gabrielle, for simplicity's sake. Aside from your condition and the magical axe, are you able to tell me how you wield mana?
The question earned Jolia a confused stare from Gabrielle, who looked around at her friends briefly before answering.
I don't. Maybe as an undead, sure, but I can't cast, so I don't use mana as a barbarian.
Jolia stared right back at Gabrielle, almost as if she wasn't sure she could believe the answer.
What about you, Eric? Any uses for mana in your role?
Not that I'm aware of, though that clearly isn't the answer you're looking for.
Smart man? Grumph and Timiscore we can skip. I already know their answers. So how about you, Thistle? As the most learned member of this party, I'm hoping you'll be able to tell me something different.
Thistle squirmed slightly in his seat. This wasn't the first time he'd found himself up against a question and in lack of a reply, but he'd never enjoyed the sensation.
My power comes from Grumble, yet there are limits to what I can do with it. Perhaps that is because mana plays some role in turning his will into the paladin gifts I wield?
I didn't ask what you could conjure from the context. I asked what you knew.
Jolia tapped her staff again, this time as a nervous habit, rather than as a move to demand their attention.
And, as it turns out, Kieran was correct. We do have to start at nearly the beginning. So, let's begin with the one part of this you all seem to understand. Mages.
Behind Jolia, a roughly human-shaped figure appeared on the board of light. Next came a rudimentary stream that flowed through the figure, then out again, a small circle inside the form filling up bit by bit.
Magic is the energy that flows throughout our world, through everything, living and inanimate. When it's collected within a body, we refer to it as mana. Magic is infinite, but one can only wield so much mana, hence the distinction. Now, mages collect that mana into a pool within themselves. The more they practice, the deeper their pool grows. That mana is what they use to cast spells, shaping it with words and gestures to create tangible effects in the world. Everyone with me so far?
At last, she received nods instead of uncertain eyes staring back. That was more or less the same explanation Grumph had gotten from Deji, his teacher, which he'd later shared with the party.
Good. Now, let's take Gabrielle, who fights using barbarian techniques. You don't seem to think she uses mana, so I'll ask it a different way. When a barbarian's fury takes over, why are they stronger? Why is it harder to put them down?
People hit harder when they're mad, Gabrielle tossed out, even if she didn't sound especially certain. It was a question she'd clearly never asked herself. As much as they'd learned about their world since leaving Maple Bark, there were still parts they hadn't thought to question.
That much harder? And even if it was pure anger, why would barbarians be the only ones to see such a significant difference? Everyone gets angry, yet they don't become substantially more powerful in the process.
Another wave of the staff, and the drawing on Jolia's board changed. Now, instead of the stream flowing into the figure and filling up a circle, the energy spread across the whole body like an invading species.
The correct answer is that you, Gabrielle, have also been using mana when you fight. Unlike Grumph, you don't collect it. Instead, you tap right into the source, flooding your body with mana to augment your physical abilities. Doing this produces a more immediate and tangible effect than pooling it the way mages do. But it's also much harder on the body. That's why barbarians have to be fit, to withstand that kind of energy flow, as well as why you find yourself significantly drained once the fury fades.
The room sat in silence for several seconds, absorbing this new information, before Timoscore's curiosity shattered it.
There's more than one way to use mana.
There are countless ways to use mana,
Julia corrected.
On top of that, there are different kinds of magic within the mana that can be drawn out. What we think of as roles in a party, barbarian, mage, paladin, rogue, these are all just the most commonly known methods for wielding mana. Barbarians like Gabrielle flood themselves with it in a large burst, whereas knights and rogues, like yourself and Eric, learn to constantly channel small amounts. Paladins and priests are more unique, in that the gods give them the power to filter out the divine magic from the flow and store it in their bodies, similar to what a mage does. Priests wield that magic purely, while paladins use a style that mixes casting with physical power. Using mana is why you can grow so much stronger than what your simple, pure muscles would permit, move more silently than should ever be possible, see farther than normal eyes are capable of, and do things beyond the abilities of most beings. Channeling mana is a skill you rely on as much as swordsmanship, if not more.
Thistle was no longer squirming. In fact, he looked rather enthralled by the lesson, even as he raised his voice and spoke up.
What you're saying makes sense, but it's strange that if this is such a universal concept, I've never heard of it before. I've traveled with adventurers, and we all just spent time around hundreds of them in Alcatham, yet never once has this subject matter been discussed.
It's something only echoes tend to talk about,
Julia explained.
Adventurers still living the life think no more about it than you would contemplate the impulses going from your brain to your leg. As for everyone else, they can use mana as well, often instinctually, but I've never been certain if they understood their relationship to it. To be clear, my surprise comes from the fact that Timoscore didn't know any of this. I never expected the rest of you to have an inkling. Perhaps being freed so early in his adventuring career means he hadn't yet learned about the uses of mana.
And where did you learn them?
Thistle was pressing now. Everyone who knew him recognized the slight lean in his hunched form.
I have read and studied as much as I could at every opportunity, yet this is still the first I've ever heard of such theories. Surely a teacher would have written them down at some point.
Rather than sputter out a quick reply, Julia paused. She contemplated the question for nearly a full minute, drumming her fingers on her staff as she pondered. Finally, her hand grew still as she met Thistle's eyes once more.
I don't know. The knowledge feels inherent, as if it's always been there, much like my talent with magic. Perhaps the reason only echoes talk about it is that we're the only ones who can. Assuming the knowledge came from whatever force compelled us during our adventures, and since we largely only converse with one another, we never noticed that the information hadn't spread. Again, to me, this all seems rudimentary. I would no more think to talk with someone about it than I would about whether or not they understood how to turn their head. Part of being an echo means recognizing the blind spots that linger when we find them. This appears to be one such example.
I think I get it, Eric ventured. Adventurers know this stuff after a certain point, but they don't talk about it for the same reason I don't ask Grumph how he walks on two legs without falling over. It's what we all do, so the question makes no sense. Even former adventurers, like the people here, think of it as common default knowledge. Here's my big question, though. How have we four, who weren't originally adventurers at all, been able to use it like we have been?
How does a toddler figure out the trick to standing?
Julia shot back.
Instinct. Probably born from a high-stakes situation in which you were all in danger, if I were to make a guess. Instinct is how many non-adventurers manage to accrue power and skills of their own. But there's a difference between a standing toddler and a person who can sprint for miles at a time, and that's the gap between instinct and understanding. There was a rough noise from Grump's throat as he cleared it. Not as clean or authoritative as Jolia's slam of her staff, yet equally demanding of attention.
Then we need to learn. Anything you are willing to teach. Please.
His friends soon nodded their agreement. Grump was right. While it was interesting to wonder about where this information originated, that was less important than the information itself. This might very well be vital to their training, especially if this was something most adventurers knew by default. They needed every scrap of it they could handle.
Fear not. I promised Kieran I would give you all a basic understanding of the concepts, and I intend to keep my word.
Julia paused, licking her lips and glancing toward the door.
You'll want to have Brock bring in some drinks. This might be a more ambitious project than I expected.
Past the borders of Notch, just outside the forest, the priestess worked tirelessly. The first strike was important. It would show her how they reacted to invasion. Of course, she could hardly risk herself to garner such information. That was the role of minions, those meant to be sacrificed for those of more value. Had she possessed a touch more introspection, she might have paused to wonder what that philosophy would mean for her when her task was finished. But Calzadar had chosen her for more than her peculiar talent, even if she was incapable of seeing that particular truth. Sadly, minions rarely served those who followed Calzadar, given the mortality rate of such jobs. That was fine. She had other ideas anyway. An unwitting minion was better, as it was one who couldn't betray her even if they wanted to. And soon, she would have an entire band of minions charging in, testing Notch's defenses while leading them down false paths of whatever danger they faced. The hardest part was hiding Calzadar's presence. If they knew it was him, they might dig in the right tomes, check the stars, and realize what was coming. That wouldn't do. Not until the time was right. Instead, she was scattering trinkets, some emblazoned with the symbols of other gods, across the fake battlefield. Most were useless tidbits, but a few held actual power. Not Calzadar's power, obviously, but power still. Though collecting these had felt pointless at times, she could now see the wisdom of her god. When the nearby band of raiders followed the trail she'd laid out here, they would find what appeared to be the remains of a fight, along with enough gold and goods to make them wonder what the survivors had carried off. With the trail leading into the woods and several new magical tools, they should be able to at least reach Notch. There, they would be slaughtered. Mere raiders could offer no fight against the power in that town, but their deaths would show the priestess much, and in dying, they would achieve the highest of honors, being of use to Calzadar. The time was drawing near. Preparations had to be perfectly in place. Once the great night arrived, there would be limited time to work. Her god had laid a flawless plan. The only potential error might be in whom he'd chosen to carry out the tasks. She would not allow herself to be his sole mistake. She would prove that this was her right, her destiny. When it was over, and the ashes fell upon the world like new snow, she would lie at Calzadar's feet, and know a small part of it was thanks to her. Getting to that future meant working hard in the present, so she continued to sculpt her fake battlefield. The raiders would be along sometime in the morning, and after that, things were going to get quite interesting in the town of Notch. 16. Another night, another dream, and still no Grumble. Thistle didn't bother trying to hold on as hard this time. He'd rather get the full night of rest if talking with Grumble was off the table. At first, he was steady on 2 feet, standing once more next to Grump's burned-down bar. But with every second, the howling in his ears increased, until even staying upright was a struggle. Not long after that, he was sent flying through the air. It was impossible to tell if he woke up right away or if he slipped into a dreamless sleep for a time. Regardless, Thistle awoke feeling more refreshed than the day prior. So far, he'd yet to find a way to raise the issue with Jolia. Yesterday had been consumed with plowing through document after document while she raced around her enormous library, bringing Thistle more to try to read. It wasn't an environment highly conducive to discussion, and Thistle wanted to play this carefully. Forcing it or rushing in would not make getting his answers any easier. Once his daily work had concluded, they'd gone right into the mono-lesson, essentially eliminating any opportunity he might have had to speak with Jolia in private. On that topic, Thistle held no regrets. Even though the discussion had worn into the night, delving deeper into the theory of wielding mana than many of them had been prepared for, the entire group had come out richer for the knowledge. Not even their experienced gnome paladin had been aware of all the different techniques and applications for the magical energy that flowed through them. Understanding those abilities was the first step to increasing them, although how they would do that part was still uncertain. Jolia had held firm on educating them only in the theories of mana, not on how to train those techniques. Obviously, they were gaining experience in battle, but there had to be more they could do. Just as everyone trained with their weapons in between fights, they needed to begin training their mana use. However, that matter wasn't going away anytime soon, so today, Thistle's focus would be on figuring out why he couldn't talk to Grumble. That wasn't technically a pressing issue. They were planning to leave tomorrow, after which Thistle and Grumble could theoretically gab to the gods' content. But something in his gut kept telling Thistle that he was here for a reason, and leaving without figuring out what it was would lead to problems further down the road. For whatever else he could say of Grumble, the god of the minions never worked without a purpose. If it was truly Grumble who had called them here, then Thistle believed there was a reason. The only question was whether or not he would find it before their time ran out. Breakfast was a plain affair, everyone largely lost in thought as they shoveled down some food. Grump was the least bothered, as last night's revelations had minimal impact on him. While mages did, of course, use mana, Grump had already known that and was actively training daily to be better at it. He didn't have to contemplate new training methods or techniques to incorporate this fresh information. That was a task left to everyone else. The rest had far-off looks in their eyes. Thistle could all but see the ideas dancing through their minds, considered and dismissed one after the other. The eating was nearly done when the tavern door swung open to reveal Kieran, Jolia, and Simone. Their arrival was so unexpected that even Brock raised an eyebrow before nodding toward the taps to see if they wanted a drink. Jolia accepted, while Simone and Kieran waved off the temptation. "In what must be the coincidence to end all coincidences, it seems we've got more visitors who have also stumbled across our hidden path this morning, just a few days after you lot did the same." Kieran wasn't accusing them, not exactly, but the danger in his eyes made the suspicion clear. "For the moment, we've shifted the forest so they're wandering in an endless loop. What comes next depends on you all. Do you know any bands of raiders who might have followed you here, or are we expected to believe this is a real coincidence?"
"Neither, in all likelihood,"
Thistle replied. Without realizing it, some part of him had been waiting for this sort of situation. It was never as simple as relaxing in a town for a few days. There was always more, always trouble. At least with enemies to look toward, he could stop worrying about what direction they'd appear from.
"Perhaps it was the power of the bridge that brought us here, but with each passing day I suspect the divine more and more. And when a god is in play, there's usually at least one other, often working toward opposite goals. It is entirely possible that Grumble brought us here to be of aid to you, and that these raiders are the work of an enemy."
Kieran's eyes all but drilled into Thistle, searching the gnome for any signs of falsehood before eventually looking away. "I believe you believe that, and I don't think you lot had anything to do with these invaders, but try to keep some perspective. These idiots are no more than a trifle to us. We'll slay them in the forest before they ever so much as see one of Notch's inner roads." It was a strong declaration that might have carried a touch more weight if Jolia hadn't chosen right that moment to let out a short yelp. In her defense, the burst of sparks firing out of her staff would have caught anyone off guard, especially when occurring that close to her hand. Whatever the reason, her noise and the subsequent concern that crossed her face stole everyone's attention, including Kieran's. "What is it?"
"The raiders just broke out of the loop,"
Jolia explained, closing her eyes and mumbling softly.
"I don't understand. None of them appeared especially strong. The only way is maybe... Oh, shit."
Her eyes snapped back open, now alight with a tad bit of worry and perhaps some excitement as well.
"They've got powerful magical items with them. Some divine, some arcane. Wow. Did they murder a wizard shop owner or something? Sorry, now that I'm sensing the items, it's a little harder to focus. They brought along quite the arsenal, but the good news is that I think most of the tools they've got are too strong for them to use properly.
Timiskor lifted a hand, and out of instinct or consideration, Kieran pointed at him to speak.
I'm sorry, did you say they can't use the items? Because the items are too strong? Unless you mean like how a weapon can be too heavy, I don't understand how that's possible.
Enchanted items use mana just like people. The simple ones are self-contained, so anyone from a farmer to an archmage can wield them and get the same results. When you get into more potent items, the magic grows in complexity. In many cases, powerful items will use or draw on the wielder's own mana. Sometimes for fuel, sometimes for direction. Regardless, it means that if the owner lacks the necessary level of mana or skill to control it, the effects will usually be lessened. Occasionally, depending on the item and who made it, lack of mana means the effects of whatever they use will run wild. Simone wasn't the most talkative of the bunch, but when she paused to explain things, it was hard not to hang on her every word. There was a heavy sigh from Kieran as he drew the blade from the sheath on his hip. What that means is that these idiots are running around our woods with the equivalent of magical powder kegs waiting to go off, at least a few which they can apparently use. We can't assume they won't eventually control more of them. Jolia, route them down the trader road, the one that runs directly into the center of town without passing any of the farms.
I'm familiar with it, thank you.
Even as she snipped at Kieran, Jolia was already casting, words tumbling out of her mouth so quickly it was impossible to tell where one ended and the next began, let alone what she was actually saying. Sorry, I just don't like this much activity in such a short time, especially now that we've got people showing up wielding items they're obviously not meant to have. Makes me anxious. Kieran certainly didn't look anxious as he stalked about the tavern. If anything, he was growing more graceful with every step, like he was getting back into the groove of combat. There was a thud as Timiskor rose from his chair. Even without his armor, he was still a man heavy with muscle from a lifetime of training.
How can we help? I know we can't hold a candle to any of you in combat, but maybe there are some traps to lay or prep work to do?
Timiskor is quite right. Weak or not, you're still our hosts, and we won't stand idly by while you get attacked.
Occasionally, when he was deeply honest with himself, Thistle couldn't help but wonder if Timiskor wouldn't be a better fit for the role of paladin. While it was true that Thistle had already been contemplating how to offer aid, Timiskor had still beaten him to it, because Timiskor didn't bother with wonder or contemplation. He just acted, whether it was jumping out of a chair or in front of a mini ballista intended for another party member. If the man was running on pure instinct, they were good instincts indeed. Paladin instincts. The kind Thistle had never felt like he possessed. Kieran was already shaking his head.
While the offer is appreciated, I can't put our guests in danger.
Danger, no, but maybe they can be useful.
It was the first time Brock had spoken since their arrival, and he did so while dropping off an ale with Jolia.
Something is off with this. A band of raiders magically geared to the teeth happens to stumble on our town and burst through one of Jolia's spells? They can't win. We all know that. So let's take a step back and assume someone else knows that too. If so, then what's the point of this invasion? Not victory, not supplies, certainly not equipment. That leaves information.
All of the adventurer's eyes were on Brock as he returned to his position behind the bar and went back to tending breakfast. It was easy to forget that though he was burly and simple-looking, Brock was a warrior with skills honed enough to let him survive his quests and make it to this town. Dumb brutes didn't often live that long on their own. They needed a measure of battle-minded skill to survive, some paired with smarter people in their party. Brock had evidently cultivated the talent within himself. "He's right," Kieran said. "This is probably an opening move, a gambit to see how we'll respond. They want to understand our defenses in order to pierce through them. Let them try. They could spend 100 years trying to invade, and we could repel them a different way each and every time." Simone stood a tad straighter as she spoke, her eyes shining with pride. Sensing his opportunity, Thistle hopped out of his own chair, albeit with less showmanship than Timiskor.
Forgive me if this is rude. I know I am not nearly as experienced as all of you, but weak as I am, I have learned that there are always stronger enemies out there. There may be impossibly few who could stand against this town, but that still leaves some. The gods, if nothing else. Please, I implore you, allow us to properly thank you for all your information and hospitality. Return our armor and weapons so that we may serve as decoys. Give this enemy no more information about Notch than absolutely necessary."
Kieran's gaze grew skeptical. "You think you five can handle an entire band of raiders on your own?"
Possibly, depending on their respective strength, although it's unlikely given the equipment you've described them having."
Thistle smiled, a casual thing that only betrayed some of the mischievousness in his mind.
"But we don't actually need to defeat them. We merely have to look as though we have. If you can buy us a little time, I think we can put something together."
With one mighty swig, Julia polished off her ale and motioned to Brock for another.
Let's hear your plan. And don't worry about time. I'll keep our invaders at bay for as long as is needed. Or, if luck is truly against them, they'll run into Agramore. But for planning purposes, let's assume that won't happen.
"Why not?" Eric asked. It was Simone who answered, a small ripple of fear in her eyes. "Because if they run into Agramore, there won't be so much as bones left when she's done with them." Elnif liked his new sword. Despite being larger than his old one, it felt lighter, and with every test swing, Elnif was sure the blade moved faster than it should, leaving extra deep gouges in the trees he sliced as they rode. This he did partly to get familiar with this weapon, partly to leave a trail for them to find their way back if needed. As a rider of the middle, Elnif would never have received such a prize from the looting under normal circumstances. Weapons like these were usually scooped up by those of the front. Yet this morning, they had stumbled onto such a wondrous bounty of items that, after all of the front riders had chosen, there were still options like this blade available for Elnif. Even those who rode in the rear had scooped up some trinkets, but the best gear by far had gone to the front riders. Some held weapons that were quite literally glowing or crackling with power. Others had taken rings and amulets of considerable worth. Pavtu, still leading the way, was wearing a silver helm encrusted with jewels. Earlier, one of those jewels had glowed briefly, just before they found a new route to follow. Tracking their prey in these woods was difficult. There were virtually no tracks to follow, and the cart had been left behind. There was no dissuading the others from pursuit, unfortunately. Seeing what the merchants had been forced to leave behind triggered the greed in almost every raider, their minds filling with visions of items so expensive that one could finance a castle. None of them stopped to wonder why a caravan with such incredible cargo would skimp on security. Even if it were all stolen, the thieves would have had to be strong enough to steal it in the first place. This wasn't right. Elnif could all but smell it in the air. As a middle rider, the most he could do was keep his wits about him. When danger appeared, they had to be ready for it. They rode on for almost an hour, the shifting of the sun and Pavtu's confidence the only things assuring them that progress had been made. Then, without warning, the trees suddenly broke to reveal a well-maintained road. For an instant, Elnif panicked, fearing they'd gone too far and entered another kingdom's territory. But that was impossible. Assuming they'd accidentally left the plains, they were still days from the nearest city. Whatever they just stumbled onto, it wasn't on any map. Given the condition of the stones in their path, this wasn't some abandoned ruin either. Had someone hidden a road through the forest? And if so, what else were they capable of concealing? Sadly, the others didn't share his concern. Once the road came into view, their pace picked up. In other circumstances, there would have been yells of excitement and whoops of anticipation. However, they were not new to this life. Celebration came after victory, not before, and right now, maintaining the element of surprise gave them a better chance at making it to that point. Keeping a tight grip on his new sword, Elnif spurred his horse onward to keep up with the others. The road before them was flat and simple, with trees lining either side. While not quite as thick as the forest, the foliage was plentiful enough to discourage them from leaving the stone path. As they went on, hills on either side began to rise and fall, giving texture to the topography. After roughly half an hour of quick but careful riding, they began to ascend a hill. When they cleared the apex, a new sight lay before them. There was a village not much farther ahead, albeit not much of one. A few buildings, more roads leading out of town, and what looked like a small number of people milling about. The knot of fear in Elnif's stomach began to loosen. Maybe this was just a group of sloppy merchants after all. They'd been ambushed, raced into the woods, and come upon this hidden settlement. The mere fact that such a place existed was in itself concerning, but given the natural defenses of the forests, such a thing was possible. Povtu let out a short whistle to signal that they should ready themselves. Now that they'd crested the hill, some of the riders were already in view of the town. From this point on, they would be visible, and that meant every second wasted gave their enemy a chance to prepare. They couldn't permit that, not if they wanted to keep the advantage of surprise. Letting out another whistle, Povtu pointed toward the town. As experienced raiders, they needed no more than that. Moving as one, they surged forward, barreling toward the town with weapons at the ready. 17. When the herd of raiders rose over the top of the southern hill, Gabrielle's grip on her axe tightened involuntarily. She'd been expecting a crew roughly the same size as the bandit gang she fought with Grumph back on their way to Cadence Hollow. Instead, she was staring at what had to be 30 enemies, possibly closer to 40. Worse, most of them were holding items that shone with power, weapons that one could tell were enchanted, even from a distance. Some were too large to have been held effectively, yet were somehow still being wielded. Others merely lacked the telltale signs of wear and tear that mundane weapons slowly accumulated. A horde of experienced warriors, at least 30 strong, armed to the teeth with magical gear, and charging in their direction. Confident as Gabrielle was in her own skill, this was a fight she knew they couldn't have won on their own. Perhaps someday, with more experience and better equipment, but not today. Today they would be mowed down right in the street where they stood, barely more than a bump in the road to a force that size. Yet even as they raced down the hill, building momentum and getting ever closer to town, Gabrielle held her position. She had been through so many trials and lessons since leaving Maple Bark, but one of the first things she'd learned was that when Thistle had a plan, it was usually their best shot at survival. At least she was back in her armor. The blood-red hide taken from a demon they'd helped kill in their early days felt almost like a second skin. She'd worn it so frequently. Timescore shone in the early sun, his gleaming armor back in its proper place. Mr. Peppers was armored once again as well, stamping his hooves on the stone in what appeared to be anticipation. Grumph stood nearby, the mighty staff clutched tightly in his grip, ready to give someone either a magical spell or a stab with a demon bone blade on top. Eric was hiding, because no rogue worth their salt stood out in the open when there were places to spring out of. Thistle looked much the same, since he'd kept his armor all along. Only the return of his sheaths and daggers marked the change in their situation. 4 adventurers, with a 5th hiding in the shadows, and an armored boar. Not exactly the force Gabrielle would have picked to go up against a threat like this one. Hopefully, it would lure the raiders into a false sense of security. Her party had to seem like an easily crushable force, which wasn't much of a stretch in this scenario. They wanted the raiders sure of themselves, cocky to the point where they might play with or taunt their food. As Thistle had put it,
"Some secrets an enemy will take to the grave in defeat, but will shout from the mountaintops at the point of victory."
It was a sound idea, assuming the raiders stopped long enough to bother with taunts. It was possible they would try to roll right on through Gabrielle and the others. If that happened, her group would abandon the pretense and get clear while Notch's citizens handled the threat. That wouldn't be a victory, though. Winning this fight meant finding out everything these raiders knew, and hopefully uncovering a clue as to what was going on. Just when Gabrielle was debating whether it was time to get clear lest they be trampled, the raiders slowed their pace. One in the front, a half-elf wearing a silver helm decorated in jewels, trotted out ahead of the group. He rode forward until he was a mere 40 feet away, then came to a halt. When he spoke, it was directly to Timescore, as though there was no question who would be in charge of a group like this. "Good morning. My name is Povtu, and these dashing warriors behind me are my friends. You seem like a surly bunch, and while we've got no qualms spilling your blood, we're in a cheerful mood this morning. Finding a stockpile of abandoned goodies has that effect on our spirits. In light of that, I'm going to make you an offer. Wherever you stash the merchants and their cargo, kindly go fetch them. If they'll turn over their gold and their goods, we'll leave in peace. Otherwise, we'll kill you all and sack the town until the locals turn over what we want. Either way, we're getting the rest of this cargo. How much collateral damage happens in the process is up to you." It was a nice speech, appealing to their sense of reason rather than just attempting to cow them with fear.
The problem was that Gabrielle had seen a little too much to swallow it entirely. Poptu's gang was nervous. This town wasn't supposed to exist. They realized that, and as such, this was unfamiliar terrain. For a group of Plains raiders, that had to be uncomfortable, all the more so because they knew nothing about this place or how it had been hidden. They were stepping on someone else's turf, and at least a few of them realized how dangerous that could be. That offer wasn't about being in a good mood. It was about hoping to get clear before this all blew up in their faces. Pity Poptu didn't realize that had happened the minute they set foot off the plains.
And if I tell you that no merchants have come through here in weeks, I presume you won't believe me?
Thistle had stepped forward, raising his voice to be sure Poptu and the others noticed him. The effort paid off, as most eyes turned to the gnome, although only Poptu bothered to respond.
Given that we found the remains of their cart and some of their cargo in front of the track leading into the woods, no, I'm afraid we won't.
Poptu tapped his helmet on the word cargo, just in case they'd missed the implication.
Aye, that does seem to paint me as a liar,
Thistle agreed.
but I'm afraid the truth is far worse. You see, Poptu, there are no traveling merchants here at the moment. I suspect you were led to this place purposefully, sheep taken to the slaughter. This town is, as you must have deduced by now, magically protected. It was founded centuries ago, and has wards like the ones of which we can only dream. I won't go into specifics, but I hope you'll believe me when I say that if you try to make war here, you will find only death, that of you and your friends. Please, take that as the warning it is, rather than thinking it an empty threat. Flee, while you still have the ability to do so.
Unlikely as it was, part of Gabrielle dared to hope that this time their opponents might listen to reason. This didn't have to end in fighting, in bloodshed, in more dead bodies laid out on the ground before her. Since leaving Maplebark, Gabrielle had killed more and more often. First it was only demons, then bandits, then eventually any enemy that stood before her. She felt no guilt over these deeds. Everyone she'd ever slain would have killed her instead. Yet still, it would be nice to have one conflict end without adding more corpses to the world. This was, sadly, not that fight. After stroking his chin for several seconds, a malicious gleam entered Poptu's eye.
Perhaps you are telling the truth. I can certainly admit that the circumstances bringing us here do seem suspicious. In this same situation yesterday, I might have coached caution and recommended we retreat. Too bad for you, little gnome. This is not yesterday. We have collectively found enough magical equipment to successfully take on a troop of kingdom soldiers. It will take far more than warnings about old wards and 4 adventurers to scare us off.
Poptu didn't bother waiting for Thistle to respond. He lifted his hand and let out a sharp whistle. Instantly, the raiders behind him surged forward. Thistle watched them come. Gabrielle was sure she caught a flicker of sadness cross his face before it set in determination. None of them wanted this day to end in killing, but the call wasn't theirs to make. The raiders had decided their fate for themselves.
Grumph, now!
At Thistle's words, Grump pulled the stopper vial from his robes, shook it exactly 3 times, and hurled it into the middle of the raiders. One of them, a slim human with twitching eyes, actually managed to catch the vial mid-flight.
You trying to use some kind of magic
The man's words were cut off as the vial, having been properly agitated, just like they'd been taught, exploded. The force wasn't just enough to blow off the hand that held the vial, although that was certainly part of it. No, this tore through the center of the formation, turning some of the raiders to pulp, throwing others from their horses, and generally morphing a tight-knit unit into a blundering mass of confusion. In its wake came an oozing bank of fog that quickly spread throughout the area. Step 1 was breaking them up and knocking them off guard. Seeing as they had an excellent start on this, Gabrielle leapt forward, axe raised overhead, as she felt the power in her pale arms. With a single swing, she tore through 2 of the nearest riders, sending their respective halves to the ground. Being undead had definitely upped her strength, no question about that. But the raiders were beginning to recover. Her next targets would probably put up something of a fight. Good. If she had to kill, then at least this way it would feel like a fight, not a murder. And there would be plenty of killing left in their day. The explosion was Eric's signal. It meant that attempts at peace had failed,
and the time for violence had arrived. Slinking out from his hiding place behind the corner of a building, his blade was already drawn. Chaos had invaded the battlefield. Grump's, or more accurately, Jolia's, potion broke the raiders' ranks and put them on the defensive. With stretches of fog forming along the battlefield, it would be harder for them to regroup or coordinate, not to mention offering Eric useful places to hide. As they scrambled to get a grasp on what was happening, Eric slipped up to the raiders in the rear of the formation. Unlike those closer to the front, their equipment didn't glow or make the nearby air ripple. Whatever hierarchy this group ran on, it was clear Eric wouldn't be dealing with those at the top. That worked well for him, since rogues were better at hitting and moving than engaging in long, protracted fights. Before anyone near him could realize he wasn't one of the group, Eric stooped down near a thick man trying to free his large axe from its position under a now-dead raider. With a quick slice, the man's neck opened. He tumbled down on top of the other corpse and his axe. This was a fight to the death, but that didn't mean Eric had to be cruel. Where he could manage, he would make the kills as painless as possible. Sadly, the cluster of confusion didn't last as long as he might have liked. These weren't some new thieves out on their first job. It was a band of experienced raiders too collected to let one explosion completely throw them off. Already, they were reassembling in groups. The horses still standing were slapped on the rear and sent running. They were a liability, with so many corpses and newly broken stones in the road. Besides, without knowing how many more vials were left, the raiders were smart enough to get their mounts out of harm's way. That also meant they planned to dig in for a fight, unfortunately, since the horses would have been their escape plan if they wanted to flee. Close to the front, Eric could see strange lights and energy, most likely some of the enemies deciding to test their new toys. His breath caught in his throat at the sight, slipping out softly through his teeth as he ran another raider through with his sword. This was the riskiest part of the plan. They could account for numbers, even take a guess at combat ability based on the raiders' tactics and strategy. But those weapons were largely unknown elements. It was possible one could summon 1,000 demons to fight at the wielder's side, or just glow prettily for 5 minutes and then crumble to dust. Since the initial vial had been caught and had failed to hurt the raiders near the front, those that remained were getting a chance to use those items. Eric hurried through his work, killing one more stumbling lackey before hustling to get closer to the front. In a fight this chaotic, his presence could very well be the difference between life and death for the others. Rogues might not be much on the front line, but one could never underestimate the effectiveness of a sword through the back. Eric hadn't been the only one hiding in town. Concealed by a door, Kieran stood near the front of the tavern. Above him was Jolia on the rooftop, magically hidden under an array of spells to avoid detection. Simone was a few buildings over, and Brock was guarding the road that led into Notch. Since the lumbering bartender couldn't fight without being seen, he'd been placed on sentry duty to protect the other citizens. As residents of Notch, they didn't really need the help, but everyone slept eventually, and flukes could happen. They were indulging the adventurers, playing along with the plan so long as it worked. If it started to come apart, then Kieran and the others would drop all pretense to fight in earnest. Until then, they were stuck hiding. From his vantage point, Kieran could see the explosion clearly. It rattled their attackers, but they quickly recovered. Several were already raising their weapons, and magical effects began flashing throughout the area. If the adventurers didn't get moving soon, it would be a bloodbath. As it turned out, Kieran wasn't the only one who caught the warning signs. From his position near the front, Thistle began barking out orders louder than one might have expected possible from a body that small.
Grumph, conjure us some help. Gabriel and Timiscore, run the flanks, picking off the stragglers. You've all fought with me enough to know what comes next.
A pair of daggers twirled in Thistle's hands, one hurled through the air before the sentence was properly finished. It slammed right into the chest of a raider wearing lesser gear who'd ended up near the front in the confusion. The target staggered back several steps before tumbling down. The dagger vanished at the sound of a whistle, reappearing in the sheath on Thistle's side. While not an especially spectacular or tactically essential kill, it did have the effect of putting all nearby eyes directly onto Thistle. With a cheerful grin, Thistle pulled another dagger, met the eyes of his enemies, and then broke into a dead sprint, going the opposite direction. 18. After looking at the situation earnestly, what the party had landed on doing was more subterfuge than strategy. Fortunately for them, Thistle was a paladin who understood that sometimes those two things could be one and the same. It had never really been their task to defeat the raiders. That would be a hard fight on even their best of days. Against enemies wielding powerful enchanted weapons? This moved it from hard to impossible, or as impossible as anything could be in a world with gods and magic. On the other hand, the locals of Notch supposedly boasted unparalleled strength and should be able to easily win the day. The only issue there was that would likely give whoever had orchestrated this something they wanted, and as a rule, Thistle made it a point to never fulfill his enemies' desires. They had the means to win, yet doing so openly might cost them later down the line. In light of that, the answer became almost obvious. They had to rely on the Guardians of Notch without letting on that Thistle and his party weren't the ones doing the real damage. The exploding potion was first, something to stir up confusion. Confusion was essential for this plan, possibly more than any one member of their group. Landing his dagger throw was also important, which was why Thistle had chosen the weakest target he could see. The raiders needed to believe him as a threat if they were going to buy what came next. Without slowing down, Thistle burst through the door to the tavern, the nearest pursuer a mere 30 feet behind. They'd been caught by surprise, but a misshapen gnome in heavy armor wasn't going to outrun many people, even with paladin strength coursing through his muscles. It is why Thistle had purposely positioned himself near the tavern, to ensure he had as short a sprint as possible. It didn't matter if he beat them by a foot or a mile. None of the raiders were ever going to make it through that door. No sooner had Thistle run inside than Kieran went to work. Hunkering down to roughly the right height, he cracked the tavern door open a fraction, then held out his hand. Immediately, Thistle slapped one of his daggers into it. The gnome had made certain to twirl them in the open, ensuring that the raiders, and anyone else who might potentially be watching, got a good look. None of this would matter if they didn't sell the charade properly. With a swift throw, Kieran hurled the knife through the crack in the door. With the former assassin hidden by wood and shadows, no one without would see more than a flash of metal. Then there was a dagger directly in the head of Thistle's closest pursuer, who collapsed in a heap without so much as a final whisper. Already, another dagger was in Kieran's hand, and Thistle was calling for the other to return. Between a magic belt with 2 sheaths and 4 other daggers enchanted to return, they had a supply of throwing weapons that could be used indefinitely. Not enough of them to cut through the entire force from this position, but that wasn't their job. Kieran would handle picking off the high-value targets the moment their attention wavered, while also defending his and Thistle's position. A new crackle of magic filled the air as Grump finished waving his arms around and muttering random nonsense to cast his spell. In truth, the magic was Jolia's, but with a spell like this there was no way to trace the origin. The ground near Grump shivered and rumbled as the next step of their plan kicked in. With a suppressed snicker, Kieran leaned back and whispered to Thistle.
"Looks like it's time we brought our backup forces to bear."
Grumpf had no idea how long he needed to pantomime. He simply stopped when he felt the ground begin to quiver. Joliet had warned him about that telltale sign, along with what came next. Threatening as the raiders were in their own right, this was the actual moment Grumpf had been dreading since the fight began. All around him, seeming to sprout from the very road under his feet, a half-dozen enormous bears burst forth with mighty roars. The dire bears were larger than normal bears, hulking monsters of such size and fury that to even be near one activated any sentient creature's flight response. And Grumpf was stuffed between 6 of the things. Remembering his role, Grumpf pointed forward with his staff, making sure that all nearby raiders could see it. Obviously, this did nothing. Jolia was the one in control of the creatures, but appearances were essential today. On cue, his Ursine army surged forth in various directions, set on a homicidal crash course for the raiders. A flutter of sympathy filled Grumpf's heart as he watched the first bear rampage forward. Part of him wondered if this was brutal overkill. That feeling faded fast as he witnessed the bear suddenly explode in flames. A bald human at the front of the raider group was holding up a gauntlet that glowed red with magical heat, and with a point of his finger, another fiery blast struck the first bear. From his left, a second raider came forward, one that looked so similar to the first they might have been brothers. This fellow didn't have a gauntlet, however. He was hefting an axe that looked much too big for him, yet with a casual swing he chopped the head clean off the dire bear, spraying curious shards of ice with the impact. The bear dissolved into nothing. As a summoned entity, it had never been alive in the first place. That didn't seem to quell the fury of the second bear, though, as it attempted to trample the axe-wielder. He was too quick, darting back despite the cumbersome axe. Already, the bald raider was taking aim for another fiery blast. He shot, searing the second bear's flank and sending it off its chosen course. The two raiders were working in tandem, and it was a potent strategy. The flaw in it quickly became obvious, however. While the dire bears were certainly eye-catching and scary, they weren't the only threats on the battlefield. Before another blast could exit the gauntlet, a sword came smashing down on top of it. Timiskor had appeared from behind, and while he could have killed the man outright, he'd instead chosen to disrupt the attack. That would make for a harder fight, but Timiskor was the right person for the job. He'd gotten fire warding on his shield when they geared up in Camderail, so if anyone could handle this particular threat in a one-on-one match, it was Timiskor. The problem was making sure it stayed a one-on-one match. Already, the axe-wielder was stepping closer, looking to horn in on the battle. Lifting his staff, Grumpf began to mumble once more, only this time it wasn't pageantry. He hurriedly cast one of his own spells, a blast of fire that roared from the tip of his bone blade on a crash course for the axe raider. His attack was blocked by the flat of the axe, flames sizzling to steam as they hit the unnaturally cold surface of the weapon. From his vantage point, Grumpf could just make out the grin on his enemy's face. It was a short-lived moment to victory, as the raider turned to see Grumpf with a toothy smile all his own. The fire hadn't been about hitting, it had been about distracting. From behind, a still smoking and angry dire bear slammed into the axe-wielder. The first blast might have put it off, but these weren't mere wild animals. They were summons being controlled by Jolia. She'd sent it back around, and with his attention on Grumpf's magic, the raider was looking in the wrong direction to see it charge. To his credit, the man fought valiantly, trying to maneuver the oversized axe into a viable striking position, but the bear was relentless. Grumpf didn't actually hear the crunch, but he saw the raider's body go limp. After a quick glance to make sure Timiskor was still up, the half-orc turned his attention to the rest of the battlefield. It wouldn't do to have a pair of object lessons in the importance of paying attention and then make the same error himself. Things had only gotten crazier. Several raiders perched on top of a stone horse that had appeared from nowhere. One seemed to have turned into a strange tree creature that was fighting two dire bears at once, and all around, Grumpf could see sparks and spells shooting into the air. These items were powerful, that much was clear. Perhaps too powerful. The raiders may well have been better served using tools they could properly control, rather than ones stronger than they could handle. Another good lesson to keep in mind for the future. Functionality was better than raw power. Then again, raw power certainly did have its uses. Taking a few steps back, Grumpf ducked behind the remaining dire bear near him, one that had stayed behind specifically for this purpose. To seem like he was casting this next spell, it would take some time. With his friends busy, the bear would have to serve as his bodyguard until the task was done. Grumpf pressed his back into the beast's furry side, then lifted his staff high enough that it could be seen over the enormous creature, and began to chant nonsense once more. Elnif raced out from under the heavy paw of a dire bear, rolling to safety just in time. As a raider of the plains, one who had ascended to middle rider, he'd seen many battles in his time. None of them were like this. On top of the fact that the few defenders of this town were proving to be far more dangerous than expected, their own weaponry was putting them in peril. Huberth had dissolved into ash when he pressed the topmost rune on a magical wand they'd found. Galzim was impaled on sharp spears he'd accidentally summoned from the ground with an amulet, and Pelsor had turned into some kind of tree monster. Granted, that last one was coming in handy, thanks to the sudden influx of bears, but it was still an issue they were going to have to deal with. Having a slightly sharper, lighter sword didn't seem like quite the bad deal it had earlier in the day. At least Elnif's weapon probably wasn't going to be the cause of his death. No, that honor would most likely go to one of the odd people who'd greeted their band when they rode into town. Who would have imagined that a crooked gnome could be so deadly with those daggers, or that a half-orc wizard could conjure such fearsome allies? It was all too much. Not for one moment did Elnif believe this to be a coincidence. Something had led them here. Something had orchestrated this. It had all been too perfect, too easy, until suddenly, everyone he knew was fighting for their lives. If he survived, Elnif would hunt whoever did this to them for the rest of his days. But this was not a situation where he could take survival as a given. Shoving his way through various magical effects, overwhelmed with light and sound, Elnif found himself suddenly outside the fray, standing in the peaceful morning sunshine that was still beaming down upon them. This was insanity. Surely there had to be a way to put an end to what was happening. True, Povtu was the one who'd rejected the offer of peace,
But that was before suspecting they'd been set up. Maybe if he could get to Pobtu now, they could convince everyone to throw down their arms. Even as he had the thought, Elnif knew it to be pure fantasy. The front riders would never listen, not with enemies to fight and supposed treasure to claim. That drive was what had earned them those positions in the first place. Shade fell upon Elnif's brow, and as he looked up, he noticed clouds swirling in the sky, ones that hadn't been there seconds prior. With a quick scan, he saw the half-orc's distinctive staff poking up from behind a dire bear. Their wizard was casting again, and if it was half as bad as the last spell, it might very well put an end to this battle entirely. Elnif couldn't let that happen. Wrong or not, aggressors or not, this band of raiders was all he had. Until the end, he would fight for them. Bolting forward, Elnif tried to circle around the bear, hoping he might get enough speed for a clean strike before the creature could react. Before he could draw near, something else leapt from the sea of chaos that was the battlefield. A pale woman with black hair, clad in blood-red armor and swinging a dangerous-looking axe, shot forth at exceptional speeds before planting herself directly in Elnif's path to the wizard.
Sorry, Grump's a little busy at the moment. You'll have to content yourself with me.
Not ideal. She was fast, and from the way she swung that axe, probably strong as well. But she wasn't exploding with unpredictable magical energy, so that at least made her an enemy that could be properly fought. She was aggressive. The way she dashed over made that clear, so his likeliest shot at victory was to put her on the defensive. After what he'd seen so far, Elnif didn't want to fight any of these people at their best. Without warning, Elnif charged, sword at the ready. He opened with a thrust, which she dodged rather than block, arcing her axe upward in a slice that would have opened Elnif's stomach if he hadn't already been backpedaling. Just as he thought, her version of defense was more attacking. If he could last long enough to get a read on her habits, it might be possible to catch her off guard during a counter. Another rush from Elnif, this time bringing his blade around from the side. She blocked, but when their weapons met, neither was prepared for what happened. A pulse of magic ripped out from the point of impact, shaking first the weapons, then the arms of those who held them. Both retreated momentarily until the quivering slowed.
Nice sword. Not many weapons come away from touching my axe unscathed.
Her arms had already stilled. She regained control faster than him. Bad as that was, better he knew up front. It meant Elnif would be at a disadvantage every time she blocked, so he'd have to try pushing her to dodge instead. She readied her weapon once more, yet waited for him to recover. Evidently, he'd done well enough to deserve a fight with honor. Or she was toying with her food before going in for the kill. It didn't change anything regardless. Elnif had to try to stop that wizard, and that meant somehow getting past this woman. Making sure his arms had steadied, Elnif stepped in for another attack, hoping dearly that she wouldn't try to block this one. 19. In addition to the glowing gauntlet, Timiskor's opponent pulled out a mace with his left hand. Fire magic and a melee weapon together made things more complicated, but given the general madness engulfing them, it was really only one more thing to keep track of. Much as he didn't care to admit it, to the others or himself, Timiskor often felt the most at peace in the havoc of battle. When the world boiled down like this, consolidating into the fundamental concept of not dying, it left no room for the doubts and questions that haunted him endlessly. In these moments, it didn't matter who he was, how he'd come to be, or what place there was for him in the world now. All that counted was his skill with a blade and a shield. That, and that alone, would determine who survived to see another day. The bald man opened with a shot from the gauntlet. The fireball was big and bright, but it still sizzled uselessly against Timiskor's shield. The wards had withstood a direct fire attack from the mouth of a dragon. It would take more than hastily cobbled heat spells to break through. As the flames cleared, Timiskor realized his enemy had already reached that conclusion. The bald man came in swinging, whipping his mace through the soft haze of smoke created by the burst of fire. A good move, yet one that was perhaps a tad too predictable. Timiskor was already moving back, shifting his position so he could deflect the second blow. It rang hard against his shield, but by the time his sword was in motion, the bald raider was already pedaling out of range, aware he'd just opened for a counter.
You fight well.
Turning the mace out, the raider slammed the butt of it twice against his chest, thudding against his leather armor.
I am Roan, a rider of the front and feared combatant.
Timiskor, the knight, for now.
He didn't let the conversation dull his focus, and it was a good thing. No sooner had Roan nodded did he bolt forward,
swinging the mace as though trying to shatter stone. It crashed heavily against Timiscore's shield, like Roland was simply driving him back. Timiscore almost countered before thinking better of it. Roland had been fighting too smart to make such a blatant blunder now. Instead of swinging, Timiscore jumped back and to the side. It turned out to be the best move he could have made, as a sudden burst of fire tore through where he'd been standing. Of course, shooting first and then using the mace hadn't worked, so Roland had switched it up. He'd decided to open with the mace, then use the gauntlet when Timiscore moved his shield to attack. A good tactic, if a limited one. Despite the difference in their power, Timiscore couldn't help noticing that Roland was fighting with a somewhat constrained skill set for a warrior with his rank. Then, as he watched Roland flex the fingers of the gauntlet, it clicked. Roland wasn't using much variety because he'd probably never fought with a magic fire glove before. Instead of depending on his tried-and-true tactics, Roland was betting heavily on his shiny new toy to make up the difference. There might be a lesson worth contemplating in that revelation somewhere, but for Timiscore, there was only one salient takeaway at the moment. He needed to press the attack before Roland could get comfortable. Shield at the ready, Timiscore charged forward. As he'd expected, Roland reacted by shooting more fire. To his credit, the bald raider was smart enough to aim for Timiscore's legs. Reacting with well-trained speed, Timiscore dropped his shield position and angled it downward, sending the torrent of heat directly into the ground. Roland was the one charging now, mace already whipping through a powerful swing to capitalize on Timiscore's lowered position. A sound move, one intended to take him by surprise, but a tactic that came with serious drawbacks when it was predicted. Timiscore's shield was in place overhead as the mace came down. He felt the impact at the same time he thrust his own blade forward. The leather armor favored by the raiders was well worn, which meant it was sturdy enough to have lasted for some while. That said, such armor was meant for front-facing defense, with the fastening mechanisms in the rear. Rather than try to punch through Roland's leg armor, Timiscore used the proximity and position to maneuver his sword through the raider's legs, then turn it sideways and pull it as deeply through Roland's right calf as possible. A piercing howl of pain split the world around them as Timiscore shoved Roland back with his shield, sending him tumbling back on the bloodied leg and allowing Timiscore enough room to retreat a few paces. Roland was injured, but so long as he held that gauntlet, he was still a serious threat. Stepping forward carefully, blade held at the ready, Timiscore addressed his adversary.
"Take off the gauntlet. Throw down your weapons, and this need not end in death. You have committed a crime, but I am sure the people of this town will jail you for it, rather than see you dead in the streets. We are acting as guardians, not murderers. You have the power to help the killing end."
Roland sucked a breath through his teeth as he glanced down at the blood gushing from his leg.
To you I know this must be honor, showing mercy to a downed foe. But on the plains of Earthos, we have our own kind of honor. The only way to live here, to survive on this path we've chosen, is to fight with your life on the line every time. Those who cannot would have broken and run long ago.
He sat up, flexing the fingers of his gauntlet once more.
To die wiping a dangerous enemy from the battlefield is the greatest death of all.
With a sudden movement, Roland grasped the gauntlet into a fist and held it. Timiscore could see the glow intensifying, but what it would lead to was anyone's guess. He did a quick scan of the area to be sure none of his friends were nearby, then backed up quickly with his shield at the ready. Based on what he'd seen so far, the most likely result would be one hell of a fire spell. In a way, Timiscore was right. The first effect was an explosion, although admittedly a smaller one than he'd been expecting. For a heartbeat, Timiscore felt relieved. Something like that might very well have killed Roland in the process. That hope was short-lived, as Roland began to rise from the ground. Only, it wasn't really Roland anymore. He was burning from head to toe, covered in flames that were slowly charring his skin. Flames that were unnatural, almost forming a face to stare at Timiscore. Flames using Roland's body as a platform. While not a mage, Timiscore did have basic deductive abilities. Lively flames coming from a gauntlet that were moving a steadily burning body. The best guess was that Roland had activated some aspect of the gauntlet and was using himself as fuel for whatever it had summoned. The fiery monster that had once been a raider turned toward Timiscore, rearing back and letting loose a torrent of flame from the remains of Roland's mouth. This time, it was closer to dealing with dragon fire. The flames had tremendously increased in both number and intensity. Ron's corpse was more dangerous than the man himself. On the upside, at the rate he was decaying, he probably wouldn't be in the fight very much longer. The downside, however, was that attacks like that could still do real damage in short order. Given his shield and the other's roles, Timiskor was the one best suited to draw this monster's attention. He slammed his sword against his shield to avoid losing once Ron's notice.
I'd expect a spell that uses a life as a component to be more powerful. Ron clearly made a poor trade.
Whether or not insults would work on this kind of creature was pure speculation, but it wasn't as though Timiskor risked anything by trying. He had to do anything he could to keep the attention on him until this was over, or the others had been freed up. Unfortunately, it worked. The burning corpse dashed forward, slamming its gauntlet hand against his shield and sending Timiskor stumbling back. Whatever else the magic was doing, it had also made Ron substantially stronger. Already, Timiskor could feel the ache in his arm from absorbing even one blow. Any more like that would drive him to the ground. And since Ron was already decaying, it was hard to imagine a few simple sword strikes would do much of anything to him. There was nothing to do but survive, keep fighting, hold the line, live to protect his friends. So long as he could accomplish that, Timiskor would take a deadly opponent off the field. He just hoped Thistle had some healing magic left over when this was all done. At the rate things were going, Timiskor was definitely going to need it. Mr. Peppers stood near the edge of the battlefield, watching 3 raiders work together to fend off one of the dire bears thundering through their ranks. He'd been cut off from Timiskor in the chaos, but there was little need to feel worry. Timiskor was strong. He could handle himself for a few minutes. What Mr. Peppers couldn't turn from was the bears being sacrificed as fodder for their victory. They were unquestionably essential to winning a fight like this, yet they were also being slowly felled one by one. No backup, no aid to protect them. The 3 raiders managed to cripple the bear, tearing a chunk from its back and leaving it limp on the ground, with not even the decency to kill so it could fade. As they raced off to find another target, Mr. Peppers quietly trotted over. The bear let out a soft roar as he approached, but the noise died away as it spied the boar. Gently, Mr. Peppers pressed his snout to the bear's nose, holding it there for several seconds. A soft, gentle glow rippled across the bear, partially mending its wounds. Mr. Peppers was surprised. He'd only expected to offer some small comfort in the creature's final moments. Timiskor must be nearing revelation to produce an effect like this. More surprisingly, the light had yet to vanish. It flowed upward from Mr. Pepper's snout, continuing across the entire boar. The glow intensified as he moved, following the direction of the 3 raiders who had nearly felled this noble creature. With every step, his hoof prints grew wider and deeper, until he disappeared in a cloud of magical smoke drifting across the battlefield. He did emerge eventually, but it was a very different Mr. Peppers who came out the other side. With a flourish, Eric rammed his short sword through the back of a raider that was about to charge one of the bears and had forgotten to check their rear. Trying to figure out where he was needed on the battlefield was turning out to be nearly as tough a job as handling their opponents. A lot of smoke and flames were coming from where Timiskor had gone. That looked to be getting serious. But on the opposite side, Eric caught sight of Gabrielle holding off a raider with a large sword to keep him from getting near Grumph. The clouds overhead were building slowly and steadily. Jalea had warned that the effect would have to be slow if they wanted to sell their ruse. A spell like this would take some while for most mages to cast. She was doing it the slow way to avoid tipping their hand, in the hopes that whoever was watching would buy that the magic was Grumph's handiwork. The idea was all well and good from a subterfuge angle, but it ignored the fact that they had to defend Grumph for however long the casting required. Here and there, an occasional dagger would sink into a raider's vital organs, a reminder that Thistle and Kieran were still in the fray. If only Gabrielle could lead her opponent to a better angle, the dagger throwers could help. Given the options, Eric felt like Timiskor probably needed his assistance more. Whatever fire was over there, it was growing fast, and Gabrielle could likely handle an enemy of this caliber one-on-one. Even if she couldn't, Grumph was nearby in a pinch. Timiskor was more likely to need backup. Eric even started in that direction, making it several steps before he noticed the hurried thudding noise coming up behind him. Thanks to his rogue's reflexes, Eric leapt aside just before an enormous boar tore out from a veil of mist. No doubt about it. That was Mr. Peppers. The bits of wrecked armor hanging off one of his tusks made it abundantly clear. There were so many questions Eric wanted to ask. How?
was, of course, at the top of the list, followed closely by why and when, because last he checked, Mr. Peppers was an average-sized boar. Luckily, the one question Eric no longer had was which direction he should go. Mr. Peppers was on an obvious path for Timiscore, meaning that the knight was about to get plenty of backup. Better, Eric used his time to go help Gabrielle wipe out her opponent, freeing them both up for new fights. It was too bad, though. Eric really would have loved to follow Mr. Peppers and see what the boar could do with his new size. 20. This raider wasn't too shabby. Unlike most of the others she'd seen so far, he had opted to keep it simple rather than picking up some shiny new enchanted tool. Just a sword, and a damn strong one at that. Gabrielle hadn't seen many weapons that could stand up to her axe, and the fact that he had a half-orc's frame meant that their strength was more evenly matched than she'd have liked. If not for the undead boost, Gabrielle would have been at a serious disadvantage. Or maybe she wouldn't have, because in that scenario, she'd have another option. The truth was, Gabrielle probably could have already won the fight if she had been enraged, but she wasn't. She hadn't allowed her fury to break forth since the change, nor had she tried to use her axe's magic-cutting ability. Not knowing what her condition was or how it related to the axe made the idea of either terrifying. What if she activated an ability and used up whatever force was keeping her animated? The fear seemed silly when she considered it, yet as soon as the axe was in her hands, it felt all too real. No one knew exactly what she was or how she was still alive. Until Gabrielle had some answers, she wasn't sure she wanted to gamble with her life, not unless there was a very real need to do so. Sadly, the longer she squared off with the half-orc holding the sword, the more she wondered if this would be the day that put her abilities to the test. Her adversary kept slipping gradually closer to Grumph. He was the real target. She was just standing in the way. With a roar and a charge, he ran forward, only to be met by Gabrielle along the way. She dodged a swing from the sword, bringing her axe around in a slice for his shins that he hopped away from, countering with a thrust of his own. Gabrielle parried, resulting in both their weapons shaking from the contact, forcing them both to retreat for a few minutes. It was a fight of attrition, one that she was slowly losing. If she went down, that would only leave a single dire bear as Grumph's protection. A fast or skilled warrior could work around that kind of distraction long enough to get in some lucky shots, which meant she had to keep her opponent at bay. The silver lining was that this fight had a deadline, one the raiders didn't even know existed. Already, the sky was dark with clouds. A little longer, and they should be able to finish this encounter off. The axe stopped quivering, and she could see that his sword was still shaking, yet Gabrielle didn't press the advantage. Her goal was time, stalling, and the longer this dragged out, the better it made things for Grumph. Plus, if she were truly honest with herself, this was the first time she'd been in true battle without the fog of rage to cloud her thoughts. The idea of spilling blood wasn't quite as easy to jump on in her proper state of mind. It was still probably necessary. She understood and was at peace with that fact. That didn't mean she wanted to make it her instinctive recourse. Her half-orc enemy didn't share the desire to burn time. He leapt forward the instant his blade steadied. From behind him, Gabrielle caught sight of a figure slipping out from the general din of madness. Eric was creeping along, coming up behind the half-orc. She couldn't afford to pay her friend much attention. There was still a sword-swinging half-orc trying to stab her. Gabrielle focused on defense, continuing to dodge where possible, as the sword swings grew more and more dangerous. Finally, she swung her axe into a position to block, eyes darting past the half-orc to Eric. He was in the perfect position. As soon as she blocked and both weapons began quaking, the half-orc would be defenseless, and Eric could slice his legs to knock him out of the fight. In hindsight, Gabrielle would realize that it was her fault the half-orc caught on. She looked at Eric a tad too frequently, and permitted her eyes to linger. Because of this, it shouldn't have been a surprise when, instead of taking her bait, her opponent swung around just as Eric was approaching. As a rogue, Eric had made great strides since they first set out, and was capable of far more than he'd ever been in his guarding days. That said, the half-orc was a trained combatant capable of fighting on Gabrielle's level, and he caught Eric by surprise. It was only natural that the enchanted sword ended up jammed through the side of Eric's gut, sending him staggering to the ground. All of it happened so quick. Gabrielle was still standing there, holding her axe to block a strike that would never come. She could see Eric, stumbling back before collapsing, doing all he could to keep his sword aloft in the hopes of stopping a follow-up blow. Elnith was lifting his blade, taking aim, ready to finish the fight before she had a chance to intervene. The scene smashed against Gabrielle, flooding over her like an unexpected wave, washing away every ounce of self-preservation from her mind. This kind of rage could no more be contained than a hurricane could be reasoned with. Maybe it was because of their recent lesson, or due to her newly altered body, but Gabrielle could feel the changes as anger overtook reason, and mana stormed into her muscles, swelling them with newfound power. The axe had a dark, unnatural sheen on its surface, not that Gabrielle paid it more than a passing thought. Her weapon was already in motion, moving faster than she ever could have, even as a motivated undead. No barbarian was at their strongest unless they were funneling their fury, and the strike that slammed into Elnip's back was more powerful than he could have possibly anticipated. Gabrielle's hit sank right through the leather armor, piercing the half-orc's spine. He cried out, a reasonable reaction considering the circumstances, dropping the sword as he gasped for air. Something wasn't right. Besides the hunk of metal that now occupied space in his back, the half-orc appeared to be almost withering, like he was being drained of something, yet no blood or body mass was leaking free. Gabrielle shook the husk from her axe, noting that it landed far more lightly than a corpse of that weight should. She checked the sky, seeing that the clouds now covered almost the entirety of the town square. By the time she made it to Thistle, the fight would be done. Rather than waste time and jostle her friend, Gabrielle planted herself directly over Eric as he worked to keep pressure on the wound. No one would get to him, not unless they were willing to bet their life against hers to do so. She was finally feeling like her proper self again, and would happily share that sentiment with anyone foolish enough to put her strength to the test. She almost felt a pang of sadness looking at Elnif's dead body. He'd fought well, and she would have liked to end things properly. It wouldn't be until later, when the anger had faded and left her at full mental faculties once more, that Gabrielle would pause to ask what should have been an extremely obvious question. How did she know the half-orc's name? There was no hurting the flame elemental. Timiscore wasn't entirely sure that was what this creature qualified as, but it seemed close enough to the descriptions he'd heard that any distinction would be arbitrary. Rolln was long dead, little more than a burning skull now, yet his body continued to attack, driving Timiscore into tighter and tighter corners. His shield was still glowing from the last round of attacks, and showed some discoloration on the edges. Magic had limits, and that included wards on shields. It could only withstand so much damage at once before it failed, and Timiscore had a worrying suspicion that they were nearing that point. Worse, Rolln's fiery form was driving him back toward the main battle, where the straggling raiders were dealing with a mix of dire bears and their own equipment. More than a few pieces of gear had already gone out of control, leaving behind smoking craters or half-dissolved bodies in their wake. Had the raiders come in with their customary weapons and armor, Timiscore suspected his party would have been in for a far harder battle. He could see why armies didn't merely load up their members with every magical trinket on hand. It risked causing more problems than it solved. The gauntlet, however, was proving to be quite an efficient pain in the ass. Another torrent of fire drove Timiscore back, making things even more complicated. The burst of flame caught some nearby raiders' attention. A harried knight made a far more tempting target than an enormous bear, so several shifted their focus. This was rough. The fire monster was hard enough on its own. If Timiscore had to fight while surrounded, his defense was going to give. Another step back, and a new sound reached his ears. Something was coming. Something big, with substantial momentum. Either an additional bear was on the way, or one of the items had summoned a new element to the fight. Timiscore hoped it was the former, but they had to be running low on bears by this point. Tusks broke first through a veil of errant fog, slamming violently into a pair of raiders who'd been moving toward Timiscore. Following the bone-white spears was a familiar snout that Timiscore recognized immediately, though it was much larger than usual.
Mr. Peppers?
The enormous boar snorted once, as if in confirmation. He was huge, his back practically level with Timiscore's shoulders. With a loud grunt, Mr. Peppers reared back and crushed another raider, one who'd been trying to line up a strike on the nearby bear's flank. The bear roared, Mr. Peppers snorted, and Timiscore began to wonder why exactly he needed to be there. A blast of flame served as an excellent reminder. Timiscore hurriedly planted his shield between the fire and Mr. Peppers. Small or large,
He wasn't letting any of these bastards hurt his boar. When the torrent faded, a new noise reached Timiscore's ears. Soft sizzling drifted up from his shield. It was the sound of raindrops boiling to vapor as soon as they landed. The rain had started, which meant Grump's spell was complete. Any second now, the real effect would kick in. From his vantage point, Timiscore saw the fire corpse gradually weaken as the rain intensified. Smoke rose from the fading blaze, yet it still struggled forward, set on attacking one last time. Valiant as that determination was, it proved to be too little. A clap of thunder roared across the land, while a half-dozen bolts of lightning split the sky, each one planting itself directly in a raider's torso. The next round came within seconds, as did the next, and so on. Even the burning corpse took a few shots, the overwhelming electrical energy sundering what little connective tissues remained. When the smoke from the body faded, there was nothing more than ash and the gauntlet, which looked untouched. The lightning smote the intruders for several seconds longer before finally dissipating, along with the clouds overhead. As the rain came, it washed away the remaining fog, providing a clear view for the first time since the fight began. Timiscore scanned carefully, hunting for any survivors that might still have some fight left in them. There were none. No survivors that he could see. Though a few did twitch occasionally, that was little more than an after-effect of the lightning strikes. Between the bears, the lightning, and the raiders' own equipment, his party had managed to survive the onslaught. It was a humbling moment, both to see how easily the people of Notch could deal with such a threat, and the realization that, without their help, he and the others would have been butchered. Jolia, pretending to cast through Grumph, had enabled them to endure and survive, supplemented by Kieran pretending to be Thistle, hurling daggers at every high-danger target that wandered too close to the tavern. Without their help, this would have been a different kind of bloodbath. After surviving the grand quest, Timiscore had permitted himself to feel as though they were truly gaining strength. But this fight put things back into perspective. There was so much further to climb, and as hard as they were all trying, he and the others hadn't even grasped the core of how their abilities functioned. They needed to learn more, train more, grow stronger. They'd put themselves into conflicts between the very gods of the world, and there was no telling how strong their opponents would be moving forward. Next to Timiscore, a glow appeared, covering the entirety of Mr. Pepper's. It was brief, too quick to even properly worry about what was happening, before there was a bright flash, and Mr. Peppers was once more at his normal size, the shattered remains of his armor landing with a clatter nearby. Timiscore examined the fractured metal briefly before shaking his head.
Looks like we'll need to make you a new set. Maybe one that can change size?
A grunt, possibly of approval, came as Mr. Pepper's only reply. The others were moving now. He saw Gabrielle wave down Thistle as soon as the gnome emerged. Someone must be injured. Tempting though it was to rush over, Timiscore had no healing to offer, so rather than waste the energy, he began moving from raider to raider, making sure that none were pretending to be felled. He would take them prisoner if they could be saved, and spare them the misery if they couldn't. But ultimately, it wasn't an issue. There wasn't a single raider left to deal with. Each one was dead, several with smoking wounds where the lightning had pulsed directly into their hearts. Jolia could have cast that spell in seconds, if not for the pageantry, and the results would have been no less destructive. So much power in these people, in this town, and yet, at some point, they had all stood in the same place as Timiscore. He could reach those heights. It was doable, if he had the talent to learn and the willpower to follow through. They had much progress to make, indeed, yet Timiscore wasn't put off. Someday, they could attain this level of strength, and this might very well be the perfect place to start. 21. Infuriating. All of the work, the killing, the stealing, and what had she gotten? Inept pawns killed, half by bumbling adventurers and half by their inability to wield the very tools she'd provided. Well, tools Calzador had provided anyway. And it was true, she hadn't done all of the stealing or killing herself. There were other priests who'd completed smaller tasks that led to the end result. Nevertheless, this was an insult to her, to Calzador, to the very idea of intruding bandits bursting into a small town. Didn't they know there was a way these things were done? At least it hadn't been a complete waste. Even if the real players had hidden behind their puppets, she'd still gotten to see how they liked to fight. One was good with daggers, and they had at least a single mage. Given the lightning storm and swarm of bears, the caster seemed to have a focus on nature and the elements. That information would prove useful when passed on to the others. There had to be more, though. More to uncover, more to assess. She still had a few days before the time was upon them. Perhaps she could put together one more assault. It was risky, and would require prayer before a final decision was made, yet it felt like a worthy use of her energy. For now, she had to slip away. The trader wasn't scheduled to arrive yet, but her instructions were clear. She was not to give any sign that someone was camping along Notch's borders, which meant allowing the usual traffic to pass unimpeded. Although Calzador was shielding her from detection by magical means, she could still tip them off by staying in the open view of travelers. A poor morning was one thing. Erring on that front risked unwinding the entire plan, and she would not disappoint Calzador in such a way, both out of devotion and self-preservation. Timanuel hurled himself between the rock's claws in Wimberley, taking a hefty scratch along the back of his armor for the trouble. Better mar his appearance than suffer Wimberley's guts spread out all over the nest, which was where things had been heading. It had seemed like a simple task. Climb the mountain, find the home of the golden rocks, take a few feathers, and be on their way. At first, things went to plan. They made it along the road with only a minor skirmish, managed to navigate their way up the mountain with minimal injury, and stumbled upon a nest by pure fortune. That luck had lasted only until they'd stepped inside, however. Circling shadows were their first brief warning before the golden rocks began swooping in and attacking. They were young, far smaller than the enormous creatures they'd eventually become. The birds known as rocks were famous for being huge, but golden rocks were a type of tremendous all to themselves. Legend said a fully grown one could spread its wings and block out the sun. The one upside was that, given the fighting, the nest, and the dive bombs, the party had more goldenrock feathers than they could possibly need. They might even be able to turn a small profit on the rest if they made it out of here in one piece. Monster parts always had some kind of market, be they for mages or collectors. "We have to jump!" Shalara was holding a magical shield in place over herself and Gelthorn, who was firing as fast as she could reload her arrows. The quiver was not endless, unfortunately, and there were too many enemies to wear them down slowly.
"Won't that just kill us faster?"
Timanuel asked.
"I can cast Lightfall on us. It will burn up the rest of my mana for the day, though, so you assholes have to protect me on the way down."
Shalara sank to her knees, presenting as small a target as possible while a fresh set of talons raked her wavering shield.
"Thing is, I can't cast while holding this, so we have to jump first. I'll have to do it in the air."
Timanuel and Wimberley both glanced over the edge. It was a long way down, easily enough to kill them, but not quite so lengthy a drop that they felt confident Shalara would be able to cast that many spells before impact. As they looked, screeches filled the air, and another pair of rocks swooped down. Shalara was right. They had what they needed, and this was too overwhelming a force to defeat.
"On three?"
Wimberley called.
"Fuck that! Just jump!"
Shalara was already moving, her shield dissolving into light, Gelthorn close at hand. They raced to Timanuel and Wimberley, helping the gnome to her feet before taking surprisingly graceful leaps over the edge of the nest. Timanuel and Wimberley went with them, both keeping careful watch on the circling shadows as they began plummeting toward the ground. Seconds later, they saw Gelthorn's fall slow considerably while they raced past. Credit to her, the forest warrior had her bow drawn and ready in case any rocks tried to follow them down. Shalara slapped a hand on Wimberley moments later, mumbling under her breath as she cast the spell again. It was like someone had tied a rope to Wimberley's body. She suddenly stopped tearing through the air and drifted like one of the very feathers they'd come to collect. Heartening as it was to see, Timanuel couldn't help noticing the sheen on Shalara's face, despite the wind screaming past them. This was taking a lot out of her, and the ground was coming up fast. Still, she hurried on, pressing against him as the arcane words came out so fast they nearly tripped over one another. Timanuel felt the magic take shape at the same time he saw Shalara's head start to dip. On instinct, he wrapped her in a hug, then flipped over, putting his back between her and the ground. Before he'd finished the rotation, Shalara was out. Maybe she'd overestimated herself. Maybe she'd known from the start that she didn't have enough mana to save everyone. Whatever the case, this was all Emmanuel could do to try to help now. He wasn't a mage, he wasn't especially clever, but he was a paladin. Taking hits for his friends was just one part of what that entailed. Since he was enchanted to fall more slowly, and Shalara was under gravity's full control, the end result was that they fell together at a reduced pace, just not to the point where they all would land without injury. Emmanuel came down hard. He felt more than a few bones fracture on impact. He was still alive, though, and based on the gentle snoring drifting up from Shalara, so was she. Wimberley and Gelthorn were still drifting down, so Emmanuel spared a bit of healing magic for himself, enough so he could move properly as they continued their escape. Things seemed to be looking up. The rocks were staying close to their nest, not bothering to give chase. It made sense. All they'd been doing in the first place was repelling invaders from their home. From his pouch, Emmanuel produced a few of the golden feathers they'd gone through so much trouble to obtain. One major item down, some potion ingredients, and 2 more items to go. He just hoped they wouldn't be quite so dangerous to obtain. The adventurers were gathered in Brock's tavern, clustered up around Thistle as he continued healing the wound in Eric's guts. They'd stabilized him in the open before moving indoors to finish. The wound might have been a fatal blow to one with less experience, but bodies that were constantly fueled by mana had a tendency to become more resilient. It was one of the reasons adventurers could keep fighting through blows that would fell a mere farmer. They probably didn't know that, Kieran realized as he took a quick glance through the tavern window. They were just acting on instinct, much as they had throughout the battle itself. While the newcomers were concerned with taking care of their friend, Kieran and Simone were sorting through the gear the raiders had been wielding. Most of their standard equipment had been melted by the lightning or crushed by the bears. The majority of what remained to be were the newly acquired enchanted items. Turning a gauntlet over in his hands, Kieran examined it carefully, using the magical glasses Jolia had lent him for the job. Looks like this one is pretty strong. Gauntlets of the Flame Warden, a near artifact that was handed down by a powerful warrior from the Plane of Fire. No wonder a mere thief couldn't handle this. You'd need a lot more mana capacity and some primal connection to fire in order to wield it properly.
Into the sack, then.
Simone held out the canvas bag lined up and down with runes. Magical bags that could hold more than they seemed were almost commonplace in major kingdoms. This was something more secure. It had enough enchantments to be sure that those who shouldn't get in wouldn't, regardless of how hard they tried. A necessary precaution when dealing with this many magical items from various sources. Kieran tossed the gauntlet in, then removed a ring from a nearby finger unattached to any owner. This one, just a small bit of protection magic, clearly not enough to help its owner.
Potential loot? Simone asked.
It was wrong to let the adventurers fight so hard and walk away with none of the spoils. Kieran felt that in his gut as surely as Simone and the others did. Former adventurers or current, there was an order to these things, one that Kieran wasn't going to risk violating while his town was under assault. Then again, Kieran couldn't very well hand over equipment so powerful it might kill the adventurers, so the best solution they'd come up with was to screen the remaining items. Those that were worth having, but were not so strong as to be dangerous, could be used as potential loot for Notch's guests. After more thorough examination, of course. Everything else went into the bag. They would hand it off to the trader when she came through, probably picking up a tidy profit in the process. Potential loot, Kieran agreed, tossing the ring into a more mundane bag slung over his shoulder.
I'll make a note.
Simone jotted a few words in the scroll at her side, eyes darting to the corner of her page. It was rare to see Simone uncomfortable, especially with the winds of victory still blowing through the air.
Kieran, be honest with me. What do you think of these adventurers?
It was more than just a question. She wasn't even trying to hide that fact, yet without knowing exactly what it was she was fishing for, Kieran had no choice but to offer her the truth. Good-hearted, and they worked together well. That teamwork, along with a bit of divine help, is probably what's seen them through their travels so far. In terms of raw power, they have a few neat tricks, but it's clear they started at a disadvantage. They didn't train for these lives, and it shows. Gabrielle is only now roughly as strong as an average barbarian thanks to being undead. Grumph doesn't have nearly the mana capacity as most mages at his casting proficiency. Thistle's weakened form means that he will never properly take a paladin's place on the front lines. Eric was only obviously just recently trained, and Timiskor— Kieran trailed off briefly, then shook his head. Physically, Timiskor is the only one at the level where he should be. He started off as an adventurer, and the difference is clear. But mentally, he's still so raw, even though it's been some while since he was freed. We all lived our first lives long enough to have a sense of ourselves, to mentally divvy things up between what we'd been doing versus who we truly were. I think he might have broken away from his control before forming that, and lacking a sense of self has slowed his growth. The only part he seems to be carrying with him is his desire to be a paladin. There was no dissent from Simone. She'd almost certainly reached roughly the same conclusions from her limited time interacting with the party. Assessing someone's potential abilities was part of the adventuring life. It helped avoid mouthing off to someone who could knock you through a wall. And the assessment of Notch's newest visitors said only one thing. They were a nice party, not a strong one.
I know what we decided when this first started. Just a place to rest, maybe a peaceful life, if they were looking to settle down and seemed like a good fit. Does that still feel right?
You want to train them? Kieran asked, already aware of the direction that kind of talk would lead. Simone held her hand out in the air, palm flat, and shook it along the wrist.
Sort of. I'm not proposing we teach them all our secrets or techniques or anything like that. I was watching Gabrielle when she used her rage today. It was a curious sight, seeing the mana flow in, weaving its way through the axe. I think it's doing more than just keeping her alive, and I'd like to study their bond. Obviously, we shouldn't try teaching them to slay dragons in a single blow or anything ludicrous. But they jumped into danger without hesitation just to help us with a little subterfuge. Maybe we can teach them enough to survive for a week once they leave.
They lived long enough to make it here, Kieran pointed out. Simone didn't reply at first. Instead, she reached down and tried to pick up a longsword near a body that looked like it had been sucked dry of some essential nutrients. She let out a sharp curse seconds later, dropping it to the ground with a clatter.
Shit. No wonder that blade gave Gabrielle such trouble. There's a hefty amount of divine magic buried in there.
Walking quickly over, Kieran grabbed the longsword by the handle. It was a fine weapon, keen and balanced. There was more to it, however. Old magic, the kind woven by a master of an art long since lost to time. Kieran had encountered a few such items on his journeys. For most, they would be nothing more than sturdy, reliable weapons. Yet there were a few who would see different results. Wielders who satisfied some unspoken requirements known only to the items themselves. Given the tinge of divine magic that had burned Simone, this was a sword most likely meant for a paladin. Assuming this one passes inspection, we'll let Thistle take a hold of this and see if it produces any other effects, such as resizing, Kieran decided. If not, then let's offer it to Timiskor. He's the only one of the group who uses a longsword, and I've got a good hunch about this one. Whatever's inside is powerful enough to hide from Jolia's spell, so maybe it can help keep the kid alive once he's back on the road.
I take it you're on board with helping them?
Simone finished shaking her fingers, the last of her burns already faded. We'll give them enough that they know how to grow from here, and you can untangle any potential issues with the axe or other enchantments they might be hauling around. Don't forget, these people came here with a piece of that artifact. Someone is using them as pawns. So I think they're a touch more looked after than you think. Kieran jammed the longsword into the ground so Simone wouldn't grab it again by mistake. He'd pick it up when they were ready to head inside, but there was still a lot of work left to do. Already, the town priest, Olapep, was preparing to hold service. Simone had sent her attendants a message to ready the graves, meaning that was one chore they could thankfully skip. They would see these raiders put properly in the ground before the day was done, each one getting a grave on newly consecrated ground. Killing didn't come as easily as it had before, when they were all adventurers roaming the countryside with nary a second thought for the bloodshed in their wake. It was still necessary, when occasion demanded, but at the very least,
they could treat what remained of those they killed with respect. Even if the others had been pretending to lead the attack, it was really Notch's defenders who were responsible for most of this carnage. The bears, the lightning, the daggers planted in people's vital organs, it all traced back to him and Jolia. Brock and Simone had avoided engagement purely by chance. Neither of them had needed to intervene. They would have, though, and in a heartbeat at that. Most of the town could enjoy their new lives of peace solely because the town council was still willing to shed blood. Killing was the nature of their world, and disliking it didn't change that fundamental truth. It would still be true when the others emerged from Notch and headed back into the kingdoms. Monsters, bandits, corrupt politicians, greedy guild leaders. There was no end to the dangers awaiting those who set to the road and called themselves adventurers. That was a concern to deal with later. For now, Kieran wanted to see his town swept clean. Someone had clearly sent these raiders in, and that person was likely smart enough not to be among them. There was much to sort through, and no indication how long they had to do it. After the service, we'll gather together to share information and theories gleaned from this battle, Kieran said. Once that's done, we can talk to the adventurers about extending their time with us a touch. Until the trader arrives at soonest. At that point, we can give them a guide, or they can make a home here. You think she'll have any trouble making it through with whatever is going on? At that, Kieran managed to produce a short laugh. I think she'll be just fine. It's a regretful fool who underestimates that one. Let's just focus on making sure Notch is still standing by the time she gets here.
22. By the time the last of the bodies were buried, it was near evening. Together, most of Notch's overseers returned to the tavern, where Brock was still overseeing the adventurers. He'd never been much of one for ceremony, be it for friend or foe. In Brock's culture, to die in battle was a glory, not a tragedy, and such accomplishments were meant to be drunkenly toasted. Enemy or ally, he would raise a mug to any warrior who fought valiantly and accomplished deeds worthy of retelling. Jolia and Simone were largely silent along the trek, making only occasional small talk about their theories on what might be happening. For Kieran, too, the evening felt heavy, this post-burial walk all too familiar. The cost of living so long as an adventurer, and making it to retirement, was that he'd been forced to go to many funerals such as this. When two sides met in a battle to the death, only one dug the graves. For a time he'd hoped this part of his life was truly behind him, yet now a new enemy was at the gates, trying to break inside. That was part of why Kieran had agreed to Thistle's plans. Stepping onto a new battlefield and drawing his blade again, that was no small act. If he began to fight in earnest once more, Kieran wasn't sure he'd be able to stop. In the old days, before he gained a sense of self, the killing had merely been part of the job. This would be different. This time Kieran had a town he'd be protecting. A lifetime of adventuring had taught him much, and one of the most important lessons was that people were at their most dangerous when they had something to fight for. Such thoughts left his mind by necessity as they entered the tavern to find a semi-festive vibe. Eric had been patched up good as new thanks to Thistle's healing, and everyone was enjoying mugs of ale that clearly weren't their first. Since it was nearly night, Kieran helped himself to a drink, then motioned for everyone to draw near. Evening all. With our enemies now properly laid to rest, I think it's time we dug into what happened here today. A band of Earthos Plains raiders, geared to the teeth with equipment they couldn't control, managed to breach our borders only a few days after you lot wanted in. Before we go down that road, no, I don't think you had anything to do with it, not knowingly. But this makes the idea that your artifact or guard led you here just that much more suspect. Thistle, as a paladin, I assume you've been praying since your arrival. Did Grumble ever confirm that he was the one who brought you to Notch? If we can rule out even one source, it would make our task easier. As a rule, Thistle didn't generally look uncomfortable. He faced everything head-on, and even when bothered, his years as a minion allowed him to keep a steady expression. On this occasion, however, there was a flicker of worry in his eyes. It tipped off several people in the room seconds before his mouth started moving.
I was planning on bringing this up today before everything went awry, but I actually haven't been able to speak with Grumble since I arrived here in Notch. Every time I try, I have a dream where I'm being buffeted by winds so fierce I can't make out his words. My intent was to politely bring it up and slowly draw out whether or not this was a side effect of your wards, or whether it was something more sinister. Given the question you just asked, I'm guessing it's neither.
Although the candor was momentarily surprising, it quickly became apparent why Thistle had admitted that he hadn't fully trusted them before.
I see. You were concerned we might be the ones blocking your communication with Grumble. And if that were the case, then you'd have to assume we were doing so for nefarious purposes.
Julia was drumming her left hand on her staff as her right hefted a mug to her lips, bringing it back down half empty.
And you're telling us now because you no longer think that's the case.
Close,
Thistle corrected.
I'm telling you now because, while there is still a chance that Kieran's question was a fake designed to trick me, that kind of thinking isn't going to get us anywhere. For paladins, faith is an essential part of what we do. I decided that it was time to show you some and trust you, though I can't be entirely sure that it won't backfire. It's clear there's a force out there after one, if not all of us, and if we want to come out the other side, I think it's time we stopped keeping one another at arm's length.
A show of vulnerability rather than one of force. While not the first time Kieran had seen that move brought out, it wasn't a frequent tactic in most adventuring circles. Then again, if they'd been normal adventurers, he'd never have permitted them to enter Notch in the first place.
Thank you, Thistle. That does indeed tell us something useful. You are hardly the only one of faith here, so none of the wards protecting this town are designed to interfere with a connection to the divine. In fact, until your arrival, none of our citizens had complained of such an issue. I'll check around tomorrow to be sure, but I have a feeling that if it was affecting more than just you, we'd have heard about it by now. Nearby, Eric was rubbing his gut where the wound had been. Even with healing, it was hard to convince his mind that all injury had suddenly vanished. That means someone must be specifically messing with Thistle and Grumble's ability to speak. I wouldn't have even imagined that to be possible, but if it is, then surely that means we're seeing the interference of another god. Possibly, but they have protocols for when disputes arise, Simone informed him. To directly interfere in the connection between god and paladin crosses a line, and it's not something they would do on a whim. There would need to be a greater goal, especially considering how much power would be required. It's also possible they created spells or items suited for the task, tools that could theoretically be used by mortals to achieve the same ends. My point is, god or not, this suggests we're in the middle of someone's plan.
And a plan derailed is harder to recover from than something as flexible as random attacks, Thistle surmised. We need to figure out the plan and begin tearing it down.
Aye, seems our best recourse,
Julia agreed. Kieran rose to his feet, making sure that all eyes were on him. This wasn't just an announcement for the adventurers. He needed his own people to take note as well. Then, our first step forward is to share everything we know about what's going on. Everything, from both sides. After that, the way we keep a step ahead is what Thistle suggested. No more half-trust. We let these people into our home, and when danger appeared, they stepped up to fight for us. Whatever we're in, we're now in it together. Anyone have an objection to that? Not a single voice of dissent was raised. In fact, the only sound was Brock pouring a fresh mug of ale for Jolia. After waiting a few seconds, just to be sure, Kieran nodded and sat back down. Then, let's start comparing notes and see where it leads us. Another game session successfully completed without incident. Russell should have felt relieved. If things had suddenly turned real and magical in a game where the situation was that dire, they might have panicked and ended up with talon wounds in their flesh. No one seemed disappointed that the dice had yet to glow, or that Russell's eyes hadn't clouded over. Sherry actually looked worried whenever Russell stared at the book for too long before turning toward them. She tried to hide it, but the frequency of catching that look on her face made it easy to notice.
As much as they'd been willing to take this plunge for the chance to see real magic once more, they were also scared of what might happen if they succeeded. So to them, any session where all they had to do was play a normal game of spells, swords, and stealth was a good one. It should have felt the same to Russell. It wasn't like he was eager to lose control of his body again. Yet the more time passed, the easier it was to let doubt in. Had they imagined it? Had they all eaten bad fish that day? Maybe there was a gas leak. All of these were such insane, long-shot explanations, and they still came in miles more plausible than magic. It was hard not to wonder if, game after magicless game, there wasn't some other potential explanation for what they'd experienced. Thoughts like these were what drove Russell to the internet, despite the late hour. He was combing through postings, forums, social media, anything he could find with even a passing mention of spells, swords, and stealth's mysterious limited edition modules. Per usual, Russell found himself smashing against little more than dead ends. Deleted posts, vague word choices, frustration after frustration. Plenty of people were asking about the modules, but no one was talking, himself included. Magic or not, it was easy to tell that they were on the inside of something, and loose lips might see them ejected to the other side of the glass. Russell kept digging, expanding his parameters more and more in the hopes of finding something to reassure him. Suddenly, near the bottom of a page, a link caught his eye. Russell opened it. The link led to an angry review about a comic book shop a few towns over. No wonder this hadn't been picked up earlier. It barely mentioned the game at all. It did, however, describe being trapped at a table and injured based on what had happened to their characters. The reviewer made it sound like a Saw-style trap they'd been led into, but Russell recognized key features. Glowing dice, cloudy eyes. It was all there, only framed as a cruel prank instead of magic. Fast as his fingers would move, Russell clicked on a link to the shop, only to discover it had gone out of business some time ago. That explained why no one seemed to be paying this review much attention, aside from the fact that it sounded like a crazy person wrote it. A new idea struck Russell. If he could find the reviewer, they could compare notes. Maybe there had been something different at the game shop than what had happened in Russell's dining room. He clicked back to the review, skimming down to see the username of whoever had posted it. People managed to find out real names from usernames on television all the time. There had to be a process for it. Unrealistic as Russell's expectations of violating privacy were, they also proved to be unnecessary. No sooner had his eyes fallen upon the name than a low, annoyed groan slipped out of Russell's throat. He knew that name. Not from memory, precisely, but from context. This comic shop was near enough that there was probably only one contender who would post under the horrendous screen name, Bitches Love Mitches, without an iota of self-awareness. The first lead he'd found on someone outside his group who'd experienced the same events, and it was, of all people, Mitch, head of the trio consisting of some of the worst players Russell had ever gamed with, all-around asshole, and now potentially the holder of useful information for unraveling this mystery. Russell just had to figure out if he wanted the information that badly. Part of him wished they'd just had magic spring up during the rock fight after all. Gabrielle awoke with a start, largely because she wasn't used to sleeping anymore. The closest she'd come to managing was to close her eyes and rest her mind by clearing it. Normally, the act was difficult, but this evening it had come naturally. Maybe using her anger left an innate need to be soothed, or had tired her out in ways she didn't notice. Regardless, her mind had cleared naturally after the evening's late discussion, and she'd expected to remain like that for another few hours. Instead, she was awake. Except, no, she wasn't, because she definitely hadn't gone to sleep in the middle of a grassy expanse with the sun high overhead. Was she dreaming? That would mean she was truly asleep. Well, it was the first time she'd risked using her rage since the change. This might very well be an unanticipated side effect.
Hello?
The voice was unfamiliar, and instinctively, Gabrielle reached for her axe. That was the moment she noticed that the axe was missing. She was here, in her usual armor, hair still dark and skin pale, yet the axe itself was nowhere to be seen. Curious, but one could hardly go looking for sense in the world of dreams. Rising to her feet, Gabrielle turned toward the voice.
only to find a semi-familiar face looking back at her.
"You're the half-orc, the one that I... Elnif, right?"
How did you know that?
He started forward, wobbly steps that pushed him off the ground harder than they should have. The raider had become light, near insubstantial, and as he moved, Gabrielle could spot the occasional ray of sunshine peeking through his form. Dead, then, even in this dreamscape. On that note, it was strange that she would dream about a place such as this.
"I don't know how your name is on my tongue. Let me ask you this. Do our surroundings look familiar to you?"
Almost for the first time, Elnif seemed to realize that there was more around than just Gabrielle. He surveyed the landscape, head bobbing almost immediately.
They do. We are on the plains of Urthos, near where I was born. I learned to ride here. My father taught me the ways of a sword here.
Distantly, Gabrielle could swear she heard the sounds of swords clashing, and saw a shadow that looked like a child on a horse flick by in the corner of her vision. If that didn't confirm it, nothing would. This wasn't her dream at all. It was Elnif's. Only, somehow, it was going on inside her head. No, not somehow. When she really thought about it, Gabrielle knew what had happened. Not the specifics of how, true, but the results were obvious. She drained him, taken more than just blood when she struck him down in fury. That was why her axe wasn't here. This was the axe, metaphorically, maybe even literally. Perhaps it had drawn her mind into itself to make this meeting happen. The logistics weren't important at the moment. She was here, and had to make the most of things. Her first concerns should be finding a way out and learning all she could from Elnif. After a night of comparing notes, her friends came up with a few theories of what was going on, but had found no solid ground. Elnif might know a crucial detail without even realizing it. First things first. If she wanted to have a conversation with this fellow, there was only one way she could start it.
"Sorry I had to kill you, Elnif. I'd have accepted surrender, but you went after my friend."
He stared at her for a few moments, then down at his own hands, before letting out a soft sigh.
I forgive you. It was battle. I'd have done the same. I was trying to do the same. You just won.
"Really? I kind of expected you to be madder about it,"
Gabrielle admitted.
Me too. Things are clearer here. I have peace, I think.
He did look peaceful, more so than when they'd been trading blows. A small part of her was envious at that, Elnif's ability to look so serene. But she knew she wouldn't trade places with him for anything, and if she didn't want to end up in the same situation, then there was definitely work to do.
"I'm glad to hear that, Elnif, because if you're willing, I'd like to talk with you about what happened today. Hear your side of things."
The peace faded as his face momentarily darkened. Just as quickly, the rage slipped away.
We were tricked. Set up. Sent in as a sacrifice. Weren't we?
Gabrielle nodded.
"That's our working theory."
Then I will tell you everything, because if I cannot have vengeance by my hand, then I shall have it through yours. Show the one who tricked my people the same hell you gave us.
"I'll do everything I can."
Not a true promise, because Gabrielle was starting to learn that there were some fights she couldn't win. Anger and determination be damned. The most she could ever promise was her best. That was enough for Elnif. He made his way over to her side and began to tell her everything about the trail that had led the raiders to Notch. 23. Mornings were different now. Before, Timiskor had merely needed to roll out of bed, take care of necessities, and clad himself in the simple traveling clothes he'd been left with after his armor was seized. Such was no longer the case, as he and the others had been allowed to return to their rooms with all of their equipment following the battle. It might have been something that slipped attention with all the other issues to focus on,
but it presented a conundrum for Timiskor. To don that armor was to say that he expected, or was at least prepared for, danger to beset them at some point through the day. However, not donning it left him exposed, and if yesterday had proved nothing else, it had demonstrated that even the powerful people of Notch could be surprised. Ultimately, Timiskor elected to put on his armor, not because he expected trouble, although he certainly considered it a possibility, but rather because he didn't want his body getting accustomed to moving without the weight. Their last fight had given him an idea of just how much more powerful he could still become, and maintaining the strength to move unencumbered by his armor was the bare minimum he could do, especially since their days here were spent on rest and work instead of training. Timiskor descended to find that he wasn't the only person who had slipped on their armor that morning. Gabrielle was clad in her usual blood-red leathers. Eric wore the stolen color-changing armor taken off another rogue's corpse, and even Grumph was in his moon spider silk-reinforced robes. Thistle, of course, still had his armor on. It refused to so much as budge from his skin, which made quite a bit more sense now that they knew some force was cutting off Thistle and Grumble's communication. The god of the minions had managed to tell his paladin to stay safe, even if the message was more oblique than usual. As he made his way to the tavern counter, Timiskor noticed Brock watching him intently. Before his order was even out, the muscular bartender was sliding over a plate of eggs with a substantial slice of seared meat on top.
My thanks, but I fear this much will be too heavy a breakfast for the day we have ahead.
Timiskor tried to push the plate back, finding it held firmly in place by Brock's hand on the other side.
Eat. You're gonna need the nutrition for what's coming today.
He effortlessly moved the plate a few inches closer to Timiskor, making the firmness of his position on the issue clear. Somewhat befuddled by the aggressive hospitality, Timiskor accepted his meal and walked over to an open seat by Grumph. The eggs were the same as they'd been having for days, whereas the meat was gamey yet tender, cut from some animal Timiskor had never sampled before. It did have a bit of a kick that spread warmth through his stomach, and within a few bites he felt more awake and alert. Approximately halfway through his steak, the tavern door swung open to reveal Jolia. She walked in, pausing by the bar to receive a mug from Brock that he'd begun pouring as soon as the gnome entered. After a deep sip and a satisfied smack, she turned to address the remainder of the room.
Good morning, everyone. Here I was worried that you'd need to be told to gear up, but I can see you all took the hint when we permitted you to keep your weapons and armor. In light of recent events, namely the surprise attack in our town and the revelation that gods are likely at work, we have decided to repay your bravery with a small amount of education. Not training, mind you. I don't want anyone getting heavy ideas about how much you'll be learning. Just some basic education and ways to train yourselves.
Julia paused to climb her way onto a stool, making herself more visible to the room as a whole.
Mornings will now be dedicated to laying that groundwork and helping you better understand your abilities. Afternoons are still for work. It all has to get done anyway, and will be a good way to give your minds a rest. Once that's done, you're free to do as you please. Train, relax, eat, whatever you wish. In a few days, our trader will swing through town. At that point, we'll employ her as a guide for any who wish to leave, since we can no longer be certain the coast is clear. On that note, one of us will stop by in the evenings to bring you up to speed, and to see if you've had any ideas or revelations about our situation. We've got little to go on, so sharing every scrap of information we can get is essential.
There was a sound of gulping as Gabrielle finished off her cup of water in a steady chug. She set the container down with a heavy thud. It was a performance meant to draw attention, and she succeeded.
If you don't mind a suggestion, we should probably have those meetings in the mornings as well.
In case Thistle learns more in his dreams?
Julia asked.
In case any of us learn something in the night. I, for example, had a very interesting evening. Not sure how trustworthy the information I got is, but I should definitely share it.
Gabrielle hesitated, as if unsure of whether or not the next words should be spoken. Her nerve soon asserted itself, as did her knowledge that, right now, every clue was vital.
When I killed someone yesterday, my axe seemed to steal part of him, is the best way I can think to describe it. Then last night I was able to talk to him. I have no idea what that means, or if it was even the same raider I killed, but it felt worth sharing.
She could feel the looks from the others burning into her,
They were worried for her, scared of what she'd become, and in one case, weighed down by the guilt of her condition. Every time some new development popped up, it was always the same. Gabrielle was ready to find answers, half out of the desire to avoid future moments like these. The other half, however, was to put her own very real fears to bed. Their delay made sense, but she had to start seriously working toward answers about her condition.
Definitely glad you told me that,
Julia agreed.
We'll table discussion of what you learned until this evening, though. You are going to spend the morning with Simone anyway, getting a full analysis done on you, your acts, and the connection between you. This is one more thing to have her look into. Once we've got a better idea of how reliable the knowledge is, we can discuss it tonight.
Further words had been ready to leave Gabrielle's mouth, though she'd be damned if she could remember what they were as her jaw hung open. Just like that, so casually, Julia had proposed solving the question that had been tunneling around in the back of Gabrielle's mind since she changed. Was that even possible? The axe was a mystery, and they'd been bonded in a storm of wild magic. It was a sort of situation one expected only a specialized brilliance might be able to untangle. Simone could handle the undead aspect. She'd shown that much already. But the axe was another matter. Gabrielle had bought the names of artifact experts back in Camnerail, and Simone's name wasn't on there. Then again, that might very well be because no one knew Simone was still alive or existed at all. The entire point of Notch was that it was hidden from the greater world. That probably extended to information brokers as well.
You really think she can?
Whatever words had been lost, these were the ones to take their place. A touch of hope, and far more fear than she'd intended, permeating Gabrielle's words.
Without question.
Julia permitted no quiver or hesitation in her voice, and the reply was instantaneous.
In terms of raw talent, I'm a superior mage to Simone. But when it comes to study, research, thought, and creation, she's on a whole other level. She built half her spell book on her own. If there's anyone who can puzzle together what you are and how the magic works, it's that woman.
Just the expert we needed, perhaps.
Thistle took his time with the next bite, properly chewing over both this knowledge and his eggs.
The more coincidences pile up, the more uncertain I become about what drove us here. There are things we benefit from, information we clearly needed that we have come into. Yet at the same time, we're seeing surprise attacks and visible effort to curtail divine communication. It's like we're supposed to be here and not, all at the same time.
The whole thing was equally strange to Timiskor. He did have one thought on the matter, an idea he nearly silenced until he remembered Julia's words. They knew so little that every piece mattered, even bits that could easily be wrong.
What if it's both? Maybe we were supposed to be here, but then someone else decided to use those plans to their advantage.
He'd been braced for polite nodding, followed by one of the smarter members of his party pointing out exactly why that couldn't be the case. Instead, Timiskor was met by considered silence. Just when he was about to apologize for wasting everyone's time, Eric let out a long breath and leaned forward.
Shit! That might be it. We keep thinking of this as one connected plan instead of two mashing against each other. Grumble points us toward Notch, knowing we have serious gaps in our understanding that need to be filled if we're going to get stronger. Where can we get that knowledge and find people sympathetic to our situation? Here. And added bonus, they've got enough magical expertise to give us some idea of what's going on with Gabrielle. Makes sense. The problem is, it makes so much sense that another god might see the move coming. Instead of this being our chance to relax and learn, they've pinned us in and cut off communication between Thistle and Grumble. What comes next is anyone's guess, but for right now, Timiskor's theory is the best fit I've heard. Anyone else got something better? A round of collective head-shaking rippled through the room, Jolia and Brock included. For his part, Timiskor made a point of looking to his plate to hurriedly put away more eggs. Eyes on him in battle was one thing. He felt less comfortable about such attention without the cloud of combat to hide in. At his feet, Mr. Peppers nuzzled up to his side, and Timiskor scratched the boar behind his ears, already feeling better.
That's something I'll talk over with the others before tonight,
Jolia said.
For now, let's focus on assignments. Gabrielle, you're with Simone today. The first priority for you is figuring out your condition. Timiskor and Thistle, you're with Kieran to start. Grumph, You get the privilege of studying under the wisest mage in all of Notch. Me. And Eric, good news for you. Looks like you'll be passing the morning with Brock.
Eric looked up from his meal, poorly hiding the surprise on his face. I'm sorry, Brock? I didn't realize you were a rogue.
About as far from one as it's possible to get, Brock chuckled. But you clearly know about sneaking, stabbing, and all that stuff. What you don't know is how to be aware of your mana intake and output, when you use it, and how to use more or less as needed. While I can't pick a lock for shit, you'll be hard-pressed to find anyone who can match my level of physical and mana control.
With a clang, Julia set her empty mug down on the counter and slid off her stool.
That's a lesson most of this lot will need to learn. Even you've got room to improve, Grumph. Finish up your breakfasts, drink some water, and take care of any bodily necessities. Once you leave here, we're not stopping until after lunch. And although I said we don't plan to teach you much, you should know that even the fraction we're going to impart will take a lot out of you. I'd ask if any of you want to sit it out, but you're adventurers. I already know you won't make the smart choice.
She wove her way across the room, then stopped before drawing near the door.
Truth be told, the willful idiocy is my favorite part of adventurers. It's the thing I miss most. Now hurry up. Daylight's wasting, and every minute you spend on breakfast is time not being used for training. Just be sure to eat it all. You're going to need the energy.
Final piece said, Julia exited the tavern seconds before everyone except Gabrielle began wolfing down their food at breakneck speed. Whether it was time management in action or pure excitement was hard to say. All that mattered was that the party saw a path toward getting stronger laid out before them. They all wanted to take that first step as soon as physically possible. Even if Julia's warnings had made it clear that said first step was going to be one hell of a doozy. 24. Borrowing the car was easy. Russell had proven himself responsible at virtually every turn in his mother's eyes, especially when compared to the example set by Sherry, so he had more or less free rein over the vehicle when it wasn't in use. Driving over, on the other hand, turned out to be more difficult than Russell expected. It had been some time since he and Mitch had exchanged words. Spells, swords, and stealth was the only thing they ever had in common, and after the incident with Tim's dice, the odds of any of them playing again had seemed pretty low. The group had drifted apart, which was such a blessing Russell almost didn't mind having his body eventually used as a puppet, if that was the price for freedom. Dealing with Mitch and his cronies was a slow death, like a frog being boiled in a pot of water. They started out civil, but kept pushing things bit by bit, until Russell had ended up running a game he barely wanted to play for a group of people he largely didn't like. No wonder he'd picked a module with harsh rules for realism that he knew they'd initially ignore. It had all seemed so natural. Of course, he was stuck playing with that group. Only the truth was that he could have taken Tim and bailed at any time. Mitch had managed to make Russell forget that was a choice. He kept everyone around him constantly pinned in whatever role he wanted them in, just by being louder and pushier than anyone else. Today, that would have to change. Mitch had something Russell wanted. Confirmation at the minimum, perhaps even information that Russell's party lacked. The minute he realized that, Mitch would sleaze into his usual role, demanding favors for the trade, perhaps even trying to weasel his way back into the game. Based on his review of the comic shop, the guy seemed to be in denial about whatever it was he'd experienced, so fear of magic probably wasn't a card Russell could play. Truthfully, Russell didn't really know what tactic he was going to use, and sitting in his car conspicuously wasn't making the ideas flow faster. Turning around was technically still an option, albeit one he would never use. Now that there were real stakes involved, Russell had to do everything he could to learn what was going on. The others were taking risks by playing the actual module. The least Russell owed them was an awkward conversation, if it meant learning something useful. He was moving before he noticed, body acting while the brain hesitated. No new revelation struck him as he walked up the concrete path winding through the front yard, leading up to the front door of Mitch's house. Both his parents would be gone. They worked most of the time, including weekends, so Russell didn't need to worry about explaining himself. Now that he thought about it, Russell wasn't even sure he'd ever met Mitch's parents. Not a relevant realization at the moment, but it seemed his brain was pinging all over the place. except the one subject Russell really wanted it to dwell on. A quick ring of the doorbell, followed by the slow steps of someone who didn't care if they made it before their caller departed. Almost a full minute later, the door opened to reveal Mitch, clad in jeans and a t-shirt that had clearly both been tossed on seconds prior, likely from the floor, hair still mussed from bed. The sleepy look in his eyes vanished as soon as Mitch recognized his guest, an unsavory expression of casual cruelty taking its place.
"The fuck do you want?"
"Good to see you too, Mitch." "I didn't say it was good to see shit." Mitch's expression darkened, his tired mind sluggishly cranking into gear. "I asked what the fuck you want, and why you're here at the ass crack of the day to bother me about it." Just to be sure, Russell double-checked his watch. "It's past 11. We've barely got any morning left." "Oh, I see. You came over to wake me up and then lecture me about my sleeping schedule. In light of that, let me ask, have you considered fucking off?" Mitch began to close the door, but to his own surprise, Russell stepped forward, jamming his arm against it to stop the movement. "Look, asshole, you want to be a dick about this? Then that's how we'll do it." The words were almost as shocking as his body's movement. It felt like he was poorly trying to channel Sherry, except the door had stopped, and Mitch appeared to be listening, so maybe Russell was doing a better impression than he realized. "I'm here to talk about what happened the last time we all played Spell, Swords, and Stealth. The dice we saw glow and explode. There it was, a crack in the armor that was Mitch's douchebag veneer. Fear, real and undeniable, darted through those sleepy, angry eyes at the mention of the dice. An instant later, it was gone, smothered under hurriedly manufactured anger, but Russell knew what he'd seen. Fine. We played, Tim had a batch of defective dice, one of them fell apart on the table, and the lighting made it look weird. Woo fucking who? What an event to come knocking on someone's door about so early in the fucking day." Mitch started to shove the door closed, making quick progress. Neither young man was especially muscular, but Mitch had more brute strength than Russell. For a moment, Russell considered letting it end there. If Mitch was still in denial about the dissolving dice, then there was no way he could face whatever had happened to him in that comic book shop. But as Mitch strained, his shirt shifted, a sleeve sliding up to reveal the puckered red of a semi-recent scar. A slice right across the arm. To anyone else in his group, it would have meant nothing, because they only knew what he told them. They hadn't been the ones used by the module, nor had they gotten the strange flashes of scenes from within that very treasure room where their characters were fighting. "I know that wound." The pushing stopped, and this time, there was nothing fleeting about the terror in Mitch's face, nor was the anger on its heels in any way manufactured. "The fuck you think you're talking about? I was mowing the lawn and accidentally sent a rock flying, no big deal." "Bullshit," Russell shot back, an unusual sensation flowing through him. Was this confidence? It felt strange to have that without a GM screen in front of him, although he certainly wasn't complaining. "First off, pick a better cover story. Everyone knows you don't do chores. Secondly, I know you're lying." "Yeah? And how is that?" Mitch was puffing out his chest, mistakenly thinking this was heading for violence. "Because I saw that attack land. A barbarian tried to rush some guy holding an artifact, and took a dagger from an armored-covered gnome for his trouble. Only, instead of taking it in stride, he screamed like they'd cut his throat and ran as fast as he could in the opposite direction. Dragged his asshole friends with him." With every word Russell spoke, Mitch seemed to grow slightly paler. By the end of his accusation, it was virtually impossible to recognize him as the domineering force who'd ruined countless tabletop games. Even still, he tried to thrash against the truth. "Glenn or Terry told you. They must have." "Oh yeah, after an experience like that, they were so eager to start chatting, they looked me up, even though we never talked outside of games, and spilled the whole thing." "No, Mitch, no one told me. I know because I was there. Our dice started glowing too, and those threads of energy bonded us to them. If we'd been dumb enough to attack, you might not be the only one with the mysterious scar." "Except you can't have done that, because none of it was real. It was all just a trick some bitch shop owner played to fuck with us." Though his voice had risen, Mitch didn't seem angry anymore. He was closer to desperate, determined to believe that there was any explanation for what they'd endured. In that moment, seeing him fight so hard to deny the truth, Russell realized that whatever dynamic had existed between them before was dead. He and his new players had faced their experience honestly, had been able to move forward from it. Mitch couldn't do that. He was too afraid of what it entailed. When faced with real adventure and the danger that came with it, Mitch had elected to cower and throw ignorance over himself like a blanket. This was not someone who was going to gain dominance over Russell or his game, ever again. Okay, Mitch, if that's how you want it. Russell pulled his arm away from the door, permitting it to be closed. Knowing now that he'd seen Mitch's party reacting to their experience from within the game, Russell had a hunch they wouldn't have any more clues than he did. Those characters had run away as hard and as fast as they could, which meant their players probably followed suit. Russell was the one with the power right now, and he decided to use mercy instead of force. Not facing the truth was visibly haunting Mitch, probably would for the rest of his life. They'd never been friends, but they had played together. Not tearing away all shred of delusion was a simple act of kindness for someone he'd once adventured with. Perhaps someday, Mitch would succeed in convincing himself it wasn't real. Russell doubted it, but he wouldn't be the one to take that possibility away, assuming he hadn't already. Maybe you're right. There was weird lightning that first day, and bad dice get made. I can't say what happened to you in the comic shop, but an elaborate setup does sound more likely than magic being real. Sorry to have bothered you. With that, Russell turned away and headed back toward his car. It hadn't panned out the way he was hoping, yet the mere knowledge that he'd tried made the disappointment easier to bear. He would keep digging. Maybe the next wild thread he pulled on would actually unravel something. Hang on! Mitch jogged up behind Russell, rushing to reach him before he left. Russell paused, allowing him to catch up. I'm not saying that what you think happened actually did. Make sure you understand that, Mitch said. All I'm saying is that if you had some weird shit happen, then maybe it's related to what we endured, as in organized by the same person. Now, I don't have much, but I can send you the information we had on Jamie, the woman who ran our game, and her shop. The store has been closed since that day. Her email might still work. I haven't thought to try it. Yes, he had. That much was plain on his face. But Mitch had shied away for the same reason he'd flat-out denied the truth when Russell confronted him with it. Getting more evidence would only make denial harder. That didn't mean it couldn't be useful to Russell, however. Thanks, Mitch. That would be a real help. Don't thank me, Russell. Find that woman. Figure out what she's doing and put a stop to it. Mitch rubbed his arm right where the new scar had formed. I got lucky to escape with a minor injury. There's a lot worse ways to get hurt. If she keeps pulling this shit, eventually one of them will happen to someone else. Plus, you want payback, Russell added. A touch of the old Mitch manifested in the malicious grin that spread across his tired face. Well, if that happens to be a side effect of stopping her, I'm certainly not going to object. Across the plains of Earthos, the cart tottered on. So far, their wake consisted of 3 camps of slaughtered bandits, a few chatty travelers who asked too many questions, and one diced-up party of adventurers who happened to set up camp just as the cart's travelers were getting ready to rest one evening. Killing them had been easier than doing the work themselves, so that's the path that the driver had decided on. Not that the others needed much prodding. People who would balk at such an idea didn't become servants of Calzadar. Bowing to the god of secrets and magic, giving up one's very name, these were the acts of those who craved power at any cost. Calzadar was many things, nearly all of them horrid, but he made no deception about what he stood for, or the kind of clergy he wanted. The men selected for this mission certainly fit the bill. They were likely standouts for their dedication. It had been wise of their god to assign one as leader. Without his word being made clear, they would have bickered amongst themselves, and at least some would have died before the dust settled. There was no risk of such incidents now. They could all feel the power bestowed by Calzadar pumping through their veins, fueling their magic and urging them onward. All they could think about, all their minds would focus on, was their goal. They had made good time so far, perhaps too good. The timing of it all had to be precise. Lost magics were in play, along with the very forces of the heavens falling into alignment. There was no room for error, no chance for mistakes. Entering ahead of the deadline was fine if their timing lined up that way. The larger concern was getting everything in position and striking at the right moment.
one step at a time. The cart rolled on, passing a massive tree growing alone on the plains, a marker they'd all been waiting for. Not much to look at for the time being, but soon that would change. After they made it into Lamall, the scenery would be far more splendid to behold. 25. The trouble with instinct is that it has inherent limits. Trusting your instinct is important, but improving what they demonstrate as possible is also essential. Running the first time you see a monster is instinct. Training your legs and lungs to be better able to escape the next time is taking control of the reaction and improving upon it. That is why it's imperative that you move beyond instinct when it comes to utilizing the mana that flows through you. Until you control it, you'll never be able to purposely train that aspect of your abilities, and you need to. Kieran spoke as Timiscore and Thistle remained still, weapons in their hands. Before each was a wooden training dummy, though Thistle's was obviously set some distance farther away from him. Each was ready, listening and tense as Kieran went through the speech. They'd been at it for over an hour and were slowly learning the rhythm. First came small speeches, giving them intellectual insight into what they were trying to achieve. After that, Kieran would tell them to strike the dummies with varying degrees of strength. Just as their muscles were tiring, Kieran would switch back to speaking, allowing them a short while to rest. Let's take it from the top again. This time we'll do an escalating scale. Start off weak. The weakest possible attack you can make. Go slow if you need to. Thistle, it doesn't matter if you get nowhere near your wooden opponent. In fact, these first attempts should come up quite short. Timiscore, same for you, and leaving a mark on the dummy. Don't think about your targets. Focus on the act of attacking. Every strike should be a tiny bit more powerful than the one before it. Small steps up in strength. Pay attention to everything about your body. Feel the breath in your lungs, the ground pressing against your feet, the wind on your skin. Eventually, you'll feel the difference in your muscles as mana flows through them. When you have that, your training starts in earnest. The weariness was part of the exercise. Timiscore understood that from the start. Being tired made everything hurt, that was true. Yet in doing so, it also made it easier to feel every motion. When each twitch resulted in small tremors of pain, taking note of the twitches was a far easier task. Timiscore tried to put the words out of his mind, focusing purely on his body, as it swung his longsword, achingly slow, at the dummy. According to Kieran's first speech of the day, every adventurer in the world held on to some mana naturally. Mages kept and accessed the most. However, the act of augmenting bodies with bursts of magic also heightened their natural capacity to hold mana. This was why adventurers grew unnaturally stronger and tougher, some well past natural limitations, until they were capable of surviving otherwise deadly attacks. The more a person used mana, the better trained that aspect became. For casters, that involved heightening their overall mana capacity and efficiency in casting. Physical combatants, like Timiscore, actively used mana in very careful, controlled bursts. Unlike barbarians, who flooded their entire bodies with the stuff in a single go, knights used their mana augmentation chiefly in the moments it was needed. The swing of a sword, the pull of a bow, the hurl of a dagger. The trouble was, that meant Timiscore was only going to be able to sense his mana usage by finding it in those swings. Thistle, at least, had divine options. The gnome would learn more when he moved on to casting training. For Timiscore, the sword was all he had. His arms shook from the concentrated effort of moving so deliberately, so slowly. He struck the dummy again, increasing his power by the slightest amount. Hunting for a sensation he'd never noticed before was like being told to search the sunset for a new shade of red. How did he even know what he was looking for? And how would he be sure when he'd found it? It would be so easy to mistake any sensation as the one he was looking for, and waste untold time chasing the wrong feeling. Timiscore put that thought quickly out of his head, as he had been doing with all inner doubts and fears. Worry had no place in this process. There wasn't room for it. If the task could be accomplished, then this was the place to do it, under the guidance of a true expert, watching over their every move with intense scrutiny. Another swing, landing lightly against the dummy. Seconds later, one of Thistle's daggers thudded uselessly in the grass, less than a quarter of the way to his target. "Excellent," Kieran called. "Keep it up, slow and steady."
The blade felt heavy, but Timiskor didn't permit so much as a tremble as he brought it in for another strike. He hoped the others were having better luck at their training, though he couldn't imagine they were having much of an easier time. Eric's legs shook as he took another step, the taut rope shifting the slightest bit beneath his feet with every movement. He was only 3 feet off the ground, walking between a pair of wooden poles that looked like they'd been roughly shoved into the dirt, which very well might have been what Brock actually did. When he'd heard he'd be walking a rope to train, part of Eric expected it to be over a cavern or a pit of hungry monsters. Only later did he understand that such a situation would have been too easy. In those cases, failure meant death. This way, failure just meant getting back up to keep trying.
Everything starts with balance.
Brock, for his part, was sitting on top of a rope of his own. In fact, he'd lain on it, jumped on it, and generally lounged as though he were on solid ground since they'd started this training.
When I was being taught how to fight, that was how they started every brawler's training. People think that our power comes from our muscles, but the muscles are a result of training, not a goal. Balance is the goal. Power comes from the stance, which comes from the footing, which comes from balance.
Eric took an uneasy step forward, sure this would lead to yet another sudden drop. His footing stayed secure, thankfully, even as he glanced over and noticed Brock leaning back for a deep stretch, effortlessly holding an angle that should have sent him tumbling to the ground.
You rogues are closer to my kind than you might think, Brock continued.
His commentary had been running throughout most of the session, and the burly bartender had already begun to repeat himself on a few topics.
We aren't just the force of our strikes. Our movements are nearly as important. We don't flood ourselves with mana like barbarians, and while we do use bursts when we attack, our kind also keeps an intentional, controlled flow of mana in our bodies at all times. Not just a normal accumulation either. I'm talking about creating a new autonomic system, like breathing or a heartbeat, only instead you're channeling mana. It's how we have such mastery of our movements that we go faster than our legs should carry us, or silence even the cracking of our bones as we slip through shadows. Since you're working on instinct, you use only the barest amount of mana necessary to complete any given task.
Another step, and this time Eric's foot wobbled as it landed. In a split second he was down, a fresh cloud of dirt congealing around him as he coughed. It was strange. He could see the next step in his mind's eye, could feel the rope beneath his feet. But the more he walked it, the harder the task became.
Your body will not keep balance on its own. Balance must be taught, be learned, be willful. As you grow tired, your instincts will falter. You'll use too little mana for a task, or too much. Pay attention. Feel the flow ebb and shift. When you can feel it, you can take hold of it. And once you control the flow of mana, you'll be capable of finding the exact right amount to pair with your body for any given task. It will take untold time, mind you, to reach that level of mastery. But if you do, your possibilities will expand in countless directions.
Brock finished his stretch, then nodded to the rope.
All of that comes much further down the road, though. For now,
it was an obvious hint, even if he hadn't trailed off, and Eric didn't ignore it. He brushed his shirt off. They'd shed the armor for this exercise, then walked to the nearest post and hopped right back onto the rope. For now, Eric repeated, everything starts with balance. Unlike the others, Gabrielle was having a fairly easy day. That was largely because less interest was being put on training her in lieu of focusing on understanding what she was, how her acts worked, and what the relationship between them had become. Gabrielle hadn't precisely known what to expect. She'd half assumed it would be a lot of questions with pauses, so Simone could ponder the responses. Instead, she was currently centered in a glowing green circle of runes, with a smaller circle of red runes by her feet containing her axe. They'd walked into what looked like a mausoleum near the edge of the graveyard, only to reveal a set of stairs leading down into a massive space stuffed with magical items and books. Simone had set up the circles, and had largely been keeping to herself ever since. Occasionally she would ask Gabrielle a question, usually about her past with the axe, but every now and then Simone checked to see if Gabrielle felt different.
Those latter questions worried Gabrielle, much as she tried to hide it. What was Simone tinkering with that would produce new sensations? And would she accidentally turn Gabrielle into a real corpse by mistake? The thought was less terrifying than it should have been, largely because, if there was ever a place to not fear the permanency of death, it was with Simone. All around her lair, skeletons were puttering about, tending to menial tasks like cleaning or bringing her steaming cups filled with unknown liquids. If Simone did accidentally kill Gabrielle, she'd hopefully have the decency to raise the barbarian once more. Being a different kind of undead might not be so bad. At least Gabrielle would have a clearer idea of the rules she was supposed to be playing by. Interesting. Very interesting. Whatever Simone was seeing, Gabrielle couldn't make it out. From the way the pale mage was squinting at thin air, there had to be something visible. That, or Gabrielle had entrusted herself to the clutches of a magical madwoman. Not likely, true, but certainly possible. Wait. Huh. That doesn't... It shouldn't... Wait. Damnation! Is that for real? The curse was a surprise, but it had nothing on what came next. Simone stood, walked into the circle of green runes, and hunkered down to take a much closer look at Gabrielle's axe. The tip of her nose was less than an inch from the blade, like Simone was trying to check her reflection in the metal. Whatever she saw there seemed to confirm her suspicions, as Simone stood back up and walked out, motioning for one of the nearby skeletons to come close. Go find Julian. Bring him here immediately, no matter how he whines. Tell him I insist he hurry. In response, the skeleton let out a few noises that sounded like unintelligible rasps to Gabrielle, yet drew a nod of confirmation from Simone. It tottered off at a quicker pace than Bones should probably manage, turning down a hallway and quickly fading from sight.
Don't suppose you're going to tell me what that was all about?
Gabrielle asked.
I hope to. Eventually.
Simone had retaken her seat. Evidently, Julian's presence wasn't so necessary that work couldn't proceed without him.
I'd like to wait until we've got more than speculation and theory, however. What you are, what I think you are, is not entirely unique, but it is also far from common. Julian is something of an expert in the condition, so I'd like to have him weigh in before I start sharing ideas that might yet prove to be wrong.
It was hard to argue with Simone wanting to be thorough, even if Gabrielle was itching for answers. Better to be sure than to operate under a wrong idea, especially given how varied the undead could be. The sunshine was deadly to some, yet she'd had only the most minor of skin issues in the light. That didn't mean her kind of undead wouldn't have its own versions of sunshine, though. The sooner she knew what she was, the better her chances of surviving. Still, it was hard not to be curious.
Not to be disrespectful, but aren't you the legendary necromancer? Why is this Julian guy more of an expert on my condition than you?
Simple, Simone replied. Because if I'm right, Julian is another of your kind.
Jolia watched as the barrel burned, flames licking at its sides. With a wave of her hand, she extinguished the flames. A flick of her staff purged the damage, leaving the barrel looking brand new again.
For someone working off a crash course, you're holding together quite well. Nice aim and focus. Good pronunciation. Careful motions. Whoever taught you did a fine job of drilling in the fundamentals.
With a snort, Grumph agreed. His time with Deji had been limited, as they'd focused on building a foundation above all else, deepening Grumph's mana pool, learning a few new spells that might be helpful, and practicing the essentials of casting over and over. As he panted, Jolia handed over a stoppered bottle. Grumph downed the contents quickly, a surge of warmth filling his stomach, stretching out through his entire body. Moving mana from person to person with Deji had required an artifact. Jolia either lacked one or preferred not to work that way because she hadn't even proposed the option. Rather, she'd shown up with a magical bag stuffed full of strangely colored potions. They didn't refill one's mana per se, but drinking them temporarily increased Grumph's natural mana recovery. While he wouldn't be able to summon a storm like Jolia had, the potions were permitting him to continue casting minor spells long after his natural reserves would have run dry.
Again, when you're ready. Don't just say the words and make the motions. Understand that what you're doing has a purpose. You are shaping the spell, guiding the magic. If I were your real teacher, I'd be educating you on what every intonation and gesture adds to the equation, so you could build spells of your own. But with such limited time, let's focus on understanding that the relationship exists. When you completely understand a spell, you can make changes on the fly to suit your needs.
Julia muttered as she waved her staff, and from it came a blast of fire identical to the ones Grumph had been conjuring. Then she did the same seemingly identical motions. This time, a stream of sustained flame shot out, scorching the air around them. It stopped, and she repeated the spell a third time. A small red orb, barely bigger than a marble, shot directly toward the barrel. The instant it hit, an explosion came from within, turning the barrel into burning wreckage.
Same basic spell, with a few modifications. All of that comes with time and study, mind you. What I want from you is to learn one technique, because I think it will serve you the best in your journey ahead. Pay attention as you cast. Feel the moment when mana leaves your body to fuel the spell. In that moment, you have control. You can push more mana in to increase the effectiveness, or keep some back if you want to pull your shot. Learn this, and every spell you have becomes more versatile, as well as more dangerous.
They stood, neither moving, for several moments. Finally, Julia's patience wore thin.
Well, what are you waiting for?
In response, Grumph merely raised a finger to point at the smoldering remains of the barrel.
Aye, right. You need a target. My mistake.
With a quick wave of the staff, Julia caused the barrel to fly back together, reforming the parts that had been turned to cinders.
There you are. Now, get back to it.
26. A full morning's training had left Thistle sore, weary, and with no shortage of things to mull over. He hadn't yet mastered the lesson, which felt forgivable after only a single day of training, yet the ideas Kieran had put inside his head refused to lay still. The task had been set before Thistle, and as was his nature, he immediately went to trying to puzzle a way through it. Unfortunately, this problem didn't seem to have a way it could be thought around. No tricks, no tactics, no sudden inspiration would move the obstacle from his path. It wasn't the first time Thistle had faced this sort of challenge, but they were always especially problematic for him. In many ways, that made his afternoon with Julia a blessing. The task of sorting through an endless stream of documents, all of which were gibberish, was manual enough to keep him occupied and put his mind on a leash. Tracking all of the scrolls he'd tried and failed to read required some mental effort anyway, so Thistle simply put in far more effort than was required, setting himself to the task and mowing through as many pieces of parchment as possible. When it happened, he almost didn't notice. Another scroll, looking like all the others, was unfurled before Thistle. He leaned in and carefully peered over. The script was ancient, arcane, and seemingly incomprehensible, except Thistle understood it. He'd never seen it before, that much was certain, but every time his eyes moved across the writing, his mind somehow processed it into words Thistle knew.
Julia, you said these documents were enchanted, correct? Made specifically so magical spells would not permit one to read them?
For the most part,
Julia confirmed. She was seated nearby, slowly making her way through a bottle of wine while reading a sizable tome.
It would be slightly more accurate to say the majority of these have magic functioning as a lock on them, enchantments to keep anyone who wasn't supposed to be able to read them from doing so. Finding people who speak the language has unlocked a few on occasion, the only tactic that's worked at all, in fact. It's the one I keep trying when we get the occasional visitor.
There was a moment, one Thistle took no pride in, where part of him wanted to keep the revelation to himself. Reading this might provide the first piece of tangible knowledge they had that the people of Notch didn't. A small balance in a drastically different power dynamic. But that would be poor repayment for their hospitality, especially since the residents of Notch had just spent the morning trying to help his friends become stronger.
Then I suspect that somehow I was meant to read this scroll, because the writing holds no meaning to my eyes, yet my brain understands it perfectly.
He'd yet to see Julia move with such intensity as she cast her own book aside. In moments, she was next to Thistle, peering down at the scroll.
Interesting. Anything special about you I should know, Thistle? The likeliest explanation is that this would be related to Grumble. but I like to have all of the information before I start forming theories.
I have lived an interesting life with an assortment of experiences. Going into all of it might take too long, so let's see what this scroll is about, and then I'll let you know if it connects to anything in my past.
Good call, because I don't think I could have waited through your entire life story,
Julia agreed.
Now, read it. Out loud, please.
Thistle did as he was told. For the first part of the scroll, he had no idea of what in the piece might be relevant to him or Grumble. Most of the document was about constellations and the movements of heavenly bodies. As it continued, the story branched off, detailing how such movements could affect the flow and intensity of magic. It was near the end of the document that at last, Thistle was allowed some insight into why he might be someone who could understand this particular document.
All magic comes from the source, yet it carries with it the many forms and types magic can take. Elements, schools of magic, all of these have their own characteristics that ebb and flow. Tracking and predicting these fluctuations may very well provide one who masters such knowledge with advantages in crafting, enchanting, research, and war. Continued on next scroll.
At his side, leaned in so close that her hair threatened to tickle his nose, Julia was scouring the document as though she too could read the words.
Interesting. I've heard this discussed in theory before. There are subtle variations in some spells depending on the stars. But it feels as though this scroll is describing something more extreme than an extra-hot fire blast incantation.
I saw something once, a long time ago.
Thistle's mind was pressing back through the years, all the way to his first party, when he, Midroria, and Grumph had been the loyal help, rather than the actual adventurers.
It was in Lumal, when we, my old friends, I mean, when we broke into a restricted area in the Vault of Sealed Magics.
That revelation earned him a shocked look from Julia. First time she'd looked away from the scroll since he started reading.
I'm sorry. You attempted a break-in to the Vault of Sealed Magics? So many questions. The first of which is how, followed by the reasons why. You know that if they catch you in a restricted area, even if nothing's taken, it will result in a lifetime ban from Lumal, right?
I do. It's part of why I expected returning would be an extra difficult proposition,
Thistle replied.
Anyway, while we were in the section, I looked in one of the rooms. It was immense and dark, surrounded by stars, like standing in a field on a moonless night. There was more than just lights in the sky, however. I saw tracks, predictions, arcane symbols, a mess of things that made no sense at the time. Now, thinking back, I'm reasonably sure it was a place devoted to the study of this very subject. Fluctuations in magic and when to expect them.
Fascinating as this all is, and I'm diving into research the moment we're done here, I hope you can appreciate why I need to ask you something before we move on. Different party or not, why did you mess around in the Vault of Sealed Magics? If it's something silly but noble, like trying to retrieve a friend from the Hall of Souls, or remove a curse from the Spring of Purity, then I can understand. But there are other, more dangerous things in there too, and I have the right to know if I let someone who will seek them out into my town.
Julia didn't appear threatening, which might have been more comforting if Thistle wasn't keenly aware of the power difference between them. She didn't need to act threatening. A wave of that staff could roast Thistle alive and leave no more than a smear of ashes to clean up. Thankfully, Thistle had nothing to hide, at least not when it came to this particular bit of his past.
We were looking for a map said to lead one to their heart's desire. Not my idea, but the leader of our group had done much for Grumph, my wife and me. Helping him was the very least we owed. In a twist of fate that I can only now see as funny, we ended up getting lost while looking for the map. The Vault of Sealed Magics has many paths and somehow even more rooms. We saw some strange sights. My personal favorite was a glowing white obelisk that pulsed with my heartbeat when I touched it. No map, though. Our luck eventually ran out, and the guards caught us. Since we'd taken nothing, there was no theft to accuse us of. So our entire party was booted out of Lumal with a warning never to come back.
Yet you want to go knock on one of their front doors?
Julia asked.
Gabrielle needed help. Finding out what happened to her was the utmost priority. Of our nearby options, Lomore was the only one that might have been able to offer answers. If needed, I was prepared to wait outside the city with Grumph while they searched for aid, regardless of how long it took.
There was some skepticism in Jolia's face as she studied Thistle carefully, before it mercifully faded into acceptance.
Given how you've acted since arriving, and your status as a paladin, I'll take you at your word. Hunting for that map isn't precisely what I'd call noble, but seeking one's heart's desire is not an inherently evil act either. And hey, if that experience is what lets you read this scroll, then I guess it all worked out.
This time there was no temptation to lie. He wanted to make sure Jolia and the rest of Notch knew what they might be in for.
Actually, I can't think of anything from that experience that would account for why I can read this scroll. That said, I do have a working theory. This scroll relates to knowledge of the workings of magic, specifically magic of the skies and stars. But the sky also has vast swaths of emptiness, endless darkness. Magic and darkness. We know exactly one god who presides over that specific domain. One who might go to great lengths to bury this sort of information.
Calzadar, of course.
Unlike many, she didn't grow nervous at the act of saying his name.
Which would mean those touched by his power might be able to read this scroll, if his was part of the magic that enchanted it. Funny, from your story so far, I hadn't gotten the impression you were on good terms with him. Quite the opposite, in fact.
Very much so. I dare say we may be among his most hated mortals at the moment.
It felt presumptuous to say a god would care that much about him and his friends, but Thistle had helped destroy some of Calzadar's power. That was bound to cause a grudge.
There's enmity between him and Grumble, going back to Grumble's first paladin, who feigned allegiance to Calzadar, ultimately stealing a piece of his divinity.
Which makes it even stranger that you can read this, if your idea is true.
Reaching up, Thistle banged on the chest of his armor that had refused to leave his body since he'd set foot inside this town.
Except that I held the container for Calzadar's stolen divinity in my hands as it was destroyed. And this armor I've been stuck in isn't just magical. It's the armor of that same first paladin who stole the piece of divinity. Not saying I'm fond of it, but if all that's needed is to be touched by the god's power, then I certainly qualify.
Tapping her staff along the floor, Jolia paced briefly as Thistle spoke, taking in every word.
It's a good theory. Lines up in the right places. I wish we had some kind of proof to be sure so we could rule out other options. Unfortunately, without that, we'll have to...
Jolia was interrupted by the sound of metal striking stone. The arm and shin guards of Thistle's armor had fallen from his limbs, landing with quite a racket. Her eyes looked at the armor, then to Thistle, who appeared as perplexed as she.
Okay then, suppose we assume you're right. That means my next task is figuring out how to get you back in touch with Grumble. If your god felt knowing about this was so important that he led you here and used what might have been his one signal to confirm we were onto something, then it's going to be relevant, and probably soon.
A fine idea, Thistle concurred. Whatever Calzadar is planning, we're going to want as much forewarning as possible.
The detour had been something of a long shot. That was always true to some extent when hunting a Lyranx. They didn't move in herds due to their isolated nature, and had no habitats more or less suited to their biology. Adaptability was the Lyranx's most noteworthy trait. They could be found in tundra, caverns, even lounging in the middle of a forest fire. Worse, they did more than survive. They took on traits of their environment. Lyranxes were all roughly the same size when full-grown, roughly 7 feet in length. Yet their fur spanned a gamut of colors and textures depending on where the creature was found or had recently been. Their only other constant was their eyes, famous for the way they glittered when struck by light. It was said to be a sight of breathtaking beauty. Wimberly certainly wasn't breathing, although it had nothing to do with how lovely the glittering eyes before her were. No, her breath was held for the same reason she was standing stock still. It was an instinctual effort to avoid being noticed. This Lyranx had dark purple fur with a matching liquid dripping off the hairs. Each drop sizzled as it hit the grass, leaving dead plants in its wake. As the Lyranx took a step forward, Wimberly noticed that its paw prints had the same effect. Poisonous, then.
Not too surprising, given that they were only a half-day's ride from a toxic bog. They'd been heading back to Camnarail when a chance encounter with other travelers and a few surprisingly diplomatic words from Timanuel gave them a lead on this Lyranx. All they'd had were rumors of something roughly matching the description, tearing apart riders who'd gone off the main roads. Deep down, Wimberly hadn't actually expected them to find one. Perhaps that was why she hadn't objected enough when they opted to spread out and search the area. Another step closer, and those glittering eyes locked onto Wimberly's comparatively tiny form. Standing still wasn't working, not in a long-term capacity. She had to do something else. Pure retreat wasn't an option. They needed one of those damn glittering eyes to get into Lumal. But Wimberly couldn't win this fight alone. She needed to call for help and also survive long enough for the others to reach her. Mentally scouring her supplies, Wimberly tried to think of what she still had on hand. A few attack options, although nothing that would bring down a Lyranx in a single blow. Using them would be as good as slathering herself in a nice sauce to appear more enticing. There were a couple of defensive deterrents, even a few she could reach in time. Unfortunately, those were calibrated to deal with brute force and a few basic elements. Wimberly hadn't anticipated the poison. That would prove troublesome, especially since she didn't use particularly tough armor that could survive such erosion. There was one trick up her sleeve that might work. It wasn't quite the purpose she'd envisioned for this. However, in a pinch, improvisation was better than planning. Reaching around slowly, lest she urged the Lyranx to pounce, Wimberly produced a custom glass container. With a flick of her thumb, a small vial near the top was smashed by a miniature hammer, sending the meager amount of red liquid into the clear fluid below. Immediately, the container began to heat up, and Wimberly hurled it as hard as she could. Not at the Lyranx. Instead, she aimed directly between them. The cloud of thick red mist exploded outward. Wimberly had already covered her mouth and eyes as she backpedaled hurriedly. It was too much to hope that a few irritants would be enough to hurt something as adaptable as a Lyranx. This concoction had been made with weaker creatures in mind. Also, ideally, Wimberly wouldn't have been in the cloud as well. The one upside to using her pain smoke was that it obscured the creature's view, and hopefully her scent. It was big enough that the others would see the fog drifting up from the brush, while also giving Wimberly cover to escape. She bolted, running as fast as she could toward the horses. Behind her, there was audible movement as something big blundered around, yet still managed to stay on her trail. Her lungs were burning. She'd inhaled some of the smoke despite her best efforts, and already her pace was beginning to slow. As her body protested, Wimberly drove it onward. Giving up was the same as death right now. She wasn't ready to see the end of her adventure. Finally, she broke out of the cloud, back into the clean air of the countryside. Wimberly took a few rasping gulps as she stumbled forward. Whether it was poor timing or her loud breathing was a mystery she'd never solve, but at that moment, the Lyranx came bounding out of the fog as well, sprinting toward her with obvious intent. Her mind and body were both too sluggish. She couldn't think of another plan in the brief window she had. There was nothing else to do. All she could hope for was that her friends would see the smoke and have more warning. Just as the Lyranx readied itself to leap, 3 arrows landed in its haunch, interrupting its planned pounce. Wimberly whipped her head over to see Gelthorn and Shalara emerging from a nearby crop of trees. The former was already knocking more arrows, while the latter moved her hands around, crafting a spell. Wimberly let out a small sigh of relief as the Lyranx shifted direction, more concerned with a threat than a meal. Their fight was far from over, but at least she wouldn't be experiencing it from inside the Lyranx's stomach. Taking another breath of the clean air, she turned her mind back toward the attack options. It was time to get this battle properly started. 27. Gabrielle stood in the cooling winds of the evening, eyes unfazed by the dwindling light as she scanned the horizon. There was little chance that an attacker could make it this far without alerting one of the townsfolk, but Notch had already proven slightly more vulnerable than expected once. No reason to take chances. Besides, the open air helped her relax, something she dearly needed after the last few days. What was meant to have been their downtime had turned into training, research, and worried anticipation at what might come next. At least they were no longer entirely in the dark now. Thistle's revelation about Calzador was hardly shocking. Even better, it gave them a starting point. Knowing what they were up against always made things a little easier. It was impossible to plan for a mystery. Even gods were more manageable than the unknown. The news might have landed with greater impact if Gabrielle and Simone hadn't already shared their own discovery. Technically, Gabrielle should feel the same about her revelations as she did about Thistle's report. More information was supposed to always be better. Yet Gabrielle wasn't so sure she was happier than when she hadn't known. Understanding what she'd become wasn't the same as knowing how to reverse it, and that path was turning out to be more difficult than she'd anticipated. "So, Lich, huh?" Eric sidled up next to her. He'd been moving so quietly she hadn't heard the tavern door open. She wasn't sure if the others had noticed yet or not, but he'd been making an effort to mask his movements since they gathered in the tavern that evening. It was something to inquire about, when there were less dire concerns to tackle.
Pseudo-lich, thank you, Gabrielle corrected. No evil ceremonies or magic rituals, no carefully enchanted gem to keep my soul protected. Nope. My soul is apparently right here, strapped to my back.
At least she wasn't the first of her kind. That burden might have been unbearable. Simone had walked her carefully through what she suspected had happened, or at least she'd done the best she could as a mage explaining complex magic to a barbarian. The working theory was that the storm of magic Gabrielle endured had torn her soul from her body. Maybe she'd truly died in the explosion. Maybe it was a mystical effect. Either way, her soul had ultimately been bound into her axe. That was why she grew weak when it wasn't nearby. The connection between soul and body was decaying, and unlike most liches, Simone wasn't sure that the connection could be reestablished when broken. "Yeah, pseudo-lich is a better name." Eric bumped her shoulder with his lightly as he moved to her side. "Now tell me the truth. How are you holding up?"
"Fine. It doesn't change anything. We already know I was undead. We knew it was a strange condition, and we figured it was related to the axe. All this does is fill in the details we were missing."
"Very true, and a properly stoic response." He bumped her lightly again, as he had since they were children, and he was trying to wheedle out some secret. "Also, definitely not how you're really feeling. I get it. We don't know these people very well, and you've never been one to open up easily. But I'm not them, and I hope you'll hear me when I say you need to let some of this out." They stayed like that for some minutes, the sounds of the nearby woods filling the silence. When Gabrielle spoke again, it was softer, the kind of voice she hadn't found much cause to use since they departed Maplebark.
"Simone figured my condition out in a morning. A few hours was all she needed. But the axe, she's having trouble with it. Apparently it's an artifact, one with a lot of carefully placed enchantments specifically designed to stop the kind of learning she wants to do. That means it's powerful, Eric. Potentially indestructible. What happens to me when I pass on? I was at peace with dying on a battlefield, going to the realm of the gods to meet my ancestors and patiently await my loved ones. This is something else. What if I can't die? Or worse, what if my body can die but my soul stays stuck inside that axe? Will I just be there forever, looking through the eyes of whoever picks it up next? Will I fade away with time, like what happened to Elnif?
"Hey now, don't go down that road," Eric cautioned. "We all heard Simone. What you took from him was a piece, a sliver, nothing more." Whether the axe was originally meant to function in such a manner or not, its recent status as a soul depository had given it an inclination to embrace the new role. Simone had warned them that this part was more theory than fact at the moment, but her hypothesis was that when Gabrielle raged and began pulling in as much mana as possible, her soul within the axe created a similar effect. Only instead of drawing in mana, it pulled in more of itself from the sources it struck. Slivers of soul, pieces of who a person was.
This time it was.
Gabrielle knew Elnif's soul was intact. Julian had been kind enough to fetch Notch's local priest to cast a spell to seek out the dead. Elnif's soul was in the realm of Prinkum, goddess of bandits and thieves, riding across the endless plains. What her axe had gotten was little more than the shadow of a ghost, one that had soon faded away.
Next time, maybe I'll leave the axe in too long and end up with a permanent housemate.
"Guess you should stick to swift killing blows." Eric glanced over to her, her skin even paler under the light of the stars. "For now, I mean. We're going to find a way to fix this, Gabrielle. Even if it's something we're not supposed to be able to do, that doesn't mean it will stop us. We still have a piece of the bridge. If worse comes to worse..." "No!" Gabrielle whipped her head around, meeting Eric's eyes dead on.
"Look, I'm not saying that thing isn't powerful. And I'm sure not telling you to avoid using it when our friends' lives are on the line. But the bridge is too unpredictable. Even when it works, there are side effects. Or have you forgotten that frequent use of that first piece was enough to let demons break into our realm? Maybe it would work, but there would be consequences. I want your word that you're not going to try to use that thing to save me. However, if it comes down to it, I do give you permission to use it if you have to free me.
What does that mean? Eric asked.
You know exactly what it means.
They both did, and Gabrielle wasn't going to let him get out of this. The stakes were too high.
If this body dies, and you can't find a way to free my soul from the axe, then you have my permission to use the bridge, if it means you can crack this thing open and set me free.
He stared at her, eyes harder than they'd ever been during his guard days. What simpler times those had been, when their greatest fears were drunk adventurers and kidnapping goblins. So I can't use the power to save you? I can only use it to kill you? Is that about the sum of it?
In that situation, freeing me would be saving me. I hope you can see that, Eric. I want to trust this to you, but if it's too much, I'll talk to the others.
That was it. The stare broke as Eric turned away. The man could handle much, far more than he could have even a year prior, but the idea of failing his friends still haunted him. It was unfair to use that against him. Gabrielle was fully aware of this, even as she did it. But this was a matter beyond life and death. This was the fate of her very soul. Entrusting the task to the hands of her oldest, truest friend was the sole way she'd be able to put the fear from her mind.
I'll do it. Only if I'm sure you can't be saved. I won't go crossing oceans and chasing wild geese to buy time, but I will explore any real options I find before I give up. That's as good a promise as you're going to get, so don't try to haggle.
As long as none of those saving options require using the bridge, I can make peace with that bargain. That artifact has to be our break, axe, and emergency tool, and nothing more. At least so far as I'm concerned.
Eric stuck out his hand, and Gabrielle accepted it. Deal, he told her, and they shook on it.
Thank you, Eric.
She hesitated. This was going to hurt him, but she couldn't think of any way to get around that, so it was best to face the issue head on.
I want to warn you. I'm going to make another arrangement in case of my passing. The reason I'm not entrusting you with that task is purely because you can't fulfill it. Otherwise, I'd have left it to you as well.
A flicker of surprise, then, on its heels, understanding. He was getting quicker by the week, taking careful note of everything Thistle did to try to learn what it meant to think critically and strategically.
You want to be laid to rest in your family graveyard, and since that's located back in Maplebark, I can't be the one to take you.
In the grand scheme of things, making a promise to a god not to return to one's homeland in exchange for a second chance at life was a small price to pay. But it was a price, still a price. One that had never felt steeper than at that moment, as he visibly struggled with the idea of not being around to lay his best friend to rest.
I understand. Were the roles reversed, I'd ask the same. Well, we don't have our own graveyard or anything, but Mother picked out a good plot next to where they buried Father, and I assumed one day I'd go to rest somewhere in the same area. Now, I think they should just bury me near where I fall, if it comes to that. Promises with gods are said to go beyond even death.
Honestly, I don't see myself burying you in some random patch of woods. But I get the point about not trying to take you home, Gabrielle said. Anyway, I've had enough talk of death. Instead, tell me how your training went. We've only got another day or so before the trader arrives, and we need to consider leaving. So I hope you're going to tell me you mastered it.
The laughter from Eric was unbidden and surprising, but just what they needed to break the morose spell they'd woven.
Bad news. I very much did not.
Good news, I have ample stories of falling on my ass to amuse you with. The act of writing an email shouldn't be scary. And it wasn't, not in the same way that glowing dice or magical possession had been. No, this was daunting not because Russell feared for his life. Rather, it was due to the fact that he feared there would only be a single chance at this. He had a connection to something right now. Another person who had experienced what it was like to be controlled by the game. Except
As Mitch had detailed once he finally agreed to help, Jamie apparently wasn't as surprised by the event. If Mitch's account was accurate, she'd been ready for it, waiting, prepared, and in control even as everyone else's ideas of reality were shattering around them. So far as Russell could figure, that meant there were only two real options. Either Jamie had experienced it before, or she'd known it was coming. The former could mean that she'd taken a different path in an earlier module, or that this had all been going on for far longer than Russell imagined. The latter, on the other hand, would mean that she had some kind of inkling as to what was going on. Whichever it was, talking to her meant potentially learning more about the situation they were in, assuming he could convince her to make contact. The more he mulled it over, the more Russell realized that his approach depended on which situation he thought was more likely to be true. If Jamie were another GM in his predicament, he should send a message of camaraderie, a desire to share more information. On the other hand, if she was in on it, then that kind of email would be ignored at best and replied to with false information at worst. But if she was part of all this, and Russell let her know he was onto them, there was a slim possibility he might be able to bluff his way into more intel, keeping the threat of going public in his back pocket for emergencies. That was a risky card to play because without proof the world would think he was crazy, and this woman would know that too. Of course, crazy or not, he still might be able to shine a light on something that was clearly meant to be kept a secret, making whatever the goal of all this was harder to reach. Ultimately, his choice came down to how well Russell trusted Mitch's account of the incident. As described, it heavily implied that Jamie was part of all of this, but there was a chance that Mitch's anger colored the memory and painted her as more malicious than she actually was. Russell pondered the issue for some time before finally leaning forward and typing. I know about the modules, and about the artifacts that reaches between worlds. I just want to talk. Please. He spoke the words as he punched in the keys. Mitch was many different shades of asshole, and part of that included being deeply self-obsessed. For him to notice another person, for them to leave a lasting wound that had nothing to do with the cut on his arm, that person must have done something truly attention-grabbing. Cooperation fit better than complicity, so Russell chose to assume that Jamie had the inside track on what was happening. Just to be safe, Russell had chosen the words that could be interpreted as either a threat or a declaration of secret knowledge, depending on the context. The please was there because, even if he was coming in with accusations, a little decorum never hurt. He read it over a few times, but the upside to such a short missive was that there was minimal room for error or improvement. With one final keystroke, Russell hit send. Leaning back in his chair, he watched the mail icon cycle a few times before a check mark appeared. Email sent. Now, Russell would have to try to keep from staring incessantly at every electronic device he owned until a reply arrived, assuming one came at all. To keep himself occupied, Russell picked up the latest module and flipped over to where the party had left off, with the Lyranks barely slain. He'd need to prepare some maps and miniatures for their next potential paths, a task that would mercifully eat up at least a couple hours of his time.
28. The rider approached carefully, vigilant for ambushes or roaming monsters. The hood concealed her face, but it didn't hide the constant turning of her head, always attuned to even the slightest disturbance or irregularity. From a distance, using magic to enhance her vision, the priestess watched as the rider gradually slipped onto the hidden path. This was important. The rider presented real danger to the plan. Calzador had been explicit in that regard. Her arrival in Notch was the signal to truly turn loose. Once she was there, the priestess would be able to create a proper barricade. No more hiding on the edges. The real job started soon. In minutes, the rider had vanished from even enhanced magical view, yet the priestess remained. There were to be no needless risks at this point. Her orders were clear. Sit, wait, make sure the rider wasn't looping back around. The sun was already at its midday point, so the priestess would stay hidden until night fell. Then, with darkness as her ally, preparations would begin. By the rise of the next sun, everything would be in place. Skirmishes and secrets, feeling an enemy out, all of that was preamble. Tomorrow morning at sunrise, the true match would begin. A good thing, too. After the sunset, they only had 2 days left before the stars aligned, and Calzadar's full plan could come to fruition. Morning training had gone roughly the same as the prior day. Grumph was beginning to notice some of what Jolia kept referencing, the moments where his mana drained away. But he'd yet to take control of the mana flow the way she wanted. Although the work was frustrating, that posed little bother. Grumph was accustomed to hitting walls with learning, not due to a lack of intelligence, simply because few people aside from Thistle had ever bothered to offer him proper education in a subject. His knowledge came from what little scraps of information he could gather, combined with ceaseless trial and error. History had taught Grumph that with enough dedication and practice, things would eventually fall into place. It was the same way he'd learned to build a table, cook a meal, and brew fine ale. The afternoon, however, soothed Grumph's minor ego wounds, giving him the chance to help Brock refine his brewing process, along with punching up some of the ale recipes in use. Supplies here were somewhat limited. There were a variety of farms around Notch that could provide basics, but anything special needed to be acquired by magic or via the trader. That put limits on how much Grumph could add to the recipes, so he instead focused on balancing the ratios of existing ingredients and refining Brock's brewing process. It was simple, straightforward work that Grumph had forgotten he enjoyed so much. Together, he and Brock toiled in silence, the former crushing dried leaves from various spice plants into a fine powder, while the latter fixed small holes in one of the storage barrels. Sometimes, in the rare moments when things were slow, Grumph imagined starting another tavern once this was all over, adding new flavors he'd found on his journey, living a simple life of brewing, cooking, and serving to the natives of a town where he felt at home. The idea was a nice one, a pleasant fantasy in which to take occasional refuge, but it would never be anything more. Grumph knew that, had known it since the day they departed Maplebark. Adventurers rarely understood when to stop. Things had a tendency to snowball around them, so even the ones who wanted to get out rarely could. Their goal had been to save Maplebark from Mad King Lyodon's wrath, and in that regard they'd succeeded. The king knew and cared nothing about their town. His focus was on the party who'd stolen his desired artifact, rather than turning it over. The price on their heads alone ensured that they would never be able to go back to normal lives. At least, that was what Grumph thought, until they'd found Notch. The citizens of this place had no interest in the pasts of his friends, or the gold their lives were worth to the king of Solium. Seeing a place like this made Grumph uneasy because it gave him the urge to hope for the future. That sentiment was dangerous, especially in his line of work. Hope could make one think of what came next and hesitate during a critical moment. Grumph had to keep his eyes on the here and now. It was the best chance he had for actually making it to see another sunrise. That inherent attentiveness may have been why he noticed the footsteps racing toward the tavern, moving at a speed that was slightly too quick to be just a thirsty customer. Grumph lifted his eyes to look over at Brock, whose head was raised and tilted slightly to the side.
"It's Jolia. We'd never hear Kieran coming, and Simone doesn't rush. If you listen closely, you can catch the occasional thump of her cane."
Despite straining his ears, Grumph could make out no such distinction. Brock was nonetheless proven right moments later as Jolia came bursting in the door, stopping with a heavy thud of her staff.
"Thought you'd both want to know that the trader arrived less than an hour ago. Kieran is with her, explaining the situation so she's up to speed. We'll spread the word that she's going to be open for business in the morning, giving us the rest of the day before the townsfolk start pouring in. Grumph, she usually hangs around for a couple of days before heading out again. As long as she doesn't mind taking your group along, anyone who wants to should be able to leave safely with her, even if there are more threats hiding out there."
"Well, sounds like I should have asked you to write more of these recipes down," Brock said. "From the look and smell alone, I think that once Jolia tastes the new batch, he's going to refuse to go back to the old version."
"Time acceleration spells take a tremendous amount of mana, part of why I do them rarely. But in cases of true need, I can be convinced to make an exception," Jolia replied. "So, if speed fermenting is needed, I'd be happy to lend my talents."
Grumph finished pulverizing his spice leaves and added them to the jar he was storing all the finished batches in. When they were done, Brock would only need to measure out the powder, rather than the leaves, creating a mixture that would be easy to consistently add to future batches.
I hope it goes that easy.
From what I heard, the trader didn't encounter any trouble on the way in. Maybe whoever was attacking us realized how pointless it was.
Julia didn't look like she believed the words any more than Grumph or Brock did. It was merely a polite nod to the possible, even though they'd all seen enough action to know problems never went away that easily.
And if not, then I'm sure she can get you past any trouble you might encounter. Humble as she looks, that woman easily could have been a citizen of Notch if she wanted to.
Now that drew Grumph's attention, turning him away from his leaves for the first time since Jolia had burst through the door.
Wouldn't a being of such power stand out in the world?
Most of us would. Some keep a low profile, though, even during their adventuring days, and can move with a touch more impunity. As for our trader, she took a different approach. That's all I can say for now. If you want the rest of the story, you'll have to get it from her.
Kieran and his guest were situated in a room beneath Kieran's own home. His was a sprawling farmhouse close to town, although he'd never had much luck sowing a crop into the surrounding fields. Killing had always been Kieran's gift, and it seemed that skill applied to plants as much as people. Most of the house was designed simply, using architecture that reminded Kieran of his childhood village before it was razed. But this room was an exception. It was a basement, lined with a special type of off-white stone and covered in various runes and wards. Every caster in Notch had been through here, giving it the once-over and checking for weaknesses. True privacy was virtually impossible between the gods and the magic at play in their world. However, this was probably the closest any mortal could achieve. And since then, we've functionally been in a holding pattern. We're training the adventurers on the basics while we wait for the next move. Leaving on their own is obviously too dangerous, and whoever is doing this has enough magic to shield themselves from all attempts at magical scrying we've tried so far. Jerlia wants to start using some of the various items and artifacts we have stashed to punch through their protection, but Simone and I agreed that it was too risky. Someone might be fishing, trying to figure out what this village is, and the less we give them to work off of, the better.
Especially if your enemy is strong enough to withstand Jolia's spells, the trader added.
She'd yet to lower the hood of her cloak, a hood that shouldn't be capable of concealing her face from so many angles, yet managed to do so. Even when she put the glass of whiskey to her lips, a favorite vintage of hers that Kieran kept on hand for any such visits, her features remained hidden.
Adds credence to the idea that a god is involved. Calzadar makes sense, too. He's smart enough to know that charging into this village won't work, and petty enough that he won't care, so long as it means annoying or potentially hurting someone he wants to get revenge on.
Kieran nodded, leaving his own glass of water untouched.
But why would Calzadar wait until now to strike at those adventurers? They've brought us up to speed on what's happened. I can see why Calzadar would want revenge, yet was this truly the best time to reach for it? Surely there was a better opportunity previously, one where they weren't protected by a village of former adventurers. You're forgetting. It's not a single player moving the pawns around the board.
Reaching over, the trader picked up Kieran's glass of water and set it down next to her whiskey.
From what you've told me, we have two gods in play at the moment, Grumble and Calzadar.
As she said their names, she touched the glass, the water first for Grumble, and then the whiskey for Calzadar.
We can't see all the moves, only the ones that are made around us, but even that's something.
Her hand rested on the whiskey, pushing it slightly forward.
Calzadar is a bastard who lives for vengeance, which means that the moment a piece of his divinity was destroyed, he launched plans for payback. What those were, we don't know yet. But hiding from other gods is a harder trick than hiding from mortals.
On cue, she moved the water forward, so it was once more even with the whiskey.
Grumble sees something coming, so he puts his paladin on a path toward one of the few nearby places where it might be possible to survive the wrath of a vengeful god.
She was moving faster now, pushing the glasses forward in rapid alternation.
Calzadar counters by somehow blocking direct communication, forcing Grumble to make the armor stick on Thistle. Calzadar responds by sending in a group of raiders, and so on. Here's the important part to remember, though. They are acting and reacting. So it's possible that one doesn't know what the other is thinking. Maybe Calzadar has no idea what this town is.
He only worked off the idea that Grumble thought the adventurers would be safe within its walls. The thing that you should be keeping in mind about all of this is that the odds of Notch being the true target are extremely low. If you send the visitors out, there's a good chance your problems go with them.
We also have knowledge that's proven quite useful to them. Too useful for me to trust it as coincidence, Kieran added. And they, in turn, have been of some help on a few minor projects. My guess is that Grumble always planned on leading them here. He just didn't expect it to become a siege. Hence why Thistle didn't have the loud, windy dreams until he arrived.
The trader picked up the whiskey once more and moments later set back down an empty glass.
I guess the real question is, what do you plan to do with him? Not your fight, after all. You wouldn't be the first town to oust adventurers who brought trouble on their heels.
Maybe not. But we won't add to that number. They're good folks who'd given more than they had to. Besides, I told them it was time to trust one another. I'm not going to dishonor Notch by betraying that sentiment.
Kieran paused, looking away from the cloak of the trader.
Even if such weren't the case, we'd probably still help. I don't want a piece of that artifact staying in this town. And if they take it with them right now, I might very well be handing it over to Calzadar.
You could let me have it, the trader suggested,
a splash of eagerness livening up her voice.
I'm prepared to pay them well for the sale.
Kieran looked back to the hood as he shook his head.
No, I think not. Professional courtesy and budding friendship aside, you've been chasing these for a long while, and I know how successful you tend to be. I won't say that putting too many pieces into one set of hands is the same as turning it over to Calzadar, but it's needlessly dangerous just the same. Anyway, I don't see that lot letting go of their piece. They're unexpectedly stubborn.
Trust me, I'm well aware,
the trader replied. She leaned forward and tapped her glass.
And I'll explain that statement, if you'll top me off.
Are you staying long enough for another? Since you kept your hood up, I assumed you were just passing through for our visit, eager to get to selling.
Kieran hadn't actually thought this, but he was getting tired of looking at a featureless void where a face should be. With a softly muttered curse, she reached up and yanked down on her hood, revealing the lovely features of an elven woman with short brown hair.
Honestly, I leave the thing up so much during my travels that I forget I'm wearing it. Cost me a hefty purse of gold during my last stop in Camnarail, but it's made traveling incognito much, much easier. No offense meant, Kieran. You know I have nothing to hide in Notch.
Kieran stood, walking over to a shelf by a rune-covered wall, where he picked up the waiting bottle of whiskey. He opened it carefully, filling her empty glass halfway, before setting the bottle down on the table.
I know, Fritz, and we're always glad to see you. But I'd appreciate it if you could explain that last comment soon. I'm getting tired of not knowing what's happening around me.
Happy to do so.
Fritz reached forward and scooped up her glass, before settling deeper into the luxurious chair where she was resting.
Not a thrilling story by our standards, but something of a lengthy one. So get comfortable. It started when I was on my way to Cadence Hollow, and a blonde woman holding an axe came bursting into my hideout.
29. It was still dark out when the opening of a door stirred Timiskor from his sleep. At the foot of his bed, a telltale snort indicated that Mr. Peppers had heard the intruder as well. Hand moving seemingly on its own, Timiskor's fingers wrapped around the hilt of his sword just before a lumbering shadow cut off the light from the doorway.
You won't be fast enough to hit me. You should save your strength anyway.
Timiskor's grip loosened as he recognized Brock's voice. The behemoth looking down at him wasn't wearing the usual patchwork ensemble of a working bartender. His chest was bare, revealing several tattoos winding around his body, and he traded working slacks for pants of a material that appeared thick, yet shifted like silk. The boots on his feet were light, with what looked like metal coverings on the toes and heels. While Timiskor had never seen this precise outfit before, he knew at a glance what it was meant for. This was what Brock wore when he went into battle.
"What's happening?"
Timiskor asked.
Not sure. Something entered our forest boundary less than an hour ago. Slipped right through the wards. But Agramore smelled them and sent us word. She was going to devour the intruders until Kieran told her to let them pass.
Because this Sagramore person is a surprise we can only spring once, right?
Timiskor could respect the desire to keep such an asset secret. It more or less lined up with how they'd been dealing with each new threat, giving away as little information about their resources as possible.
But the same is true for you, Brock. So why are you clad in attire clearly meant for combat?
There was pain in Brock's smile as he looked down at his garb, yet not only pain was there.
Maybe these are my sleeping clothes. Ever considered that?
In reply, Timiskor pulled back his covers and began the process of donning his own armor. Eventually, Brock gave up on waiting for a laugh.
Fine, not my best joke. Give me a little leeway. You're not the only sleepy one here. Anyway, I'm wearing this for a few reasons. Firstly, because we've decided it's not right to let you all put your lives on the line while we stay hidden. We're going to keep concealing our more unique cards, but there's not much more to discover about me. I'm pure combat. Someone realizes that I hit hard isn't going to give away much, and it will make sure you've all got some backup on the battlefield.
For a fleeting moment, Timiskor wanted to object, to tell Brock that they could handle this and he should hide. That was pride talking, though, not strategy or caution, and Timiskor recognized the trickster almost immediately. Timiskor's party had barely made it through that last fight, surviving only because of the unseen help Notch's protectors had given. He and his friends were already leaning on them to help. This way just put it out in the open.
Then your aid is appreciated,
Timiskor said.
Yet you said there was more than one reason, so I cannot help wondering what the others might be.
Even in the dim light of the room, Timiskor noticed the severe look that darted across Brock's face.
Word has been coming in from throughout Notch. As of last night, we had 2 more people get divine dreams where they couldn't hear their god speaking. Magic to look beyond the borders of Notch is failing as well. Whatever is happening, it's gotten more serious.
That was indeed a significant development. No wonder Brock was readied for battle.
Any idea what's approaching?
Not yet. Jolia is trying to see how they beat the wards. All we know for now is what Agrimore told us. There's a few of them, moving fast, and they stink of undeath.
That meant Simone was well suited in dealing with the threat, if she could covertly cast from the sidelines. No, even that was assuming too much. Whoever was coming seemed prepared for the challenges that came with breaking into Notch. Best to work from the assumption that they'd be prepared for a necromancer as well.
How long do we have?
Timiskor didn't slow as he added more pieces of his armor, going as fast as possible while still making sure the job was done properly.
The winding paths of the forest will buy us enough time for everyone to be awake and ready. Get your armor and weapon, and meet us downstairs.
With that, Brock was out the door, although his footsteps didn't travel far before they entered the next room. Eric's. Timiskor paid them no more mind. His focus was entirely on his armor. On the ground, Mr. Peppers bumped over a small pile of armor with his snout.
Sorry. With all the training, I haven't had a chance to get you a new set,
Timiskor apologized.
Hang back for today, and we'll deal with it whenever this next attack ends.
The promise gained him a snort that seemed to accept the orders, albeit not very happily. From a distance, they were visible. Once they had been fearsome creatures, powerful and unyielding. Now, they were mere imitations of what they had been. Soldramirs, lizards roughly the size of a horse and a half, native to desert climates and known for their nasty bite. A curious choice for a force of invading undead. Some undead held on to their forms, even their sentience, but not all. These offered brute force, certainly, but little else. Few of those gathered in Notch's town square had ever seen one in person, and none would count this as doing so. What was coming down at them were not real Soldramirs, only the remains of what had once been. Their scales were flaking off with every movement. Some had chunks of skin missing, which exposed the half-decayed muscles moving them along the ground. Only one of the 3 had both eyes, and all were missing toes and teeth. Atop the Soldramir in the center was a figure wrapped in heavy clothes, concealing all its features. The 3 undead beasts on the verge of falling apart, and a single rider. By Thistle's calculations, that seemed more like an envoy than an attack.
but it would depend on just who that rider was. If the people of Notch had demonstrated nothing else, they'd reminded him that one person easily could be powerful enough to present a threat on their own. Diplomacy was a pleasant hope, just not an option Thistle could afford to put too much faith in.
They're barely holding together. Whoever made them didn't plan on keeping their new pets around for long. Even if we do nothing, they'll fall apart within a day or so. Disposable, each and every one.
The words were whispered in everyone's ears, Simone's voice reaching them despite her being hidden. Communication was being given more importance this time around, with Jolia taking the time to weave a spell of whispering between all those who would be present for the confrontation, both on display and hidden. No more running around haphazardly. This time they would coordinate properly. As the Saldermeers drew near, everyone tensed. The smell had already begun to reach them, and with every lumbering step of the approaching source, the situation worsened. The stink was bad enough, but their proximity also allowed everyone to pick out more horrifying details about the beasts. Thistle wondered if attacks would even land, or if they'd merely plunge right through the exposed flesh. Mercifully, roughly 100 feet from where they stood, the rider held up a hand and stopped the Saldermeers. Moving with visible caution, the rider dismounted heavily, landing so hard there were small cracks in the road before walking the rest of the way over. "People of Notch, there is no need to hide. I do not come to deliver harm to you. I am here only for the ones gathered before me, and not even all of those." The voice was off, humanoid-sounding, yet the speech patterns didn't feel quite right, like it was a thing impersonating the way regular people talked. It was some form of discussion, at least. Thistle took that as a good sign. If they were willing to talk, then they might be willing to listen. It would be nice if, just once, diplomacy could solve the problem better than force.
I take it that means you have come for us.
Thistle stepped forward as he spoke. Experience taught him that staying in a crowd would only make it harder for his audience to notice who was talking.
And something tells me your desire is not to hire us for our services.
Still concealed by the abundant clothes, far too many for weather this pleasant, the rider nodded. "Correct. I have come to slay you. The sins you have committed cannot go unpunished. Meet your fate here and now. Justice shall be served, all debts paid. Or, if you would prefer time to say goodbye, you may depart Notch before nightfall. Failure to do so will result in a full assault, one that will encompass this town and its surrounding areas. Do not make others die for your sins."
Aye, that would hardly be the Paladin way, Thistle agreed. But nor would it be right to die purely on someone's request. You talk of sins, so tell us what trespasses we are supposed to have committed. Only then can you make the case that death is warranted.
There was no reply for several seconds. They weren't even sure the rider had heard Thistle speak. Perhaps it was getting orders from elsewhere and had to convey the words back, or simply took a while to process the argument. Eventually, words flowed once more, although they were still stilted. "You have committed the greatest sin of all, to do harm to a divine being. By your actions, a part of Kalzadar's divinity was destroyed. Death is potentially too light of a sentence."
Then I'm afraid we are at an impasse. I've done things, too many things in my life that I feel guilt for, but that act will never be one of them. If you want our lives, then you'll have to claim them the old-fashioned way.
To illustrate the point, Thistle drew 2 of his daggers and gave each a quick spin. From behind, gentle footsteps betrayed Brock's repositioning.
"That's right. And don't count on us to toss them out. I'm getting pretty sick of you thinking this is a place you can come waltzing in and out of whenever you damn well please. You've disrespected our town, our home, and now you demand the lives of our visitors. We've been going lightly thus far, playing your game, half out of prudence and half out of boredom. But if you keep pushing, we're bound to get angry. When that happens, we can shed an ocean of blood."
It was a threat scary enough to give even Thistle pause, and he was on Brock's side. This was mostly due to the fact that Thistle knew every word was true. Playing a situation cautiously wasn't the only tactic. If Notch decided to send a message, they could smite this emissary and virtually anyone who followed. Scary as the words were, there was no reaction from the rider. Not a shiver, not a step back, not even a nervous fidget. In fact, the rider barely moved at all, Thistle realized. The stillness went beyond calm. It was inhuman. As it turned out, that was precisely the right word to use. Slowly, the rider began to remove its articles of clothing, replying, "I am sure you could. However, you will be unable to do so in this attack. Bloodshed, by its very nature, requires blood." The first fleck of metal came into view as a glove fell away. Next emerged metal hands, metal arms, and, with the removal of the hood, they could discern parts of a metal face. Not merely cloaked in armor. These were appendages forged from metal, bound with springs and screws in an art long since lost to history. This one was old, chipped and rusty, but the pictures Thistle had seen in historical tomes had showed what these looked like when fresh and new. Beyond that, Thistle had once caught sight of some in person, an unintended detour in the vault of sealed magics. Those had been shiny, gleaming like polished steel in sunlight.
"Well, that explains how the words were so easily slipped,"
Julia's voice muttered in their ears.
"It's an automaton. They were invented centuries ago by a gnome who wanted to make war on a cabal of wizards who'd kicked him out. It worked so well that he decided to go for full conquest and built an army of the things. Because they're highly resistant to magic, they were eventually declared too dangerous, and the bulk of them were sealed away. I'd heard a few units were still lost in the world, but the odds of finding one, along with the necessary control gem, are pretty slim."
More clothing fell away, giving an almost complete view of the entity before them. It was humanoid, at least in terms of shape, but of a height and frame that seemed more derivative of half-orcs. The eyes were the most interesting part to Thistle. The automatons he'd seen before had been mimicking sleep, so he'd never gotten to see the eyes glowing softly green. "I have not come to deliver your death. That glory will be entrusted to others. I am here to deliver a message. On the sunset after today's, the stars shall align. Khalzadar's power will be at its zenith, and with it, so shall his servants. We have found the helm of Ignosa, the great genius who created my kind. When his priests are at their strongest, they will march into this hamlet with an automaton army bolstering their ranks. Strong though you are, not even this town can endure such an attack. Give your visitors up, and Notch will be spared. Wait, and join them in their punishment." It was a bluff, had to be. Thistle had seen that army. He knew it was sealed safely away in Lamal. But even as he tried to reassure himself, a nagging thought kept popping up. He'd only gotten that glimpse because his group had successfully made it into a restricted section in the Vault of Sealed Magics. Obviously, if his old party could do it, then it was possible one of Khalzadar's servants had as well. Still, stealing a whole army? That seemed like a stretch, even with divine backing.
"And how, pray tell, did you manage to liberate that army despite all of Lumal's security?"
"I do not know. I was not there when the theft occurred. But a magic-resistant army can make short work of a town built upon magical safeguards."
"Aye, that's fair. But there is one more thing," Thistle continued. "As a gnome myself, one who grew up with an unkind view of casters, I'm familiar with the story of Ignosa. His automatons had many functions, including the ability to follow rudimentary orders in combat without direct control. Speech, however, was never part of their repertoire. They could only be used as conduits for communication by those who held the control gems."
There was no facial response, of course. Such a thing was impossible. Even if the controller had wanted to make it react, automatons lacked movable faces. When it spoke again, the sound was the same. Slightly grating and uneven, but the tone was no longer so unnatural and stilted. "Pity. I'd hoped to keep this going a bit longer. Maybe even convince you that you had a friend who could play both sides. Can't blame me for having some fun while I wait. Feel free to run for it, Thistle. I'm sure there are other methods of escape available to you. Just know that if you do flee, the hunting will not stop. I'll still roll over this town like the tide across sand. Until then, here's something to liven up your day."
It was barely a second of warning. No sooner had the automaton spoken than all three Soldramirs burst open, as though their insides were trying to escape their rotting exteriors. Unfortunately, Thistle wasn't that lucky. As he peered closer, he could see hundreds of rats pouring forth, each with wild eyes and gnashing teeth. It was a very real concern, and one he lacked the spare attention to deal with, because while most eyes had been on the exploding Soldramirs, the chatty automaton had seized the chance to rush forward on a crash course with Thistle. Worse, there was no way he would be able to dodge in time.
30.
Quick as the automaton was, Brock had already been in position and ready. To anyone watching, it was clear he hadn't moved closer to Thistle just so his words would hit home. No sooner did the automaton try to crush Thistle with its metal might than one of Brock's meaty fists slammed into its torso, knocking the automaton halfway back to the Soldramirs. Strong though the punch was, their enemy still landed on its feet, albeit with a sizable dent in its center. Before it had stopped skidding along the road, fire burst forth, rising from the ground in a flaming circle that wrapped around the Soldramirs and fleeing rats, catching the last vestiges of the automaton's clothes on fire. "Smartgold says those rats are carrying diseases meant to infect and weaken the town," Simone informed them. "Since they're planning to use non-living combatants, they can largely ignore the disease and give their living allies potions to protect themselves with. It's the same strategy used to soften up a town before invading with an army of undead."
"Hence why I threw up a barrier of fire to keep them contained," Jolia agreed. "Take care of any that slipped out, but keep your distance in case Simone is right."
The words were scarcely spoken when a red blur darted across the battlefield, cleaving through a speedy rat outside the circle of fire. Gabrielle dispatched two more before bothering to glance back.
"What? If I'm undead anyway, I may as well enjoy the perks."
"Yes, perks are quite lovely."
Agreement was rarely something one wanted to share with an enemy, and this was no exception. From her vantage point near the flames, Gabrielle could watch it all. The automaton leaned forward and lay down across the line of fire. Much as she would have liked to see the thing melt, its magical resistance unfortunately kept it safe. Far worse was when, moments later, she realized what it was doing.
"Everyone, get back!"
Gabrielle had just enough time to yell before the first wave of rats came surging forth, using the automaton as a bridge to leave the ring of fire. The section they could cross was thankfully narrow, limiting the swarm to a narrow stream of potential plague carriers. It was a small mercy, especially considering how many of the furry beasts scrambled atop one another to get free. Stepping in closer, Gabrielle brought her axe down over and over, focusing on hitting as many as she could with every blow, and trusting her friends to pick off any stragglers. Nearby, daggers landed in a pile of rats to her right, while a blast of fire roasted several to her left. Occasionally, one of the vermin on either side would go down with a crossbow bolt speared through its center. Thistle, Grumph, and Eric doing their range duty. Gabrielle chanced to look over her shoulder to find Timiskor on the edges of the battle, sword and shield in hand, a look of deep frustration etched in his face. She could feel for him. Gabrielle also lacked ranged potions, but her undead status made her immune to disease, which permitted melee work in this particular situation. The most Timiskor could do was run the edges and carefully pick off any beastlings making a run for the town. Even that carried some risk, though.
"Simone, I'll start throwing spells to protect from disease on everyone, one by one. In the meantime, I think Gabrielle needs reinforcements. Nothing too big. They are just rats."
Jolia was speaking quickly, and they could almost hear the frantic gestures of her fingers weaving spells. "Already on it. Gabrielle, on the count of 3, slam the butt of your axe into the ground, and yell anything that sounds like it might be magical." Unlike Jolia, Simone was still perfectly calm, even as more rats poured forth. It was hard to focus on the conversation and the rats, but Gabrielle picked up enough snippets to know her next move. Listening to the numbers tick by, she raised her axe theatrically high, spit out a few goblin curses in lieu of arcane syllables, and dropped the butt as instructed. The moment it struck, a dozen skeletons burst from the ground, clawing their way out of the nearby dirt and scrambling forward to tear the rats apart.
Nice timing,
Julia said.
Timiskor, you've now been warded against poison and disease, so feel free to jump in.
From the speed at which he came dashing in, it was evident that Timiskor had been waiting on pins and needles for just such permission. His blade sliced through the rats, cleaving them into halves as his heavily armored feet crushed a few more beneath their weight. Fast as the vermin were pouring forth, they were somehow managing to keep the swarm contained. The fight was far from over, but they were winning, and that felt good. It was a fleeting sensation, unfortunately. No sooner had Timiskor charged into the battlefield than a whirling mass of metal and residual flames rushed him. How the hells could an automaton move so fast? Seconds ago, it was acting as the rat bridge. Now, in a blink, it had shifted to offense. The automaton was quick, but there was no chance something so huge and distracting would sneak up on Timiskor. He got his shield up just in time to block the first punch. Whether Timiskor had improperly braced himself or the automaton was just that strong, the blow sent him flying back through the air and onto his back. The attack was an almost perfect replica of Brock's, save that now Timiskor was in the automaton's position. He hurried to his feet, shield dented but at the ready, even as the automaton advanced. Gabrielle started forward to help before catching a blur in the corner of her eye. Right. This was a team fight, and they all had roles to fill. Hers was dealing with the rats, and this was a great chance to clear the field. With the automaton attacking, no new rats could escape, so she and the skeletons could wipe out the remainder. As the automaton rushed Timiskor, the blur, which turned out to be Brock, struck it in the side, knocking the metallic opponent off course.
I wasn't going to drag you out of the fire, but if you want to fight a real opponent, then it's going to be me.
A regrettable matchup. Your talents use mana to reinforce your body, meaning that the resistance of an automaton has little impact on how you fight. Defeat for me and my swarm is almost certain, and yet I do hope your friends will watch the fight. Watch, and see how hard it is to take down even this battered old version. And then imagine hundreds of shiny new models marching through the fields. Against a force like that, you cannot protect these outsiders, any more than you can protect Notch's citizens. The taunt only earned a grin from Brock as he raised his fists.
I'm getting pretty fucking tired of you underestimating my town. Bring all the party favors you want. We'll put on a shindig like you can't believe. This is just an appetizer.
In a blur, Brock was on the metallic foe, throwing punches and kicks in a seamless, constant flood of movement. Gabrielle didn't have time to pause and enjoy the show. Her job was still going. They'd thinned out the majority of the rats that had escaped, but the pulsating swarm just beyond the fire was still 100 strong. No matter how many they brought down, there were more waiting to charge.
Grumph, you are now protected from disease and poison,
Julia announced.
I'm busy warding everyone in case the rat's blood is a contagion, so maybe you can help clear out the main mass of the rats. I bet a fire blast with some extra mana would do the trick.
Already scanning between the few free rats remaining, the swarm sealed in a flame wall, and Brock's fight with the automaton, Gabrielle added in an occasional glance to Grumph, at the risk of making herself dizzy. He hadn't hesitated, already mumbling under his breath as he gestured in the air. Near the end, for a moment, Grumph did seem to slow down. Face scrunched together in focus, perhaps tinged with frustration, Grumph painstakingly went through the final motions of his spell. The magical fire that roared from his hand was significantly larger than the blast the spell usually summoned. It surged forth, wild and barely controlled, before slamming down near the flaming circle of rats. When it hit, the detonation was substantial. Sadly, the rat circle was not at the epicenter of the blast. Instead, they caught the edges of the flaming explosion. Grumph might have managed to push more mana into his spell, but he'd done so at the cost of his aim. Worse, from the way he was leaning on his staff, it looked like the half-orc wizard had put too much mana in, potentially taking himself out of the fight. While it was a poor turn in that regard, they still had the momentum in the battle. Gabrielle could see skeletons wiping out the final freed rats, and Brock's automaton opponent was looking more like a blacksmith's cast-offs than a person formed of metal. However, strong as Brock was, none of the others failed to notice how long it was taking him to completely dismantle the enemy. To his credit, part of that delay was certainly due to him fighting conservatively. He was emphasizing defense and